Mr. Piper, what about the work I gave you? Any update on it?
I've just been trying to resolve it.
And the one of last week, have you finished with that one too?
Sir, I've been trying to get it, but I actually tried, but something happened.
See, I'm tired of this, your excuses. I'm really, really tired. You don't know how to use any software, even this basic Revit for architects. And you are supposed to be working as a graduate in this office. You are not delivering up to expectations, and we are really fed up. I'm sorry we have to let you go. Pack your things and leave. Give this job to another person. Please, I don't want to hear it. Supposed to be working as a graduate in this office. You are not delivering up to expectations, and we are really fed up.
Hello and welcome to the Ultimate Revit course for beginners. So in life, we face challenges, and our job as human beings is to conquer those challenges, because challenges will always come as long as we live on this earth. So Revit is a complex BIM software that requires a lot of experience, and it can be overwhelming at times. So in this video, I'm going to be guiding you on the step-by-step process to become a pro user in Autodesk Revit. And this video is not going to be a typical out-of-context video. Though those kind of videos could be still helpful, in this video I'm going to be showing you how to use Revit in context of modeling a minimalist duplex project. So you are going to see how to do it live, like how to use Revit practically to model a live duplex project in this tutorial video. Because when it comes to our brain needs context to remember some things. For instance, if I teach you how to create roofs in Revit, you might actually forget the steps. But when you are dealing with a live project and I show you how to use it practically to do it while executing the desired project, you will have a tendency to remember it. In this project, I'm going to be taking you guys through the conceptual, the drafting interface, the design and modeling interface of this project up to the completion phase of this project from start to finish. So I would like to congratulate you for choosing this video, because I assure you, you're not going to regret it. This video is going to be divided into 5 main stages. Stage 1 is the drafting stage. Stage 2 is the modeling stage. Stage 3 is the annotation stage. Stage 4 is the presentation stage. And stage 5 is the detailing stage. And I'm also going to be leaving the project file that will be available for free without any cost by clicking on the link in the description. So you'll be able to access the project file. Maybe if you want to replicate the project in future, if you want to get the template from the project, I'm going to leave it and it will be absolutely free for you. Alright, so don't forget to hit the subscribe button, like this video because I assure you, are going to love it. Also hit the notification bell to get notified once we release new videos like this, because we do it on a regular basis. Without any further ado, we are going to jump right into the main content of this video. So currently we have opened the Revit 2024 interface. So if you open Revit 2024, you will see something like this. Alright, so to create a new project, we are going to go under these models. We are going to click on new. Under this new, because I work in the region of the world where we work with the metric system, I'm going to change this from imperial multidisciplinary to metric multidiscipline. Then I'm just going to make sure this project icon is checked. Then I'm going to click OK. Okay, so we're just going to wait for it for a few seconds for it to load. Alright, so once we've opened the new project, we're going to see some of these lines here. Okay, so I'm going to be briefly explaining what they are. So this is the crop region where you can select the part you want to crop. So once I select this, it's always important to go over this properties panel and change this from view, or go under this scope box, change this for views overall, and just click on down and change it to none. So this kind of makes this crop region independent of the scope box. So I usually prefer it that way for easy control. So now I'm just going to delete this section for now because we don't need the section now. We're going to create our own section. Then I'm going to select this scope box. I'm going to select these two reference plane. I'm going to right click and I'm going to select hide in view by elements, and I'm just going to hide it. So we just have this crop region. So even this crop region, we could simply go over this panel here and we're just going to select this hide crop region, and so we are going to see the crop region will get it in. So I'm going to select this scope box as well, hide in view elements. Then I could just select this not arrow, hide in view by element. Okay, so before I'm going to hide this elevation point, these are points of elevations. It determines where your elevation views through. So for instance, if I just select one of these, you are going to see one line. So this line is similar to a camera shot viewing your elevation. So if I draw anything or I create any model at this point, it's going to view it from here. But for now, I don't want to hide it now because I want to do something. I want to actually get the center of this project. So I'm just going to go under this annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm just going to simply select this box tool under this modifier or place lines. Then I'm just going to draw a box, use my visual prowess to determine the center of this project. It's important when selecting this elevation point, it's good to highlight it so you will not leave some parts of it excluded. So once you have highlighted it, I'm just going to right click. I'm going to select hide in view. I'm going to select by category and I'm just going to hide in view. Okay, so now we have done this and this view is clear now. We want to start working. Before we go any further, we're going to save the project. To do that, we're just going to hold Ctrl S on your keyboard to save this project. Then I'm going to locate exactly where I want to save it. They are going to give you the option to go to your file explorer to locate where you want to save it. So now I'm going to save it Revit Mini. Then I'm just going to click on save and save the project. Okay, so now we're done saving the project. We are going to start bringing in our sketches. So usually there are many ways people model their own Revit. They could start from drafting the walls immediately. Some people like me, I prefer sketching on paper, then I'll now draft it, transfer the draft to Revit through lines. So to do that, we could just go to our file explorer where we have the images or the sketches. You could use a pen and a paper, snap it and just bring it into your system, or you could draft it directly on Revit, whatever works for you. But in this video, I just want to drag in these images so they are actually I'm going to see them from here. Okay, so as these images are actually too big, so I'm just going to try, and once I've dragged them in, I'm just going to go over here and click on this show crop region. Then I'm just going to click on do not crop this view, so the whole image will be visible as regardless of how big it is. So I'm going to select the image. I'm going to pick one of these points and I'm just going to drag it down just to reduce this image. Okay, I'm going to drag it somewhere here. The same thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to this file explorer. I'm going to drag the second image and I'm just going to bring it into this. Okay, so as you can see, this is just a sheet of paper. I just did some scribbles. Depending on how you work, the draft may need to be detailed. Me, I don't need the draft to be detailed. Once I just scribble out something, I already have an idea of what I want to do. So now I'm just going to reduce the size and I'm going to click on this. I could just modify this and rotate this however I want. Like for instance, I want to rotate this. So I'm just going to click on it, go over to this modify tab. I'm going to use this rotate tool here and I'm going to click this point and rotate it at 180 degrees. You could do that by simply just typing 180 degrees and it's going to rotate it clockwise. Okay, so as you can see, you could see the image. I have a draft of the plan and a draft of the facade I want to do. It's kind of very vague, but it's something I can start working with. Okay, so now I'm going to make sure I go back here and click on this crop view again to check this crop view, and I'm going to click on hide crop region because we don't need to see it and we don't need it to be visible. All right, so we're going to go to this detail line and we're going to be looking at this plan and trying to draft out something similar. So for instance, we're going to start from this space here. So we could just draw these lines. This draft don't need to be dimensioned, or you don't need to be focused on the size of it. You just need to scribble out something similar. The aim is not to get it to detail. The aim is just to get something like that looks like it. So from there you can now be working. So I'm just going to draft out here. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to draft out this space. Draft here as well. I'm going to delete this box because we don't need it now. We are already drafted. Then I'm just going to draft from here, this point here, draft somewhere. All right. So now we have done with this drafting. At least we've gotten the ground floor. So we don't need to draft the first floor because from there, from the ground floor, once we have brought out the walls, we could start determining how the first floor will be. Okay, so now we are done with this drafting. We are going to start creating walls. Okay, but before we create walls, one important thing to work on in Revit is your levels. All right, so what are levels? Let me start by explaining how buildings work. So in building construction, you have different vertical levels, or you have set points. For instance, you have your DPC. Once you do the foundation, you get to where your DPC is. That is where people can start working on the building. Then after the DPC, you now get to your lintel level, where you have the lintel beams holding the levels or holding the structural work over the doors, so it will not crush the doors and windows. You now from there have the first floor. Then after the first floor, you now have the ceiling, the roof, and other levels. So all these are vertical constraints. So what levels do is that levels help architects determine these vertical constraints, or even engineers. So it helps you that you know that, okay, at this point, at this height, this will be where all the doors will stop. At this height, this will be where the first floor will be. At this height, this will be where the roof will be. So that is what basically levels are. So levels are imaginary horizontal lines that help us determine vertical constraints in a building. Okay, so in Revit gives us provision to create these levels, and to do that we'll need to go to an elevation view. So under this, we are going to go to this project browser. So if you look at this project browser, it has a lot of things, and we'll need to find a way to optimize it, so we'll be working with things we need in Revit. So for instance, we can see this structural. I'm just going to minimize all this structural, plumbing, mechanical, electrical. By clicking on this minus icon, you're going to minimize it. Coordination. Then under these sheets, these are some sheets that come by default with the default Revit template. So I'm just going to select one. I'm going to hold shift and click on the last one, so all of them will be selected. Then I'm just going to simply delete it. Okay, so what I've done now is to try and optimize all the views, so it will not be looking too complicated for us to see it while working on it. Okay, so now I'm just going to go under this architecture. I'm going to go to this one of these elevations. So I'm just going to go and click on one of these elevations. So by default, you can see that Revit comes with 2 levels. Okay, and these levels are actually also reflect what will be on the plan. So each level is like a horizontal section. So each on this level 1, you can see it on the floor plan, L1 floor plan, level 2, L2 on the floor plan. Okay, so now we are now going to start creating our own levels and editing these existing levels to suit our needs. So firstly, we're just going to click on this one, and I'm going to delete it. They are going to say, give me a warning that if I delete this, all the corresponding levels that actually came with this name will actually be deleted too. So I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to click on this L1, and I'm going to rename it by, let me just click it again. To rename it, I'm just going to hover around this place where the L1 is and double click it. Then I'm just going to name it 01 NGL. Okay, so now I've renamed it. Normally it's meant to rename with corresponding views, but since it's the default level, it didn't give me that option. So I'm just going to manually go to this floor plan that they wrote L1, right click, and I'm going to click rename, and I'm just going to try and give it the name, the same name, 01 NGL. So this is the natural ground level. This is like the existing ground level where plants are, and how the natural ground level is. So now before we move further, we're just going to select this reference plane, and we're going to select this scope box. We're going to hide in view by element. We're also going to go over here and hide this crop region. Okay, so now we are going to go to architecture, and we're going to be creating some new levels. To do that, under this, once we've clicked on this architecture, we're going to go under these levels here, and we're going to click on level. Okay, so now we've clicked on level. You are going to see a dimension helping us to know the position of this level. Okay, so let's say we click on, we set it at 400 now, and we just click it and just place it. As you can see, this level is different from this level. Why is that? It's because of when we created this level. If I click on it and go over to this properties panel, you see that the level, they showed us level no head. It means that this level family doesn't have a head. Unlike this one, if I click on this one with a head, you're going to see level 8mm head. So to change this and rectify this, so I'm just going to click on this level we just created. I'm going to go over this properties panel. This properties panel, anything you click in Revit, any component you click, the properties panel will give you the option to edit that component or edit the properties of that component, as the name implies. So I'm just going to click on this level no head, click on this drop down icon, and I'm going to change this to level 8mm head. If you have seen some of my previous Revit tutorial videos, you used to see I always used to transfer templates from my other existing furnished project. But in this tutorial, I'm not going to transfer any template. So I'm going to be going from scratch, and I'm going to be showing you everything you need to know. Okay, so we have an issue now. These two levels are clashing. We are seeing their names clashing and all. So there are two ways of working on it. We could reduce the size of these levels, or we could still modify it and I'm going to do the both of them. So to move it, we're just going to click on this. Then we're going to zoom in. We're going to see something like this zigzag icon here. We're just going to click it. Once we click it, it will give us option to kind of drop down the level head or the name. It doesn't mean that this level will go lower. It just means the tag or the level head will kind of be adjusted in a way that it will not interfere with this one. So I can click on it, click on this circle and drag it anywhere I want. I can drag it up, drag it down. It doesn't change the position of the level. So that out of the way, we are now going to continue. So as you can see, we created this level now, but the 400mm space we created in between is not what I want. So once I select it, I could just click on this dimension and change it to 450. So now I'm just going to go over to this L3. Now I'm going to double click it to edit the name, and I'm going to change it to 02 DPC. Okay, so now it's going to give me an option now. This was the option I said I didn't have in the first one. So it's going to ask you, would you like to rename corresponding views? It means all the views that carry this name L3, like as you can see in this project browser here, both in the floor plans and ceiling plans, is going to change to this 02 DPC, and I'm going to click yes. I want the names to change. All right, so now we've created this second level. We're going to be creating the other level. So I'm just going to go to architecture again. I'm going to go to level. So now I'm going to be placing the level regardless of the height, and I'm going to manually edit the height. Okay, one issue. Once we go to architecture and we click on this level, before we start placing it, we're going to go back to this properties panel. We're going to click on this drop down and make sure it's 8mm head. Okay, so I'm just going to be placing them randomly. So I'm just going to place them. I'm going to call this one the lintel. Going to place one here, the first floor. As you can see, I'm not carefully placing them because I want to edit the dimension or the spacing in between manually later. I'm going to call this the lintel 2. I'm going to, this one will be the ceiling. This will be the roof. And this will be, okay, I think, okay, this will be the maybe upper roof. Okay. So now we have done this. We are now going to click on this and we're going to start putting the dimension. I want the spacing from here to be 2.1 meter. I don't want it to be a big building. I'm going to go to annotate, okay, to help us as a guide to make sure our dimension is in place. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on this align. This align means I'm going to put a dimension. I'm just going to click here and I'm going to click here. So I'm going to dimension here. I'm also going to click here and I'm going to click here and I'm going to dimension here. If you notice, I only dimensioned these three levels because of these three levels are the main dimensions. That is, this will be the DPC, this will be the first floor, and this will be the ceiling level. So the other ones could just follow along. I don't need to dimension everything to details. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this dimension here. I could click on this dimension and I'm going to change it to 3,450. If you wonder why am I making it 3,450 instead of like a whole number like 3.3 or 3 meter, it's because of when creating floors in Revit, the floors offset down. So for instance, if you create a floor like this, the floor is actually going to offset down this way. So it's always good to add the thickness of the floor while considering your first floor when you want to place a suspended floor like a first floor or a second floor where there will be a slab. And I'm going to change it to 2.1 since it's the second lintel. I'm going to click on this level. I'm going to go over to this dimension. I'm going to change it to 3.3 meter. Since there's no slab there, I could put 3.3 since it's ceiling. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to change this to, let's say 600. And I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to, let's say 900. All right, so now we have arranged them and we have placed the appropriate space in between them. I'm going to start giving the levels names. So I'm going to be naming this one 03 lintel 1. Okay, they are going to ask me, do you want to rename corresponding views? Yes, I'm going to name this 04 first floor. Okay, yes, I'm going to name this 04 lintel 2. Yeah, then I'm going to name this 05 ceiling level. I'm going to click on this too. And I'm going to change this to 06 roof level. Okay, click yes. Then I'm going to change this to 07 and I'm going to click on it and it's going to ask me to override corresponding. All right, so now I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to adjust the position. So now we have an issue. As you can see, we have renamed all these levels, but these levels are too big. They are looking clustered. So I want to edit this level. Normally, if it was a normal component, we'll click on it and we'll be able to edit it through this properties panel by clicking edit type. But we can't do that. So what we are going to do is we are going to make sure we take note of the names of the headings. So we are going to look at this name, M level head circle, and we're going to take note of it. We're also going to look of level 8mm head. Okay, so now to edit the level, we're going to go over this project browser. Then we're going to click on this plus icon in this family tab here. So once we click on plus icon, we're going to click on annotation symbols, and we're now going to look for level head. Okay, so now we've seen level head. We're going to click on M level head circle. So we're just going to click here. We're not going to click on this one. We're going to click on this heading one, right click, and we're going to click edit. Okay, so now we are going to be given the opportunity to edit the level. So I'm going to click on this name of the level. I'm going to click on edit type. So now I can put in the kind of text style I want, the font I want. Let's say I want Source Sans Pro or Bebas Newer. If you have the TRT file, you can use Bebas Newer. I think it's free to download, so I'm going to use Bebas Newer. I could also change the text size to, let's say, 1.8. So I want it as small as possible, and I'm going to click OK. So as you can see, the name and the text size have changed. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to move it down small bit with the navigation tools on my keyboard. I'm going to also do the same here just to make sure it's small as possible. So now I'm going to be editing this level circle. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to first adjust this. I'm going to move this closer, or instead of moving this closer, I'm just going to select these two texts and I'm going to just move them closer to this, about 2.9. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 2mm. So I'm going to be removing this constraint. So once I change it to 2mm, I think it's much smaller. I'm just going to highlight this, move it small a bit. Okay, so I think this level is good. We have already reduced the size and we have adjusted it and it's small. So I think it will be good now graphic wise on the project. So I'm just going to click on load into project. They are going to ask me, do you want to save changes to M level head circle? I'll click on no, because I want it to be as fresh and editable, to be editable by others when using it for future Revit projects. So I'm going to click on override existing version. Okay, so as you can see, all the levels the text have changed, the changes we made have been applied. So we could just click on this, we could try and select this, click on this and just place it back, so everything is aligned now. Okay, so now I think we are done creating the level. So now we are just going to minimize this family tab here. We are going to minimize it so our project browser will not be looking too cumbersome. Then we are going to go to this NGL, our floor plan. Okay, so now we have created the levels. I think we are now set to start drafting our walls. All right, so to draft walls in Revit, we are going to just go over to this architecture tab. Then we're just going to click on walls here. Okay, so now Revit gives us basic wall generic 200mm, but we want to edit this wall and we want to create our own wall we'll be using for this project. So to do that, we are simply going to click on this edit type. Then once we've clicked on edit type, we're going to click on duplicate. Then we're going to give it a name. Let's name this 01225 wall main. Okay, 01225 wall main. Okay, so now we are just going to click OK. So now we are going to click on this structure. Under this structure, we are going to click on edit type. So now we are going to be inserting some layers. So to insert some layers, I'm just going to click insert, because walls don't only come with the block work. We are going to insert the finish. So we're going to click on insert now. So under this insert, the first thing we're going to change is this structure. We're going to click on this drop down icon here and we're going to change this to finish one. Then we're just going to give it a material. So now the material we are going to give it is now going to be like the wall paint, whether we want it to be dark wall paint, white wall paint. So now by in this material editor, we're just going to right click and click on duplicate on any of these materials. Then we're just going to name this 01 white wall paint. Okay, then okay, let me just, I didn't spell it well, paint. All right, so now I've renamed it. I'm just going to click on this box here to assign a material. Then I'm going to click on it. Then this tab will show up. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go under wall paint and I'm just going to look for cool white. So it will not just be pure white, it will have some cool tints. So I think, okay, this pure white. Let me look for cool white. Okay, I'm just going to click. So once I click on it, I'm going to see this two-way icon here, and I'm just going to click on it to exchange the material. Then the material is going to reflect here. We can give it some time. Sometimes it takes time to load. Okay, then I'm going to click on apply. Okay, still loading. Click on apply, and I'm going to click OK. So now we have assigned material to this. We're now going to change this to the thickness to 5 millimeters. Okay, so as you can see the layer is showing under this preview. This is like the preview of the wall we're creating. So you are now going to see the section of the wall on plan. So if I click on this drop down icon, I could change this to section. I could click on this, change it to floor plan. So we are currently in the floor plan view. So I'm going to click on insert again, and under this insert, I'm going to click on this down because I want this layer to be below this structure. So I'm going to click on down. Okay, so now on this down, I'm going to click on this drop down icon and change this to finish 2. Then I'm now going to change this material, and I'm going to click on this white wall paint. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to change the white wall paint to 5 millimeter. Okay, so now I'm going to assign a material to this wall structure. Then I'm just going to look for the default wall material to assign. I'm going to click on wall. Okay, since there's no default wall material, we will click on duplicate, and we could just click on default, create another one, default wall. So now we've created this default wall. We could go under this graphics, and we could change the graphics parameter. We could go to this cut pattern. We could go to this foreground and change the cut pattern to brick wall. Okay, then I'm just going to click OK. Okay, I noticed something with this white wall paint. Let me click on it again. If you notice under this white wall paint, you could see some foreground pattern. So I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to change it to no pattern because I don't want any pattern on the foreground. So you could see the cross section, you could see the brick wall pattern we put. So I'm just going to click OK, and I'm going to click OK. So now we've created the 225 wall main. So now we want to start drafting this wall. But before we start drafting it, we are now going to look at the constraints of this wall drafting. So this constraint help us place our wall. So under this constraint, we have the base constraint, which is the NGL, that is the level we're at now. And we have the top constraint, which is showing unconnected. So to change this, this top constraint, we are going to attach it to a level. So this means that, for instance, if I click on this unconnected and I put it to first floor, it means the wall will go from NGL to first floor. So that is kind of a way of setting it and making sure the wall dimension is in check. Okay, so you could also see this location line. This location line determines the axis where the wall is drawing from. For instance, it's currently at wall center line. So I can draft this from the center point of this line. As you can see, I'm drawing it from the center of the wall. If I change this from wall center line to finish face exterior, you could see I'll be pushing it from the edges, from the exterior of this line here. So I'm drawing it from the exterior. So that is just what this location line is all about. So I'm going to change it back to wall center line, and I'm just going to be following these lines I previously created to draft out something. So I'm just going to quickly follow it. Instead of drawing this wall, I could simply click on this select line tool, and I could just pick these lines. So things will be much quicker. Select. Okay, then I could just move this wall here and just move it here. So as you can see, we have quickly drafted out these walls, and we've learned about placing walls, which is a good step. All right, so now we've drafted out this wall. We don't more need these lines in the middle. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to hold left click, then I'm going to highlight everything. Once I've highlighted everything, the properties panel will be showing multi-categories. Then I'm just going to click on this filter, and I'm going to uncheck these walls here because it's only the lines I want to select. So now it's only the lines that are selected. I'm just going to click on delete and delete those lines. So now we have only the walls, and we have our wall. So we're now going to start dimensioning this wall. So we're going to compress the building to an appropriate size. Okay, so now we're going to go to annotate. Under this annotate, we're going to go to align. Now I want to create or modify our own dimension. To create dimension is still the same way with walls. We're going to click on edit type. We're going to click on duplicate. Under this duplicate, we're going to name this 01 interior dimension, or 01 dimension 1. Okay, then we're going to click OK. So now in dimension, there are more parameters than you have a lot of parameters. We have the tick mark, we have the tick mark line width. So we're going to change this to 1. We're going to try and simplify everything. We're going to change this from widthless line control from gap to element. we're going to click it to fix to dimension line. So the witness line will not be extending from the element. We're going to change this to witness line length to 1 millimeter. We're going to say witness line extension 1 millimeter. We're going to change the text size of the dimension to be at 1.5. I think 1.5 is adequate. Then we're going to change, okay, I changed it to 11.5. That is too big, 1.5. Then we're going to change the text font. We're going to change the text font. We're going to change it to, let's use Century Gothic. Then I'm just going to click OK. So now we are going to make sure that this tab here is set at wall faces. So we are going to be dimensioning from inside these walls. Okay, I think we've dimensioned all the spaces. So now we're going to be adjusting it. So we're going to start from right to left. We're going to be reducing it from right to left, then from bottom to top. Okay, so we're going to start from right to left. We're going to start from here. We're going to reduce this to, let's say, 4.5 meters in width. Okay, then we're going to also reduce this lobby here. We're going to reduce it to 1.5. All right. So we're also going to reduce this space as well. We're going to drag this to about 1.2. Okay, it's always important to allow your walls to align very well. So the structural design will be much more easier and then everything will be easy and stable structurally. So we're going to reduce this space to about 4.2. So now I'm just going to align this wall to suit. Okay, I'm going to go and dimension from here to here as well. And I'm going to be reducing this wall to about this dimension here to about 900 millimeter. Okay, I think it's all right. Then I'm going to dimension here. I'm also going to try and align this wall together. Okay, then I'm going to reduce the width of this to about 1.2 meter. I'm also going to click on the, okay, they have a dimension here. So I'm going to dimension this and change this to about 900 or 1.2 meter. Okay, so as you can see, the width is okay. Then we want to start dimensioning the length. Okay, so we are going to start moving it from here. We're going to click on this dimension. Okay, it's giving us an option. After 30 minutes, Revit automatically allows you to save. So we're just going to save this project. All right, so let's just reduce this. Okay, dimension here. Okay, so I'm going to be reducing this to 1.2 meter. I'm going to, okay, push this out here. I'm going to click on this and reduce this dimension to about 3.9. Okay, the same. I'm going to try and align this here. I'm also going to try and reduce this to about 1.5. Okay, going to change this dimension. You could adjust dimensions by just dragging this line here, the witness line, to the point where you want to dimension from, and I'm going to change it to 1.5. All right, so now I'm just going to continue reducing the size. This size I want it to be smaller, so I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to reduce this to 3.3 meter. Okay, I could as well increase the size a bit. I could increase the size to, let's say, 4.2 meter. All right, okay, then I could just click on this and I could reduce this size to about okay, I think instead of dimensioning this here, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to adjust this somewhere here. All right, let me just hit Ctrl Z. I'm still going to leave it the way it was. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to about, let's use 4.5. I'm also going to create some extra walls just for the convenience of the visitor. So I'm going to click on architecture, I'm going to click on wall, and I'm just going to create a new set of walls here. Draw one here and just attach it here, and maybe draw something like this. So now I'm going to go to annotate, I'll go to aligned, I'm going to dimension here. So I'm going to give this dimension 1050 millimeters. So the dimension isn't too big. I'm also going to click on this dimension line and dimension, change it to this witness line to this point. Then I'm just going to change this to about 3.3 meter. All right, so now I'm going to click on this dimension and I'm going to change this to 9 meters, which I think is awesome. Or let me just change it to 7.5. okay, which is good as well. So I'm just going to drag this down. I'm also going to drag this down as well. Okay, it's kind of asking me to delete elements. I'm going to delete this wall. I'm going to go over to this modify tab. I'm going to click on this trim rule tool. Then I'm going to click on this and click on this, so it's going to trim together. I'm now going to drag this down. Okay, I'm also going to move this dimension here and make sure that the witness line is attached to where I want it to be attached. I'm going to change this to 1.2 meter. Okay, so I think so far we have dimensioned this. So we could now go to annotate, we could go to align. So now we want to create a new dimension to dimension the overall project. So the dimension of the overall project or the overall size should be bigger, so someone from far could see it very well. So I'm going to click on edit type, I'm going to click on duplicate, I'm going to name this dimension 2. So the numerical value is going to appropriately just make it 2. If you name the former dimension 1, it's going to automatically give it the name 2. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to go to this text size and I'm going to change it to 6. Then I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to select the edge of this extreme wall, the edge of this, click on this width and click on this width. So it's 19 meter by 11 meter, which is rather on the big end. So I'm going to still try and reduce the size a bit because this size is too much, to be honest. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to change this to 3.6 meter. I'm going to try and align this wall to suit. Okay, I'm going to click on this wall here because this wall, the width is not enough. I'm going to change this width, click on this, change this width to 1.5, 1.2. Click on this, change it to 4.2. Okay, click on this. Okay, align this here. Change this to 900. Click on this and change this to 900. Okay, align this here as well. Okay, so now we are just going to continue reducing this size. So for this staircase size, let me reduce it to 3.9 first. Okay, then I'm just going to push it here somewhere here. I'm also going to push this somewhere here, or let me just reduce it to 3.6. Okay, then I'm going to adjust this and try and align this here. I'm going to drag this and kind of align this wall here. I'm also going to click on this and reduce it to 1050. Okay, then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to reduce this to 2.7 meter. I'm going to click on this and reduce this to 7.5. Let me maintain this 7.5. Let me make it a very big convenience. Okay, then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to make sure this is let me reduce this to about, should I reduce it? Okay, let me leave it at 1.2. Okay, and reduce this, increase this length to about, let's say, okay, just align here. Click on dimension, annotate, dimension here. Okay, once I click on the annotate, I'm going to change this, click on this drop down and change this to dimension 1, dimension here to here, then also dimension here to here. Okay, so now we can see these dimensions now. So now we are just going to adjust this a bit. Let's change it to 1.2. And let's change this to overall dimension to 2.1. Okay, I think so far we have reduced this to 18 meter by 12 meter, which is not bad in of itself, although it's kind of big for its size. Like, to admit, to be honest, it's big. So currently, I don't want this wall to be here. I was just using it as an aligning mechanism. So I want this whole place to be free. So this place will be like a very great room with the dining, the living area. This will just be a very big living area. Okay, so now we have done this, we are going to start placing the grids. Now we have an idea of how the ground floor looks like. Okay, so what are grid lines? Grid lines are imaginary lines used in construction to help locate components of a building. It can also be used to make the design to create a more structurally and functionally stable design, making space alignment, which is very crucial to architectural designs and construction. So now I'm going to be using the grid lines in this project. To create them, I'm going to go under architecture. Under architecture, the same place where I saw the levels, I'm going to click on grid. If you notice, the level is grayed out here, meaning that you cannot use levels in plan view. So we're just going to click on grid to create grid. It's going to ask us to save the project. I don't need to save it for now, but it's important to always save your project timely so you will not lose your progress. Okay, so I'm just going to place one grid here. Okay, so while placing grids, the same way when we were placing walls and levels, it's always good to click on it and check the parameters of the grid, which you can check by clicking on edit in place and making sure these two ends are checked on, so the two bubbles will be showing. Okay, then I'm going to place the second grid. It's always good to place grids at key points in your design as well as external walls. So I'm going to be placing another one here. I'm going to be placing one here. Then I'm going to be placing the last one here. And another thing to note is when placing your grid, you should always place your grid from left to right. So you'll be starting from this side and going this way. Okay, and in the horizontal axis, you are going to place them from top to bottom. So I'm just going to drag this and align it here. Click on this grid, drag these two of them will go together, align it here, drag this and drag it out so it will not be interfering with the floor. Okay, so I'm going to click on grids again and I want to start drawing the horizontal grid. So I'm going to start from this wall here and I'm going to name it, instead of 6, I'm going to name it A. Okay, then I'm going to go under grid again. I'm going to be repeating the same thing. I'm placing some of this grid. I'm going to place one here. I'm going to place another one here. And I'm going to place one here too. And I'm going to place one here. And I'm going to place one here. Okay, so far it's looking good. So I'm just going to click on this grid. I'm going to make sure I align this here. Click on this one too. Align it, try and align it with the others. Then click on it again and move it. So all of them will move together. Let me align it with these last ones. Then try and move everything together. Now, as you can see, the grids are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So now these grid lines, the bubbles are too big and I'm going to edit the family. To do that, the same way I did for the levels, I'm going to do that for the grids. So I'm going to go under families here, click on this plus icon, go under annotation and look for grid. Click on this grid to know the name, 8mm bubble, grid line 2.4. Okay. M grid head circle. So I'm just going to take note of the name. So I'm going to look for the head here. Okay, see it, M grid head circle. So I'm going to right click and click edit. So now, as usual, I'm going to click on this text. I'm going to edit it. Instead of 4, I'm going to change it to 3 and I'm going to change it to Beber's Newer. Okay, then I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to click on this circle. I'm going to reduce the radius to about, let's say, 3.5. or 3mm. Okay, then I'm just going to click load into project, no, and I'm going to click override existing view. So as you can see, the grid lines are now looking not too big, they are now looking small, which is okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go back and minimize this family once more and continue working. So now I'm good to go to the first floor. So I'm just going to click on first floor plan. So as you can see on the first floor, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hide all these scope boxes, right click, hide in view by category. Then I'm also going to select this elevation spot point and I'm going to right click, highlight everything, right click, hide in view by category, which is fine. I'm going to select this reference plane, or select this reference plane, right click, hide in view by element. All right, so now as you can see on this first plan, we're only seeing the grid lines. We're not seeing anything on the ground floor. So to help us resolve this, because we want to be seeing things on the ground floor at the same time still be designing on the first floor, Revit makes provision for that, which is very easy. We are simply going to go under this underlay tab here. We are going to click on this drop down icon. We're going to click on DPC, so it's going to be looking at the DPC. So you can see the DPC walls in a grayed out manner, so it can help you visualize and align the walls you are creating on this first floor. Okay, so the first floor design is going to be simple. Just going to click on walls again. We're going to be using this main wall, 225 main wall. We're going to be changing the constraint from first floor. Instead of lintel level 2, we're going to be changing it to roof level. Okay, so we're just going to start drawing the walls. So we're just going to continue this wall here. I think we're going to stop it somewhere, let's say somewhere here. I'm going to draw a wall from this grid here. I'm going to draw another wall here. I may end up creating a cantilever here, but let's just continue. So I'm going to be drawing a wall here. Okay, I made a mistake. Let me delete this one. So I didn't get this wall to the center point. No wonder I wasn't aligning. So I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on wall again, and I'm going to just draw the wall. Okay, still didn't get it. Okay, I think this is the center line of the wall here. Okay, I think there is an issue with this wall. This wall, either the grid or this wall is not placed well. So I'm just going to try and draw the wall from this center point. Okay, I think the grid isn't placed well. Okay, so I'm going to click on this grid. I'm going to now try and move it. I'm going to zoom in very well, move it, and try and move it to the center point of the wall. Which, okay, I think this is it. So I'm just going to move it to this center point, so it will not be causing conflict. Okay, so now you can see that underlay aspect, that is the ground floor that is visible from the underlay, is kind of grayed out. You could highlight the walls on the first floor more graphically by simply clicking on VV to access the graphic visibility panel. So once you go to this visibility graphic override, you are now going to select walls. Under these walls, you are going to scroll down and look for walls here. Then once you have located this wall, you are going to go under this pattern. You are just going to click on this override button. You are going to go to floor plan, and we're just going to change it to brick wall, and we're going to click OK, apply. So now the wall kind of have a footprint, so now it will be easier to see the walls you're creating on the first floor. So we're just going to go on from where we stopped. We're going to continue drafting these walls out, and we're just going to try and follow this. Okay, I've placed this here. I'm also going to place this here as well. Like this, actually I'm trying to create a very simple design. So this is going to be, I'm going to try and make this as simple as possible. I'm also going to place this here as well. I'm also going to do the same, place this here, draw this one. Okay, so I'm just going to be creating the provisions for the possible bedrooms. Creating this provision here, creating this provision, drawing this wall here, joining this wall here. Then I'm just going to just draw this wall here. Okay, there's kind of a conflict here. This wall is not aligning well, so I'm just going to, even this wall too is not aligning well. So I'm just going to click on AL on my keyboard to access a shortcut for the align tool. Click on it and make sure the walls are aligning. AL, align this as well. So I'm going to continue using walls to continue drafting. I'm going to try and make sure that I select the center point so there won't be any conflict. Okay, so let me just continue drafting here as well as here. Yeah, I'm just going to basically replicate this bedroom. I'm going to, okay, I could even extend this here and extend this here. Then maybe I could now create a balcony here or something. All right, so now we've placed this, we have placed the major walls. So I'm now going to start just aligning and kind of trying to make everything set in place very well. So I'm going to use AL to be aligning these walls together, so there will not be any discrepancies. So I'm going to click this and make sure the walls are aligned. Then I'm just going to go and click on this wall tab here. Then I'm going to still try and create another extra wall somewhere here. All right, so I think that out of the way, we're now going to still create one more wall here just to make sure everything is good. And I think we have created the major wall, so I'm just going to make sure that. All right, so now once we reach this first floor, we will be working on the plans in tandem with the facade. So the decisions I'll be making now will be, I will start considering my facade and modeling and structure and massing of the model. So I can go to 3D now. To access 3D, we're at first floor, you just simply click on this 3D tab over here, this house icon here, to access your 3D. So now we can now start visualizing and imagining how our form will be. I could now go back to this ground floor or NGL where I placed the image, and I'm going to look at what I wanted to do. So I'm just going to look at this character and start trying to mimic it on the first floor. Okay, so I'm going to go to the first floor. I'm going to go to NGL. I could select these two images I sketched. I could just click on copy. To do that, I'm just going to go over here, click on copy to clipboard, then go and click on paste. Click on align to selected levels, then click the level I want to place it, first floor, which is first floor, and click OK. So now we'll go to first floor. We are going to see the image here. So from this sketch, I think I wanted to create a balcony here. So I'm going to do just that. Firstly, I'm going to go to 3D. I'm going to select these 4 walls here. Select 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm just going to change the constraint from first floor. I'm going to change it to roof level. Okay, so I'm going to go back to first floor now, and I can see these walls here. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. Okay, so since this is a space, I'm just going to look at this and I'm going to try and imagine doing that kind of thing. When I'm creating balconies in first floor, I always go to this base offset and impute a value minus 450. This minus 450 is just provisions for beam depth. So when you are doing the working drawings or you are creating actual beams in Revit, you will have considered it before creating it, so it will not be interrupting your facade or scattering the character of your building. So I'm just going to draw a wall here, and I think I'm going to use some line works to just get the size I want. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So I'm just going to draw a line from here to, let me look at this image again, about, let me use 750. Okay, then I'm just going to draw the line here. So I'm going to use the line as a reference to drag this wall and place here. Okay, so now I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to do another line work because I want this balcony to actually extend from here. So I'm just going to be creating feet from somewhere here to about 900 millimeter, and I'm just going to click it to jam here. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on wall again. So now I want to create some dwarf walls just like it's indicated here for these balconies. Okay, but for this dwarf wall, I don't want the dwarf walls to reach the roof level. So I want to just create dwarf walls. I don't want the dwarf wall to extend too much. So instead of this roof level, I'm going to click on this top constraint, and I'm going to change it to lintel level 2, just above the first floor. But this changing it to lintel level 2 is not enough. So I'm going to impute a value as the top offset as minus 1,800. So this remove 1,800 from the lintel level, remaining 750. That is 300 millimeter above the first floor if you calculate it. Then instead of putting this wall center line, I'm going to click on this drop down and click on finish face exterior. Then I'm going to pick here. Okay, not finish face exterior. I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to finish face interior. Then I'm just going to click here as well, click here too, click here to create this dwarf wall. Okay, so now currently, as you can see, we actually have a tricky situation here. This wall is actually fused together as one character. So what I'm going to do, to instead of causing much issues and making the whole thing so stressful, I'm just going to delete this wall here. Then I'm going to click on this wall here and extend it all the way to this point. Okay, then I'm just going to go to modify. I'm going to go to this 3D view. Then under this 3D view, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to click on this select line tool. Then I'm just going to click here, a line here, click a line here, click this line here, and I'm just going to try and trim it first. Trim this here, trim this here. So I'm going to be trying and mimicking the character I intended and sketched, but I'm just going to cut it at this point for now till I create the roof. That's when I'm now going to angle the lines or create an angle to get the character I want. So let me just leave this at this. Okay, so as you can see, you can see what we've created is looking good, and is if you go to back to the first floor, you can see what we imagined is actually coming out. Okay, so now we have done this and we have created this balcony. I'm going to start looking at the possibilities of creating one more balcony here. So this one is at the rear side of the building, so I don't need to do much. I'm just going to click on wall. Then under this wall, I'm just going to continue from this constraint. I said change this from wall in face interior to wall center line. Then pick this center point, pick this center point. And as usual, I'm having an issue with the placement, so I'm just going to try and place this here. I'm going to try and select this grid line. Then I'm going to try and move the grid line and place it at the center of this wall. Okay, so I don't know whether this is still aligning, but hopefully I don't think it has any issue. Okay, so as you can see, we have placed a lot of walls. We have brought out the main walls. Okay, let's just create this wall too. Okay, I'm going to reset this to 0, reset this to 0, change this from lintel level 2. I'm going to change it to roof level. Then I'm just going to draft out this wall accordingly. Okay, I remember now that I just wanted to create a WIC here, so I'm just going to draw a wall here. Okay, so this is going to be a closet and this is going to be a bedroom. Okay, so now I've drafted the major walls on the first floor. I'm going to go back to the DPC. Okay, so now I'm going to be placing the doors and I'm going to be placing the floors. But let's start from placing the floors. Okay, so to create floor in Revit is very simple. You go to architecture tab here, you now go to the floor, this floor icon here. So as usual, Revit will give you some default floors, but as usual, you can edit it. And remember what I said about floors. When you create floors, the thing offsets down from the level. The thickness of the floor offsets downwards from the level in which it is placed. So I'm just going to click on this floor here now. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. So I'm going to name this 01 floor main. Okay, then I'm going to click OK. All right, so now I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to change the floor thickness to 150. So now I'm just going to change the floor material. I'm going to create a material for the floor slab. I'm going to right click duplicate and I'm going to name this 01 floor slab. Okay, so now preferably you could put some layers, but I'll just prefer to just apply a material. I'm going to click on this box icon to change the material. Click on appearance, click on flooring. Then I'm just going to click on this. Okay, let me just look for some nice floor tiles. I'm going to click on this black, this bisected squares. Click on apply, click on OK, and click on OK. Click OK. So now we've created a 150mm thick floor. So we're just going to be using these tools here to sketch the profile. So I'm going to click on this line here. I'm going to now draft to this point because this is the terrace. I want it to be open. Draft to this point here. Draft here. Also draft to this point. Okay, I'm going to be stopping at this point even though this wall extends here. So typically it's always good to draw the profile of your wall and the perimeters of the wall, but me, I usually, for visualization purpose, I usually prefer drawing it within the perimeter of the wall. That is the inner perimeter of the wall. So this is something based on a personal choice, so you doesn't necessarily need to follow it, but it's just my own way of doing it because of visualization. So in working drawings, I use tail line and some field region work to make sure it's correct. Okay, so I'm just going to draw this here. I'm going to draw this and stop this here as well. Maybe stop this here. Stop this here. And stop this here. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so as you can see, if you go to 3D view, you are going to see so now this our 3D is just black and white. To add some colors and for you to start appreciating the materials, you are just going to go over here first. You are going to click on this detail level and change it to fine. So after clicking on the detail level and changing it to fine, you are going to click on this box icon and change the graphic display options and change it to shaded. So this will now give you a more colored perspective view, so you can see the color of the materials you are applying while creating your walls and creating your building. All right, so we are going to go and start. So now we've created the floor on the ground floor level. We are going to go back to this NGL and we're going to start creating the steps. Okay, so we are going to create the steps. We are going to go to architecture. Under this architecture, we are going to click on these stairs. So now we are going to change this from assembly staircase. We are going to click on this drop down and we are going to change it to monolithic staircase. So we are going to make sure it's from NGL to the DPC. We are going to change this actual thread depth to 300 just for to ensure. Then we are just going to click on this create sketch. Okay, so now in creating staircase, there are some simple things you need to know. You need to understand the boundary lines, the riser, and the stair path. So we're going to start from the boundary lines. The boundary lines is like the guard of the stairs where you want the stairs to flow through. So we're just going to draw two boundary lines. We're now going to click on this riser line. So we're going to use this riser line to close the loop. So this is one riser now. So we are going to create another one just to make it two risers. Then we're going to create the stair path. The stair path is now how you want the stair to go. So I want it to go this way. So I'm just going to draw the stair path here. So now I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now as you can see an arrow going this way. So we don't want the steps to be going this way. We want it to go up. That is leading to this terrace here or this drop off. So we're going to click on flip. So once we click on flip, it's going to change direction going upwards. So now I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so now we are just going to go to this 3D view. Firstly, we are going to click on this railing. We don't need it, delete it. We're also going to rotate this and click on this railing too and just delete it. So now we want to look at it very well. So we're going to click on this wall HH to temporarily hide it. Click on this HH. Click on this wall HH too. Click on this wall HH. So now we have hit these walls. We are now going to edit. So as you can see, this entrance step is not looking good. We want to edit it in such a way this place we don't want to see this beveled edge. So it's very simple and we want to apply the same material we applied on this floor and apply it on this stairs. So we're going to click on it and we're going to click edit in place. Okay, so now we've clicked on edit in place. We're now going to click on this run type. We're going to click on it. So under this run type, we're now going to put this monolithic material. We're going to click on it and we're just going to assign this 01 floor slab. Okay, so now we've done this. We're now going to change this underslide surface. We're going to change it from smooth to stepped. After changing it to stepped, we're now going to change it to the thickness to 300. Then we're going to click apply and we're going to click OK, apply and click OK. So as you can see, it has adjusted to fit very well. So I'm just going to click on H arrow to unhide the elements I hid. So I'm just going to go to this NGL too. So now I'm going to create another set of steps for this rear terrace view. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to steps. Then I'm just going to click on edit sketch. Then I'm just going to draw my boundary lines first. Then I'm going to draw the risers. Then I'm going to click on stair path and I'm going to draw the stair path at this center point. Click finish. Then I'm going to click on flip and I'm going to click finish. Then I'm going to click on this railing. I'm going to delete it. Click on this railing to delete it. Okay, so now we are done. We have created the entrance steps. So now we are just going to use some dwarf walls to just cover up this place, so it will not be just, you will not just see slab here. So I'm going to go to walls. Under these walls, I'm going to click on this normal main wall, and I'm going to click on the top offset to about 75. Then I'm just going to draw the walls here. Align it here. I'm going to draw the wall here too. And I'm just going to place it here. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to use detail line and I'm just going to draw the line here. I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to drag it to this point. Okay, so now if you go back to the 3D view, we are going to see what we've done and it's actually looking nice. So now we are going to go to the first floor and we're going to create floors for the first floor. So now we have already identified where we want to create our balconies. As usual, I'm also going to do some little more editing. For instance, look at this place now. I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on this split element and I'm going to split these two walls here. Split this two walls. So now I split this one. I'm going to click on this one and make sure the offset is minus 450. Since it's going to be located where a possible beam is going to be. Okay, so now I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on floor. So I'm going to be using our normal floor. So I'm just going to create it by creating this floor. So now this space is where our stairway will be. So I'm going to leave it empty till we create the stairway. Then I'm going to adjust it and make sure it fits. I'm going to draw another wall here. Draw this wall here. Draw this wall here. Draw this floor here. Draw this floor and draw this line here. Then I'm just going to draw this here. Okay, then I'm going to click finish and click on don't attach. Okay, then I'm going to look at it from the 3D view. So as you can see from this 3D view, you can see the floors here. You can see how good this is looking. So now we are going to go back to the ground floor DPC, and we want to draw our stairway now. Okay, I may end up removing this wall, but let's see how it goes. So now I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to steps. Where is steps? I'm going to go to step. So now I'm still going to be using this monolithic stair, but I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to duplicate it because I don't want the setting for the steps I use for the entrance to be the same setting I'm going to use for this our normal stairway. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on this monolithic run. I'm going to change it from stepped to smooth. Then I'm going to change the structural depth to about 150. Then I'm going to click OK. Click OK. All right, so now I'm just going to use this sketch, create sketch, and I'm going to sketch the profile of this stairway. I'm going to draw this boundary line to about 4.5. Let's see if it will work. I'm going to draw this here too. Draw this to about 4.5. Then I'm going to be clicking on this offset tool, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 meter. So I'm going to offset 1.2 here, offset 1.2, offset 1.2. Okay, this should be more than enough, self. So I'm just going to put trim here. So now I'm going to click on the riser, and I'm just going to draw some risers here. So now I've drawn one riser. I'm going to click on this offset tool, and I'm going to offset it by 300 millimeter. And I'm just going to be offsetting it. Okay, I made a mistake before creating this stairway. I'm just going to click on close. I didn't set the constraint well. So once you click on stairway, I'm just going to set the constraint to first floor instead of lintel level 2. I'm going to go to edit type and make sure the setting I set previously is what I want, and I'm going to click OK. Click OK. Then I'm just going to click on this create sketch, and I'm going to start drawing the profile. This time I'm going to make it 4.2. I'm going to draw this profile 4.2 as well here. Then I'm going to click on this offset tool, and I'm going to offset 1.2 meter around. I'm going to offset 1.2 here, offset 1.2, offset 1.2. Then I'm just going to trim this. Then I'm just going to click on riser, and I'm going to draw this here. So now I'm going to click on this offset tool, and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter from here. Okay, so now I've offset this. I'm just going to select all this. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy it to this point. Okay, so this is already giving us we have created more than enough risers. So I could just delete 3 of this. I could just delete 3 of this. So it's showing us 6 risers remaining. So I'm going to draw another set of risers here. Click on this riser, draw another set of risers here. Then I'm going to click on offset by 300, offset 1. Okay, so it's showing us 3 risers remaining. Then I can just create 2 from here and maybe 1 more here. Okay, so now I've created all this. I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this riser to this boundary line. If I don't trim this, it's not going to create this staircase. So now I'm going to click on the stair part, and I'm going to just select this, or rather I could just click on this select line tool. Then I'm going to click on offset and click on 600, because 600 is half of 1.2. So once I select these perimeter lines, it's just going to offset 600. Okay, Ctrl Z. This was I'm going to click on stair part, click on select, make sure the line offset is 600. Then I'm just going to be selecting these lines here and just using it as a reference point to pick it. Then I'm just going to click on trim to trim this. Okay, then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now the stair is flowing how I want it to flow. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now we've created our stairway. So we're going to go to 3D view, and we're going to look at how it is from 3D. So firstly, I want to delete these walls here because I want to create a nice effect on this stairway. So after I'm done deleting this wall, let me just select this and make sure it's not okay. I'm going to go to DPC. I'm going to you click on this split element tool. I'm going to split here. Then I'm going to click escape. I'm going to go back to 3D view. Then I'm going to select this wall and delete it. So now what I want is I want this wall, the bottom of this wall now, to be at this landing level. So I'm just going to modify it to fit what I want it to fit. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on top view. I'm just going to use this split element and split this wall now. So now I'm going to select these 4 walls and I'm going to change their base constraint from first floor. I'm going to change it to DPC. Okay, I'm change it to lintel 1. Then I'm going to click on minus 900 millimeter and see how deep it goes. So as you can see that this minus 900 is just suitable and I think it fits in well. So I think it will give the effect I want to create with it, which I think is okay. So now I'm going to go back to this NGL and I'm now going to draw a wall here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. So this wall in this NGL will now be from wall NGL to minus lintel, and I'm going to put the same minus, okay, this time minus 600. Then I'm just going to draw the wall here and draw the wall here. So if you go back to this 3D view, we are going to see this place, this wall actually fills up this place, and the stairway is not visible in the 3D, but it's still covered and it still gives me that nice effect I want to create, which is totally awesome. So now we're going to go back to the first floor. Now we've created the stairway and we're going to click on this floor and we're now going to adjust the footprint. So we're going to click on edit, then we're just going to drag this and place this here. Then now I'm going to click on, okay, drag this and place it to this point. I think this is where the riser stopped. Then I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. So now we don't want people to fall down from this place, so I'm just going to create a small railing to kind of guard this place. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railing. So under this railing, I'm now going to change this from a handrail rectangular. I'm going to change it to 900 millimeter pipe. Then I'm just going to draw a railing profile, draw a 75 millimeter from this point, then just draw it down to here. Then click on finish. Then if you go back to 3D view, you are going to see, let's look at how it's looking. So you can see it's looking good. You could see the stairway. Okay, I even think this staircase was too much, but let's just adjust it. So I think this our staircase has an issue, like the thing offset, the thing went beyond the first floor. So I'm just going to click on edit stair, click on this and click on edit sketch. Then I'm going to go back to the DPC and look at what is actually the issue. Okay, so it's showing 20 risers created. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so I'm going to click finish again. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on this desired number of risers, this dimension. So this is very important. So now currently this desired number of risers is 20 and I don't want it to be 20. It's supposed to be 23. Okay, because I want, once you click on 23, it's automatically going to change this actual riser height. So it's always good to take note of those calculations before creating stairway. So the desired number is now 23. I'm now going to click on edit stairs. I'm going to click on this edit sketch. So I can see that now there are now 3 risers remaining. So meaning the calculation I made was wrong. So I'm going to click on this offset tool and I'm going to offset 300, offset 300, offset this. So now I'm just going to use this trim tool here and I'm going to trim everything to align, adjoin with this line. Going to also do this here, do this here, do this here, do this here. Then I'm going to click finish. And I'm going to click finish again. So I'm going to go back to this first floor. Since I've adjusted this, I'm going to click on the first floor footprint, click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to drag this back to this point. I'm going to click finish, don't save. So now I'm going to click on this railing, click on edit part. Then I'm going to highlight everything, click on move, and I'm just going to drag this from this point to this point, and I'm going to click finish, which I think is awesome. Okay, so now I think we're done with the sketching of the floors and we are done with the staircase. All right, so now we are done with the wall and drafting. I'm going to create railings for these balconies. Okay, so to create railings, we're going to go under this architecture tab. We're going to just click on this railing option here. So this railing option, under this properties panel, we could click this drop down icon to see an array of options for railings. So I'm just going to be going with this glass panel bottom fill. So I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to draw our profile. So it's always good to take cognizance of the fact that if you are drawing a railing profile, you can only draw a single profile in one instance. So you cannot like draw multiple profiles while creating it. So you need to draw one single chain of railing. And it's always good to make sure you click on this chain icon here. It makes sure it's ticked on so you could draw a chain of railing. So once you have drawn the profile, you are just going to click on finish. Okay, so if you go back to the 3D view, we're going to see the railing we've done. Okay, for this project, I want to create a minimalist themed design. So I won't want this kind of cumbersome railing. So I'm going to start trying to work on the railing to give it the minimalist option I want. So firstly, I'm going to click on this railing. Then I'm going to click on edit type. Okay, before clicking on edit type, I'm going to go under this base offset. Since you can see that a huge portion of the railing is submerged into this dwarf wall, so I'm just going to go to this base offset and I'm going to give it a base offset of 300 millimeter, so it should just come on top. Okay, so now we want to start working on this railing, but first of all we need to create some balusters and we need to create some handrails or banisters. So we're going to start from the handrails. We want a much more slimmer handrail. Okay, so to do that, we're going to go under file, we're going to go under new. Under this new, we're going to click on family. Then we're going to go into English metric to select our family template. Click on English metric. Then we're just going to scroll down and look for metric railing. Okay, so you can see metric profile rail and we're just going to click on open. All right, so now we are going to be drawing the profile of the handrail we want to do. Personally, I want it very small and I want it minimalist. So I'm just going to click on this line here and I'm just going to simply draw a very narrow profile. I'm going to draw it at, let's use 12.5 millimeter, or okay, let's use 10 millimeters. 15 millimeters here and another 20 millimeters here. So it's just 20 millimeters thick, which I think is awesome. So I'm just going to draw and kind of give it a hollow portion. Then I'm just going to select the profile. I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to make sure I move it to this point here. All right, so now I've done this, I'm going to click on Ctrl S to save this profile. Then I'm going to rename it. Currently I want to override it with a previous family, so I'm just going to click. You could give it any name you want. In the case of this video, I'm naming it handrail mini. That means minimalist, so I'm just going to click on save. Then yes, I want to replace original. Okay, this is all fine and good. So now I'm just going to click on load into project and I'm going to click on and override. Okay, so now I've loaded it into project. The next family I want to be creating is some balusters, but these balusters, I don't want them to be thick like this one. I want them to be slim and narrow, and I want them to have this contemporary look. So to do that, I'm going to first go to family, file. Under file, I'm going to go under new. Under this new, I'm going to go to family. Under this family, I'm going to go to the look for the English metric template. Then I'm going to go to English metric face based. So I'm just going to scroll down until I see English metric generic face based. So I'm just going to click on this English metric generic face based model. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click OK. All right, so now I've done this, I'm now simply going to work on this. So I'm just going to click on extrusion and I'm just going to draw an extrusion here. I'm going to draw a box and draw the banister. So I'm just going to draw the box from this point. I'm going to click on this dimension. I'm going to make the box, let's say 10 millimeters. Okay, I want to make it narrow and slim. So I'm just going to make it, let's say 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters. Okay, which I think is okay. So I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to try and centralize this point to this place. Then I'm also going to try and click on this and centralize this to the middle. So now I've created this, I'm just going to give it an extrusion and I'm going to make it 900 millimeters. Then I'm just going to change the material. I'm going to just right click on this material library editor. Then I'm going to click on duplicate material and I'm going to change it to steel. Okay, then I'm just going to click on this icon here to just access the material library and I'm going to give it a material. Okay, so now we found the desired material. We're going to click on this two-way icon. We're going to click on apply. Then let's just wait a while because sometimes it takes time to load. Then I'm going to click OK. So now I've done this, I'm going to click on finish. So after creating this, I want to create some clips that will hold the glass panels in place as well. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to go to create again. I'm going to go to create extrusion. Okay, so this time around, I'm just going to go about 5 millimeters from this point. Then I'm just going to go about, let's say, another 5mm from here, or 2.5, as the case may be, because I think the glass panels are 5mm thick. Then I'm just going to draw it up until 15mm and give it another 5mm here, or I'm going to make this 2.5. Okay, so now I've created this. I'm going to delete these two lines. I'm just going to select this profile. I'm going to click on this mirror by sketch. Then I'm going to pick this line here and just draw a line here. I'm going to select all of this. I'm going to click on mirror by pick path and mirror this here. Then I'm going to change this to 75mm, so it won't be too high like the railing. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to rotate this. So currently this is our baluster, but we have not created a baluster family. As you remember, this is just a face-based family. So we're going to save this. Let's just save this as W, and we're going to click on save. All right, so now we've created this. We're now going to go over file again. We're going to go to new. Under this new, we're going to go to family. So now we are just going to create a baluster. Okay, let's go to metric, English metric template library. So we're now going to click on this metric baluster and we're going to click OK. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go under create. We're going to go to set work plane. We're going to go to pick work plane. Then we're just going to pick this diagonal line here and we're going to click on open view. Instead of, we're just going to click on floor plan reference level. Click on open view. So now we've done this. We're now going to go to under this create tab. We're going to go on this component. Then they are now going to tell us that there is no component family loaded in this project. Would you like to load one? And we are going to click on yes. So now we are going to go where we located that W face-based family we just created. So let me just quickly get to the location. So once we've done this, I'm just going to click on this W and I'm going to click on open. And I'm just going to place it here. So now I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to go back to this left view and I'm going to see what we've done. So as you can see the baluster family here. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this two-way icon to place it appropriately. So now I've placed this, I'm just going to try and centralize it and manually centralize it first. So I'm going to go under create here. I'm now going to go and click on this reference line. Okay, so I'm going to set they are going to ask us to pick a work plane. So currently we're in left view, so I'm going to click on this drop down icon and I'm going to click on this reference plane center left right. Then I'm going to click on it and click OK. So I'm going to try and go carefully and select this center point here, and I'm just going to draw a reference line from this center point 90 degrees, that is perpendicular to this line here. Then I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to annotate. Under annotate, I'm going to go to angled. So I'm just going to click on this reference line. I'm going to dimension it to this reference plane here. Click on the dimension. Then once I've dimensioned it, I'm going to click on this dimension and I'm going to lock it in place. Okay. So now we've locked it in place. If you go over to this tab here and we click on this and we just change this angle, bottom cut angle, to 15 degrees, you are going to see that it's going, if I click on apply, you're going to see it's going to change and it's going to go with this baluster. So we're just going to click OK. Okay, so now we've done this, I think we're almost good to go. So we could just click on this and we could click on AL align. That is AL align. So once you click on AL, we are going to select this panel here, this reference line here, and we're going to try and align it to the center of this baluster. Then we're going to lock it in place just to make sure everything is set. So now we've done this, I think our baluster is ready. Then we're just going to click on Ctrl S and we're going to name this Minimalist Baluster. All right, so I'm just going to click on save to make sure I save it. Then I'm going to load it into the project. Then I'm going to click on load into project. I'm going to load it into our project. Click OK and load into it. So I hope you follow this part well to know how I created these two families. So now when I want to start using these families, so the first thing to do is to click on this railing, click on edit type. So we're going to start from the top down. So we're going to start from this railing structure, non-continuous. We're going to click on edit. So firstly, these two railings are these two middle railings or intermediate railings here. So we don't need them. I'm going to select this and I'm going to click on delete. Yes, I'm going to select these two, delete, and click OK. Okay, so now we've deleted them. If I click apply, you're going to see it's going to reflect. So I'm going to go to this second part, baluster placement, edit. So now for this baluster placement, we need to work very well now. So I'm going to click on all this start and post, and I'm just going to change it to this minimalist baluster we brought in. Click on this, change it to minimalist baluster. Click on this, change it to minimalist baluster. So now we are going to go over this regular baluster M glazed. These are these glass panels here. So we're going to change the base offset to 0. We're going to change this top offset to 0 as well. Okay, so we're going to leave everything pretty much the same. Then we're just going to click on this regular baluster and change it to minimalist baluster. Then we're just going to click on apply. Okay, apply. So as you can see we are going to just click OK. Let's just look at it for a minute. So you can see the balusters, you can see the panels, and it's clipping these panels. Yes, it has some issues here and there, but I think we are on point and we are getting something close to what we want. So I'm just going to click on this edit type. I'm going to click on this railing. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm going to go over here now. So this is the top rail. There is this major big railing, and this is looking too bulky and we don't want it. So we're going to use that railing we created. So I'm just going to click on this type and change it from this M elliptical head rail. I'm going to click on this drop down icon, and I'm just going to change this to handrail minimalist. Change it here. Then I'm going to assign a material to it. So let me duplicate and call this. Let me just assign maybe, let's say, wood railing, wood rail. Okay, since it's steel we use for the balusters, I think it will be consistent with character. We just use steel as well. So I'm going to select this steel and I'm going to click OK. Okay, it's hanging a bit. Apply and OK. Apply and OK. So as you can see how simplistic this our railing is looking now. We've edited this. Okay, and one important thing, we even forgot to duplicate it. So that is one thing, a very important thing you should remember while working in Revit. Always click on edit type, duplicate your railing before you start editing it, so you will not override Revit's original template railings or families. So I'm going to just name this, although I'm doing this late, but I'm just going to name this minimalist railing. Okay, then I'm just going to, let me correct this spelling. Then I'm going to click on OK, and I'm going to click on OK. So now we've created our custom railing. You saw we did it from top to scratch. Like I promised, I'll be explaining everything in this video. So I'm going to go back to this first floor, and I'm going to be placing this railing where it's needed again. So I'm going to go under architecture. I'm going to go to railing again. So now we are just going to click on this drop down and select the minimalist railing. So we're just going to make sure the base offset is 300 as you saw in the previous railing. Click on this and just create our railing easily. And just join it here and click finish. So if you go back to this 3D, you are going to see even at this point the railing is nice and it's looking simple and minimalistic. Alright, so now we're done creating the railings. I think we'll now start entering the juicy part of Revit, which is placement of doors and windows. Okay, so we're going to go to this DPC first of all, and we're going to start placing our doors. Okay, I have something special in mind for this entrance door, so we are just going to wait till then, but we're going to be placing doors in all these other spaces. So to place doors in Revit is simple. You go under this architecture tab and you can see the door icon mopping at you. So you're just going to click on this door icon. So Revit already, by the default template of Revit, it gives you option of doors to select from, but I don't usually like Revit doors, so you need to pardon me for that, but we are going to start using our own doors. So I'm going to click on this load family, and I'm going to be importing my own door from my own private library. So I'm just going to access the folder where I kept the private library from my file explorer. Okay, so under my family, you could see everything sorted out. You can see the doors and other kind of families and models in Revit. So we're going to go to this internal doors. So I'm just going to be looking for a single swing door to use for this project. Okay, so I think I'll be selecting this internal single swing door, and I'm going to click in on open. Okay, at the end of this video, I'm going to be leaving this project file for free. So from there, you could access it and get all the families I used for this project, as well as all these templates we've modified and created together. So I'm going to leave it totally free for you to access. So this course will be much easier for you, and you could go there from there and be an expert in Revit. So I'm going to go into now, and I've loaded in this door. I'm going to, as you can see, you could see the swing of the door. If I'm hovering around these walls, you could see it appearing and disappearing, though I've not created it. So I'm just going to click on this door, and I'm going to edit it. So I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to name this D1 so it will be easy for me to reference later. Okay, so now I've named this D1 because this is like my basic door I'll be using. So I'm just going to go over these parameters and dimensions, and I'm going to edit the ones I need to edit. So first of all, I'm going to change this rough height to 2.1 meter. Okay, then I'm going to change this rough width to 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to click OK. So now we can start placing some doors. So let's say we place a door here, a normal single swing here. We place another one here. And let's say we place one more here, somewhere here, I think, because this will be a kitchen. Okay, then we place another one maybe here. Okay, this is all fine and good, but as you can see, we are not even seeing the hinges of the door. Does it mean this door family doesn't have hinges? Because if you look at the image we imported, it has hinges. What is the problem? The problem is simply the detail level. So we're going to go over to this tab here. We're going to click on it and change it from coarse to fine detailed, so every detail will be showing. So now you can see the hinges of the door, which will aid you. You could also see the extra layer of plaster we created while modeling the wall, which gives you more idea of how the project really is. So I'm going to click on this wall door. I'm just going to, I could always adjust it by using these modify tools, and I'm just going to push it to this point here. Okay, so now I want to place a smaller door, but I want to place a smaller version of this door in this convenience here. So it's simple as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on door. I'm going to click on this D1. I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm going to click on duplicate. So Revit is automatically going to add a numeric value to name it D1 too, but I just want it to be D2 entirely. So I'm going to click on change this to D2, click on OK. Then I'm only going to change this width now from 900 millimeter. I'm going to change it to this rough width to 750, which is the standard size for smaller doors in West Africa basically. So I'm going to click OK. All right, so now I'm just going to be placing these smaller doors. I think I'm going to place another smaller door here. Okay, I think this needs to be a smaller door. I'm going to change it from D1 to D2. So you can see I could easily access them in my properties panel where I can see the list of doors. I'm going to modify this, push this here. Okay, so I'm also going to be placing some doors here. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on doors. Then I'm going to place one here as well. I'm going to place one here at this center point. Okay, so now I want to import some double swing doors because I want to use some double swing doors, especially for this entrance here and for this part section here. Okay, and as usual, I'm still going to open up this wall because I don't want it locked up. So I'm going to go into load family again. So now I'm going to look for a nice, beautiful double swing. Let me just use this one that has glazing. I think, okay, I'm going to look for one that has a big swing and a small swing. So I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to click on open. All right, so now I've loaded in this door. I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to name this D3. So now I've named this D3. As usual, I told you why I'm giving it this name, so it will be easy for me to reference later. So I'm just going to change this rough height to 2.1 meter, and I'm going to change this rough width to 1.2 meter. So another thing to consider while working on this kind of double swing, they are going to give you an option for the main panel width. So I'm going to change the main panel width from 960 to 750. So everything will be relative and balanced. I'm going to click apply and I'm going to start placing it. So you can see the bigger swing and the smaller swing. If you want the bigger swing to switch to the other side, you just click on space on your keyboard so you can swing wherever you want. So I'm just going to place this one here. I'm also going to go here and place another one here. Okay, now for this living area. So also, as I said earlier, I don't need this wall here, so I'm just going to delete this wall. I want this stairway to be accessible and open to all. Then now I want to place a sliding door here. I'm just going to click on this door. I'm going to click on this two-way icon to change the swing. So now I want to put a nice long big sliding glass here, sliding door glass, like sliding glaze door. So to do that, I'm just going to go click out. Then I'm going to go to doors again. I'm going to click on load family. Then I'm just going to be going back and I'm going to try and load in a sliding door. So I'm going to go under this sliding door family. So I'm just going to select this 3-panel sliding door and I'm going to click open. Okay, so now I've loaded in this sliding door. I'm going to start editing it. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to duplicate and I'm going to name it D4. So now I'm just going to click OK and I'm going to change the width of the door to 3 meters. So if you divide 3 meters by 3 panels, it means each of the panel will be 1 meter. So it's always good to take note of those calculations. The frame thickness will be 40 millimeters. The height of the door will be 2.1 meter, which correlates with the height of our lintel. So I'm just going to click OK, and you can see the door will be placed at 3 meters. So I'm just going to try and place it here. So you can see that the light from the windows I'll create here will be thrown into this space here, which is giving us a provisions for a more very nice design. Okay, so now we have placed with these doors on the ground floor. At least to some extent, we could go to the first floor and we could repeat some of these things we have done. Okay, so in the first floor, I could just go under from this ground floor and I could copy some doors direct to the first floor, especially when the walls are aligned. For instance, let's look at this place now. On the first floor, if you click on the first floor, we have a space here, and I think the space is a family lounge, so the sliding door can serve for it too. So I'm going to go back to this DPC. I'm going to click on this door here. Then I'm just going to go over and just click on this copy to clipboard. Click on this copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm just going to select the first floor and I'm going to click OK. Then if you go to first floor, you're just going to see how it placed here, and it's placing very nice. So I could do the same, and okay, I don't need to do the same again. Let me just start placing my doors regularly. Okay, so I'm just going to go to door again. So now you can see that the way I named them D1, if I'm just scrolling through all these large portions of doors, I'm just going, once I see D1, I'm going to know this is the basic 900 millimeter door I want. So giving it all these kind of annotations is really important, and it could be helpful, especially as a BIM professional. So I'm going to click on this D. Of course, I'm going to change this from coarse to fine detail, so I'll be saying the hinges. So I'm just going to click on this, click on space to place it very well, place this here, click on space, place this here. Let's say, okay, this is the convenience for this room. I'm also going to place another door here. All right, then I'm thinking of, okay, I might change the design in future, but whatever. Let me just place another door here and place another door here. Okay, so now we have done this. We have placed some doors here. Let's just place some doors here. Let me just place one door here. Okay, I'm going to place this at the center. All right, this is a master bedroom with its walk-in closet. So let me just adjust this bed to this door to this point. Okay, let me just adjust. Okay, I think this door, let me just leave it here at first. All right, so now we're just going to click on this wall. We're going to drag this wall down because we want this wall not to cover this entrance here. So now I'm just going to adjust this to this point here. Then I'm going to do annotate, and I'm going to use some line works to give me a more proper idea of how I want these spaces to be. So I'm going to be drawing provisions for some wardrobes. Draw a line here just to indicate it. Then I'm going to extend another line to somewhere here to about 2.1. Draw it here to about 600. Then I'm just going to use some diagonal lines to cross it just to indicate that, okay, this place will have some wardrobes. Then I'm still going to place some actual wardrobe models later on. So I'm going to place this here. All right, so now we've done this. Okay, we are now going to go here and we're going to place some more doors. So I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on doors. So I'm just going to click on this drop down icon. I'm going to look for the door we call D3. Then I'm just going to try and place it here. Okay, so now I think we have done with most of these doors we are creating here. So the next aspect I want to enter is placing windows. Okay, so let's go back to the DPC. So just as placing doors, placing windows is just so simple in Autodesk Revit as well. It's not that hard. You are going to go to this architecture tab. We are going to see windows here. So we're just going to click on it. Of course, Revit's default template gives us a wide array of windows to select from. But of course, I don't want to use these windows. I want to load in my own windows from my personal library. So I'm going to click on load family. Okay, then I'm just going to go back, and so now we're just going to exit this door folder. Then we're going to look for windows. So I arranged them alphabetically so I could easily. So we're going to go and load some casement windows. So I want some long casement windows that is just simple, nothing much. So just two-way long casement window. So let me just hold control and zoom in very well so I can see the windows very well, so I can make my choice properly. Okay, so I think this window can serve. So I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to click open. Okay, so now I've clicked on this window, I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm just going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this one W1. Okay, then I'm going to click OK. So now I've done this, I'm going to edit the height and the width. So the height, I want to make the height let's say 1.8. Then I want to make the width let's say 750. Okay, so this is a narrow and long window. So I'm going to change this default sail height. If you don't know what sail height is the distance between the base of the window and the soffit floor from which it is placed. For instance, if you place a window at the ground floor, the sail height will be from the ground floor to the base of the window. So I want this sail height, since our lintel is 2.1 minus 1.8, that is the height of the window, is 300. So it's important to put in this value so it will colorate and you have a unified lintel. So I'm going to click on OK, and I'm just going to click on OK. They're asking me to save project. I'm just going to quickly save it. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to place the window here. Let's say I place one here and I place another one here. So as you can see on these plans, you could see the graphics of the window. So depending on the kind of window family you place, it might appear differently. So I could also place maybe some windows. Okay, let me just place one here, and let me just place one here and place one here. So I could also go over here. I could place one here and I could place one here. Okay, this is a kitchen. These windows are too long for it. I could go to this bedroom. I could place one here and I could place one here. So while placing these windows, you could always go to annotate, you could go to align, and you could use dimension to just help you place where the windows will be. So let me just dimension this very well and place this. So now let's say I clip the spacing of this window to about 150 from the edge of this wall, and I put the spacing of this window to about 150 from the edge of this wall. Okay, so now I've done that, I could easily select these two windows. I could click on copy, click on this copy to clipboard, then click on paste, align to selected level, click on first floor and click OK. So if you go to this 3D view and we just rotate it, let's see, look at the windows we've created. So they are looking nice, very simple, kind of this minimalist touch, very simple and clean looking windows. Okay, so now we are just going to copy the rest of the windows, and it's always good to try and align windows on the ground floor and first floor, so it will kind of simplify the facade, not windows scattered everywhere. So you can do that by placing all the windows you want to place on the ground floor first before placing them on, before copying them and trying to unify. It doesn't mean they must strictly follow the pattern on the ground floor, but they should be somewhat close, so it will lead to a very more unified and simple design. So let's just place these windows, and let me just dimension here and place some of these windows too as well. So I'm just going to, okay, I could just delete these two windows here. I don't need them here. So let's say I want to place 3 windows here. I'm going to click this and I'm going to click copy. Then I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to copy this to about 2.7. So now I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to align. So I'm just going to select this and a dimension from here, from this point. Dimension here, click here as well, click here as well, click here as well. Then I'm going to dimension this. So I want to create a very unified facade. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to make the spacing from here about 1.5 meter. Then I'm going to try and repeat the same thing for this other window. So I'm going to click on this, make this 1.5. I'm also going to click on this and make it 1.5 meter. Then as usual, now I've placed this, I'm going to select these 3 windows and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, and I'm just going to click on first floor and I'm going to click OK. So let's just take a glance, go to 3D and take a glance at the 3D and see what we've done. And you could see we are doing some nice work. So now we have placed the basic type of window. We now want to place some windows for the conveniences. So typically in human being designs, windows for conveniences are usually much smaller, so they will not show or display people's privacy, which is very important in design. So we are going to be using a different kind of window for the convenience. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go under all these windows here. Then I'm just going to click on load model, load family. Then under this load family, I'm going to be going to another folder and going back to casement and looking for one of the simplest windows possible. I could hold Control to zoom in so I could see the images of these windows I want to select from. So I'm just going to look for a simple single swing casement window. Okay, I think I've seen what I want to use. I think I saw it. Okay, look at it. Casement plane single. Okay. So now, as usual, we're going to edit this window. So this time I'm going to name this window W2. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to name this W2. So I'm going to click OK. So now I've clicked OK. I'm going to change the default head height to 2.1 meter. Okay. Then I'm going to change the width of the window to 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to change the height of the window to 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to look for if they have a parameter for the sail height. Let me just check for it and see if they have it. Okay, I don't think they have any parameter for sail height, so I'm just going to click OK. So under this sail height, you are going to see a parameter here. The sail height is 1.2. Okay, they have the parameter for the head height, so it automatically gives you a parameter for the sail height. So I'm just going to place this at the center of this convenience here. Okay, so as you can see, this window is looking kind of weird because it's kind of interjecting with the wall, and the reason why is that this window is just placed above the view range of this floor plan. What is view range? You know, every floor plan is a horizontal section. So imagine every floor plan like you using a scissors or an axe or even a machete to cut through horizontally a building, and you're looking for the top. That is a floor plan. So the place where we cut through is actually at 1.2 meter, and the bottom of this window is still at that same 1.2 meter. So you'll not be able to appreciate the full view of the window, and so we are going to change this. So to do that, we are going to go under this properties panel here. We are going to click on view range and we're going to click on edit. So we're going to change the view range offset. We're going to change it from 1.2 to 1.8 meter, which I think is fine. Click on apply and click on OK. So you can now see the window in its full majestic beauty. Then we're just going to go to this 3D view. We're going to rotate and we're going to see what is here. So as you can see, what we're just going to do is simply we're going to click on this window. We're going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then we're just going to paste to the first floor. And we're going to click OK. So we are going to be working more and just placing out the necessary windows remaining before we now start working on cutting walls. Alright, so we are just going to continue and copy some of these windows and place them at the remaining locations. So for instance, we have two windows here. I could easily just select these two windows. Then I could just click on this mirror tool here. Then I'm just going to select this, click on this mirror by draw axis. Then I'm just going to go to this point, draw a point from here and draw another point 45 degrees from here. So the windows will be able to mirror perpendicularly. So I could just add some dimensions here. So I'm just going to try and centralize everything and make everything appropriate. So I'm going to be dimensioning here as well. Okay, so once I've done this, I'm just going to click on this and change this to 150 so it will align with the previous one I just did, or align with the way this one I placed it. Okay, so this for this section where we have the kitchen, I want to use some curtain walls here and I want to use some windows for this kitchen. But windows in the kitchen are usually, their sail height is usually 1 meter, so I'm going to create a different kind of window to use for this kitchen. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this window. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to try and copy this window from this point. I'm going to click on constraint to remove the constraint and place it here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this window. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm just going to click on duplicate and I'm going to name this W3. Okay, let me on my caps lock W3 and click OK. Then now I've named it WT. I'm going to change the height. I'm going to change the height to 1.1 since our lintel is 2.1 and we want the sail height to be 1 meter. So I'm going to change the sail height to be 1 meter and I'm going to click OK. Alright, so now we are just going to go over to this view range. We're just going to click on edit view range and we're going to change the view range is at 1.8. So I wonder why it's not showing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to 3D first. Then I'm going to rotate this building model to this section region or this kitchen region. So I'm going to see what is actually the problem. So I'm going to click on it. As you can see, the sail height is set at 300. So I'm just going to try and rectify it to 1 meter. So it will be rectified. Then I'll go back to this DPC and you're going to see it will be visible. So now I could just select this and I could just click on duplicate and I could just copy this here. So now I'm going to go back to annotate. I'm going to use dimensions to try and set it in place. So I'm going to dimension here, dimension here, dimension here, and dimension here. Then I'm going to constrain it to this wall here. So now I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to change it to 1.5 meter. Then I'm going to change this to about 150 millimeter. Okay, then once I do this, I'm going to select these two windows and I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it and mirror it perpendicular. So you can see I've set windows for here, and I think I've set a lot of these windows. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select this with the 4 windows I just recently, these 2 windows. I'm going to hold shift to deselect this one, and I'm just going to go to copy to clipboard, and I'm going to go to paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to click on first floor, click OK. All right, so I'm going to do something similar from this kitchen section. Okay, let me go to the first floor first and look at how things are looking on the first floor. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this DPC. I'm going to select, let me go to dimension, aligned, and I'm just going to select and dimension here too, just to see what we have. Dimension here too, dimension here too. So what I'm going to do now is, once I've dimensioned this place, I want to adjust some things. Personally, I don't like the fact that this is 150 from here. So I'm just going to click on this and change it to about 600 millimeters. So there will be a 600 millimeter offset from here. The same for this, I'm going to change this to about 750. Then I'm going to change the spacing in between here to about 1.5. Okay, I think this is good. So let me change this to about 900. Okay, this one too, I'm going to click on this, change this dimension to 900. Then I'm going to change this in between to 1.5. Okay, so now we've done this. So I'm going to go to first floor. I'm just going to delete this window I copied, go back to DPC, click on this window, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, our first floor. So I'm just going to do the same for these 4 windows, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to click on first floor. Okay, so I'm going to go to first floor and I'm going to see, you can see that these windows are placed. So now I want to copy more of this toilet windows. So I'm just going to be going back to this DPC. So now I'm just going to select this DPC window. I'm just going to try and click on copy, and I'm just going to pick this point as a reference point, and I'm going to copy it to this other convenience. So once I've done this, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to place it in one more location, that is this location. So I'm just going to click on this door and try and move this door hinge to the extreme of the wall. Okay, that's why it's important to be able to view this door hinge, so you know where your door should stop, so you know how realistic the door will be with the hinges, because doors are constructed with hinges. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to window again, I'm going to click on this W2, and I'm just going to place one more window here. Okay, so now I've done this, I could now click on copy. So now I'm just going to click on this. Okay, I don't think this will work here, because the window, if I look at the first floor, the wall here is not placed at this point, so I don't think that window will successfully copy. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. I'm going to click on first floor, which is looking good. All right, so now I'm just going to go back to this first floor, and I'm just going to try and manually place this toilet window here by myself. So I'm just going to click on window, then I'm going to click W2. I'm going to select this W2, and I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, I think this is all set. So I'm just going to go to this view range too and make sure it's 1.8 meter as the ground floor, so I'll be able to view all the components properly. All right, so now we have done a good work so far, but we still have a lot to do. So now I'm done with the window placement. Basically, if I rotate, you could see all the windows we've placed. At least this our building is looking like a building, but now we want to start doing some juicy stuff, which is the curtain walls. Okay, so curtain walls are important, and is a very important aspect. Let's go back to this engine and look at these images. From these images, you could see a lot of potential glazed panels and curtain walls. So curtain
cutting walls will be very pivotal in creating this work we want to create. Okay, so firstly, I'm just going to create cutting walls. We are going to first use some line work so we'll know where we are drawing the cutting wall and stopping the cutting wall. So I'm just going to go to this annotate. Under this annotate, I'm going to go to detail line. So now I'm just going to draw a line of 750 from this point. Okay, then I'm going to do the same here, and I'm going to draw this 750. All right, so once we've done this, I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. Under this wall, I'm going to click on this drop down to go down. So I'm just going to go down and I'm going to use not defined. So now this cutting wall not defined, as they said, you can see the name cutting wall not defined. Okay, I think we made a mistake. We should do this work on our DPC, not our NGL. So I'm just going to click on this line and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, and I'm just going to paste it, align to selected views. I'm going to paste it on DPC. Okay, so I'm going to go to this DPC now. All right, so now if I go to architecture again, I go to walls. So we are going to see this cutting wall not defined. So just like normal walls and cutting walls, you can set the constraint, you can set the bottom and top constraint. So in the case, we are just going to click on this top offset and make sure it's 0. We are going to make sure the base offset is 0 for now. Then we're going to change this top constraint to, okay, let's say first floor. Okay, but before we do it, I want to just go to this NGL and I want to copy this image. So I'll be seeing the sketch or the intention I had in mind. So I'll be using it as a guide while creating these cutting walls. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. I'm going to click DPC. So I'll just be, if I go to DPC, I'll just be seeing what I want to do. So you can see the drawings here, and I'm going to be using it as a guide because I want to create these cutting walls I sketched here, which is fine. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go to wall, then I'm just going to draw this cutting wall from here to the first floor. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to minus 450 from the top because of consideration of beam. So I'm just going to draw this cutting wall here. Okay, so one thing when drawing cutting wall, as you can see, it gave us a warning because it's not cutting geometry. So it's always good to select this cutting wall, this non-defined, click on edit in place. Then once you click on edit in place, make sure you check this automatically embedded, and I'm just going to click OK. So the cutting wall will be able to cut through the wall. So now we've created a cutting wall that is cutting through the wall. We are going to start editing some of its parameters. Firstly, we're going to select it and we're going to increase this base offset so it will have a dwarf wall. Then we're just going to make this base offset 300 millimeters. So now we are just going to click on this and we're going to click on copy. We are going to click on copy to clipboard and we're going to click on paste, align to selected level. So we're going to paste this on first floor. Okay, so if we go to this 3D view, you're going to see how it's looking. It's looking like one plain clear glass, but this is clearly not what we want to do, but it's a starting point. So what we're going to do is we're just going to rotate this like this. Then we are going to start adding some munions. So currently you could add storefront if you click on this cutting wall and you click on this drop down icon and you just change this from not defined to storefront. You are going to see what seemingly looks like the typical cutting walls with munions, but I'm going to show you the difference. But if I go back and select back this non-defined, and it's going to ask us whether we want to delete, well, I'm just going to click on delete grid light, so it will revert back to 0. Let me just press Ctrl Z. So now this cutting wall is actually a plain cutting wall, and it gives us provision to edit it how we want. By editing it, I mean we can put our own custom munions, we can set anything, we can set repetitions of munions or do whatever I want. So this is just like a clean slate. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm just going to go to architecture. Under this architecture, if you look at this panel, you are going to see cutting grids. These cutting grids are for cutting walls. So I'm just going to click on cutting grid and I'm just going to start placing some grids at vertical interval. So I'm going to be placing this at 900. Okay, let me go back and look at that image. Okay, I think I have 3 cutting grids here. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to go to cutting grids. I'm going to place one here and one here. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to go to cutting grids again and I'm going to place some horizontal ones. So I'm going to place one at this lintel level. So now I've placed this 3 grid line. If you zoom in, you can see the lines, but there are no munions there. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, it matters, but it's not all the things you will need to do. So now I'm just going to go to under these munions. And under these munions, I'm not going to place munions. I could place munions by clicking on grid line, so it will select only one grid. I could click on all grid, so it will select all the grid. But before we do this and click on this, I'm just going to click on edit type, or I'm going to select the munion I want. I'm going to click on this drop down icon. Okay, see the one options we have. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm now going to duplicate, and I'm going to name this 101 main munion. All right, so now I've done this, I'm just going to click OK. And once I've clicked OK, I'm going to start changing the parameters. I'm going to make the width on the two sides 25 millimeters, so the overall thickness will be 50 millimeters. I'm going to change this material because I want it to be some dark aluminum munions. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to duplicate and click on duplicate material and asset. Then I'm going to name this dark aluminum. Let me just name it 01 dark aluminum. Okay, now we've done this, I'm just going to click on this icon here. Then I'm going to go to appearance. Under appearance, I'm now going to look for some dark metallic color. So I'm just going to select this. Let me just use this iodized black. Then I'm going to click apply. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click apply. Okay, before we complete this, I'm just going to make the mullion thickness 75 millimeters because I don't want it to be thicker than that. Click on apply, click OK. So now you can see how freely I will just going to click on this all grids line after I finish editing these mullions, and I'm going to place this. So you can see that, okay, look at how our mullions have placed. So this is how to place curtain wall. So we're going to go back to this DPC. We're going to look at this image. I want to draw another glazing panel and form here. But before I start drawing these glazing panels, I need to do some mass work for this building. So I need to mass out this wall works here to this diagonal and this design. So once I finish massing it, I'm going to start creating the remaining curtain walls to fit into the massing I want to do. Okay, so now we are going to suspend these curtain walls for now, and we're going to start massing this properly. So if you look at this, the original sketch of this design, if you go back to DPC, this design is actually a simple one. Like I told you, it's minimalist. So I want to start making provisions for the roofs and start drawing the main sketch of this design so it will come out well. Okay, the main massing. So firstly, I'm going to go to this top 3D view. So now I want to do some ceiling walls. So I'm just going to rotate this to the top view. Okay, so once I've done this, let me go back to DPC and look at this sketch. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to go back to this 3D view now. So now I'm just going to go under walls here, because if I rotate this, you are going to take note that there is a space here. I want to draw a wall representing a beam here, and I want to do the same for this region here. So I'm going to be using walls to draw these beams. So I'm going to rotate this to the top. I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to go under wall. Under this wall, I'm going to change this from this not defined curtain wall. Then I'm going to go back to this 225 wall main. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm going to change this base constraint to ceiling, and I'm going to change this top constraint to roof. So now I'm going to remove this top offset. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to manually draw in and fill up this place now. So I'm going to be drawing from here too. I'm also going to be drawing from here and filling up here. So now we've done this, you can see these beams here, you can see these beams here, which is looking just good. So now from this facade design I wanted to make this roof higher, or kind of highlight this staircase element. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this wall, I'm going to select this wall, then I'm going to change it, go over to this properties panel. I'm going to change this from the top constraint at roof level. I'm going to click on this drop down and put it at upper roof. Okay, so now we are just going to start creating some roofs in Revit. So now you can create roof, you can go to plan views or roof level to create your roofs, but I usually prefer creating them from the 3D, which is very good, especially when you want to visualize well how it's going to look like. So I want to create some gable roofs for this building. Then I'm just going to rotate this to the top. So now I've rotated this to the top, at least we now have an idea of what we want to do for this roof. So now the first thing to do, if you want to create roof, you go over to this architecture tab here, then you just click on roof. Okay, click on this drop down icon. So there are many ways to create roof in Revit. There's roof by footprint, roof by extrusion, and roof by face, which is typically when you mass something, you just click on create roof by face. So it's going to adapt the roof to what you massed. But we're going to be using the roof by footprint because we just want to use a simple gable. Okay, so I'm just going to click on roof by footprint. Since I'm not in any plan, they are going to ask me which level would you like to work with. So I'm going to click on this drop down icon and I'm going to select this roof level and I'm going to click yes. Okay, so now I'm just going to use this box tool here. Okay, I'm just going to be drawing it directly on top of this point and I'm going to be stopping it here. Okay, so now I'm going to still adjust some things. I'm going to click on this roof. I'm going to cut the profile off here. cut this profile off here, and I'm just going to trim this and trim this. Okay, so now we've done this, we have an issue. Okay, it's not an issue. One thing to keep in mind while creating roof is once you are drawing any profile of roof, you are going to see some of these triangles. What this triangle means is that there is a slope there. By slope, it means that every roof has a slope. So for instance, look at this all the lines have slope. So if I click on finish, you are going to see it's going to create the normal generic hip roof. But if I click on edit footprint, and I just select these whole lines here on this horizontal part, and I'm just going to go over here and check these defined slopes, you are going to see that the only two places that have slope are these two sides. So if I click on finish and I rotate it to this view here, you are going to see that it's actually looking different and it's actually a gable roof. All right, so as you can see, we have created a very simple generic gable roof. Okay, not generic, but a simple gable roof. So as you can see the roof is looking great, but the reason is we have not actually done anything on this roof. So before moving further, we are just going to click on this roof, and we're just going to click on edit type. So we're going to, you can see if I click on this drop down icon, you can see different kind of roof. But I want to simplify this roof. I want it to be a white simple roof and the thickness not too much. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to name this 01 white roof. Okay, then I'm just going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to edit the parameter of this roof. I'm going to click on edit structure. I'm going to change the thickness to 125. Then I'm just going to click on this to assign a material. So I'm just going to look for create a white material. Let me just say this, since this is white wall paint, I'm just going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to name this white roof paint instead. Make sure the spelling is correct. So I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, click on OK, click on apply, click on OK. Okay, so now you can see it as reflected. But if you go back to DPC and look at what we've done, you can see that what we have done is not looking like how it is. Like the roof stopped at this point and continued at this point. So it's like this place is like a separate fraction on its own. So we're just going to go back to 3D, and I'm going to show you how to do just that. So now I'm just going to click on this roof. I'm going to rotate it to this top view. Then I'm going to click on edit profile. So here is how roof works in Revit. Is actually very simple. So what we are going to do now is we are going to find the midpoint of this section now, because this is one section, that is, this box is one section, then this smaller box is another section. So I'm just going to try and find a midpoint here, and I'm just going to draw a line here. So I'm going to drag back this line to this midpoint, and I'm just going to click on this and delete this. So now I've dragged this line to this midpoint. Another thing I could change is I could change the slope of this roof. So let's say I change the slope to 40 degrees instead of 36 degrees. It will change the slope of the roof to that 40 degrees. So now I'm just going to click on finish. So now, as you can see, you can now see this roof has stopped here. So what we are going to do now is we are going to go and rotate this to this top view now. We are just going to click on, okay, before we copy, I want to do something. I want to just draw a beam joining here and here together, so it will not be looking unrefined. So I'm just going to go under walls, architecture. I'm going to go under walls. So under this wall, I'm going to leave the constraint as ceiling to roof level. Then I'm going to change this wall center line to finish face exterior. Then I'm just going to draw a lintel beam here. Not a lintel, just roof beam here. So now we've done that. I know F here is now set very well. So I'm just going to click on this roof. I'm just going to click on copy and duplicate it. So after I've duplicated it, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on edit profile. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete all these profile lines. Then I'm going to select this box tool in this rectangle tool in this modify tab here. Then I'm just going to draw another box filling off this remaining portion. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these lines and I'm going to uncheck it. So I'm also going to make sure the sloped angle is matching that of this initial one. So I'm going to click on this line, or I could click out or click on this overall dimension and change the slope to 40 degrees. So once I've done this, I'm going to click on finish, and you are going to see what we have done, which is looking good. So we're also going to do a similar gable roof for this point too. We're going to go over to here and rotate this to the top view. So now we are just going to click on architecture. We're going to click on wall. Okay, now we've clicked on wall. We are just going to change this top constraint to upper roof level, change this base constraint to roof level. Then we're just going to draw some wall extensions into, okay, we're going to change this from wall finish face exterior to wall center line. Then we're just going to extend this wall inside here a bit, extend this wall inside here a bit. Okay, so now we've done this, or at least if you look at this, we have provisions for another gable. So I'm going to rotate this. I'm going to go over to architecture. I'm going to go to roof. I'm going to make sure the level is set at roof level. Then I'm going to click yes. Then I'm going to click on this drop down to select this white roof we've created. Then I'm going to use this box tool here, and I'm just going to draw our profile to somewhere here first. So after I've done this, I'm now going to just go to lines. So what I want to do is now I want to use some line work to kind of draw a roof profile that is going to flow into this one. So I'm not just going to drag this in. So what I'm going to do is, once I've reached this point where the roof stopped here, I'm just going to make sure I'm at that point. So I'm just going to try and align these walls to just make sure everything is set well. So after I've done that, I'm just going to go over to this line. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to draw a diagonal line at 45 degrees. I'm also going to draw another diagonal line here. Then I'm going to fuse this together. So now I'm just going to delete this line, and I'm going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this together. So after I've trimmed this, I'm just going to highlight all these lines in between, and I'm going to uncheck the slopes. So now I'm just going to go to this overall slope and change it to 40 degrees. Then I'm going to click finish. Yeah, I'm going to click save project. So as you can see, we have an issue, and the issue is that we forgot to set this roof at the appropriate level. So if I rotate this, you are going to see that the level is currently set at roof level. I'm supposed to set it at upper roof level. So I'm just going to click on this roof level, and I'm going to change it to upper roof level. Okay, so now the thing is kind of looking weird, and the positioning is looking kind of off. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to click on this roof profile, rotate it to the top view, click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to select these lines, and I'm just going to move it by, let's say, 150. Okay, then I'm just going to try and trim this as well. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so now we've created this roof. I think we've done a good job. Then we are going to start trying to synergize. We are going to create roof gutters, which is very important. Then we are going to try and synergize the facade to this roof. All right, so what we are going to do is, to create roof gutters, we are going to go to architecture. We are going to go to this roof tab here. Then click on this drop down. Then we're just going to click on roof gutter. Okay, so now we are just going to click on edit type to select the roof gutter we want. Then we can assign material. This roof gutter bevel 125 by 125, which is good. Then let's just assign a metallic material. Let's just click on this steel material and duplicate it and call it gutter metal. Right click, duplicate. Then let's just rename it as gutter metal 01. Okay, then I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, click on apply, and click on OK. So now I've created this. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to just go over to this roof and select this lower surface, and I'm just going to click on create. Okay, so we have an issue. Before we create this gutter at this region, I'm just going to put Ctrl Z. Okay, so I'm going to go over to this side here that we don't have much obstruction. Then I'm just going to pick the gutter here and create the gutter. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on edit in place to make sure I assign material once more, because as we hit Ctrl Z, I think the materials. So we're just going to click on this steel material, and we're going to try and change it to roof gutter. We're going to right click, duplicate view. Then I'm just going to name this roof gutter. Then let's wait for it to load. Then I'm going to click apply, click OK. Then I'm going to click apply and OK. So I'm just going to place a roof gutter here. So you can see the roof gutter. I'm also going to place another one here, which I think is good. So now before we place this second roof gutter, we are going to click on escape. So I'm going to edit this profile of this roof now. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to click on this profile first. I'm going to rotate it to top view. I'm still going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to try and still move this further by, let's say, 50 millimeters. Because it's still looking, the joinery is still looking weird. Then I'm just going to trim this and trim this. Okay, then I'm going to click on finish. So if I rotate this, I think now this is looking good. So what I'm going to do for this roof to match this is that I'm going to click on this roof here. I'm going to rotate it. Then I'm going to click on edit footprint. Then I'm just trying to going to follow this shape. Select here, use this select line tool and just follow this shape. Then once I'm done with this, I'm going to click on this split tool and split this line. Then I'm just going to trim it here and trim it here. So after I've trimmed it, I'm going to just highlight these lines and I'm going to uncheck the slopes. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now if I go to this architecture, go under this roof now, and I click on roof gutter, I could just easily place the roof gutter without it interfering with the walls. Place the roof gutter here, place another roof gutter here, and place another roof gutter here, which is looking very nice and well good. Okay, so now the next thing I want to create before I start modifying the walls to the facade is I want to create some corrugated roofing sheets. All right, so to create corrugated roofing sheets, we are just going to rotate this to an appropriate view. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to click on this roof here and we're going to click on copy. So we're just going to copy it vertically and we're going to click on this and paste it here. So we're also going to move it a bit. We're going to click on it. We're just going to move it by 50 millimeter. Or we could simply just click on the roof and input a value of 225 millimeter here, so there will be a spacing in between. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click on this extra layer of roof and we're going to click on this properties panel, click on this drop down icon. Then we're going to go over here and change it to slope glazing. So now we have converted it to slope glazing. We're going to click on edit in place. We're going to click on duplicate and we're just going to name this 01 corrugated roofing sheet. All right, so now we've done that. I'm just going to click OK. So now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this cutting wall panel. I'm still going to leave it at none for now, or I'm just going to change it and click on cutting wall panel solid. Okay, so now it's on solid. I'm just going to click on this grid layout. I'm going to click on it and click on fixed distance, and I'm going to click on this fixed distance and input a fixed distance of 450 millimeter as this grid layout one. For this grid layout 2, I'm going to click on fixed distance and I'm going to input a value of let's say 300 millimeter, or let me use 500 millimeter as the fixed distance too. Okay, then I'm just going to click all right. Okay, so I'm just going to wait for it to load. It will take some time because this is a lot of grids and I know while I'm specifically doing this. So let's see, let's wait for it to load. Okay, then I'm just going to click on OK since the grids have loaded. So now we've created all these grids. We are now going to create a corrugated cutting wall panel. So to do that, we're going to go under file. Under this file, we're going to click on new. We're going to click on new. We're going to click on family. So now we are now going to go from this English metric imperial. We are going to go to the English metric template library. Then we're just going to look for metric cutting wall panel and we're going to click OK. Okay, so now we have opened this template. We are just going to click on this. We are going to see some reference lines or some reference plane, sorry. So we're just going to click on this reference plane and we're going to make it click on this and change it to 75 because it's equal on two sides. So 75 plus 75 is 150. So it's important to know that the grid spacing you placed in your slope glazing must align with the size of this cutting wall panel or this cutting wall panel we want to create, okay, or slope glazing panel. So I'm just going to go under create and I'm going to click on extrusion. So now I'm going to draw a typical unit of my panels. So now I'm just going to draw a line about 15 millimeter from here. Then I'm going to put the height at 35 millimeter. I'm also going to do the same thing here at this other end, 15 millimeter, put the height at 35 millimeter. Then I'm just going to try and slope this line at let's use 50 degrees. Okay, once that is done, we're going to click on this line and we're going to click on this mirror tool. Then we're just going to select the center point and mirror this. So I'm just going to trim this here and trim this here. So now I'm going to delete these two lines. Now I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to offset this and offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here. So I'm just going to use this line and lock it and make sure I make this a continuous locked loop. Okay, so once this is done and I've created this panel, now I can assign materials. I'm just going to click on this material library here. I'm going to right click. Okay, I could leave this at analytical panels and could just leave this here. Okay, let me click on this, click on this. So I'm just going to right click, click on duplicate. Then I'm going to change this to 01 roofing sheet. Then after I've changed it to roofing sheet, I'm just going to click on this box to access the material library. I'm going to go to appearance. Under appearance, I'm going to go under metal. So once I see metal, I'm just going to click on it. I'm going to apply these aluminum blue panels. So I'm just going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK.
Okay, so once I've done this, I'm going to click on AL to click on align, and I'm just going to select this reference plane. Okay, cancel. I made a mistake. I'm going to click on AL align. I'm going to select this reference plane, select this line here and lock it in place. Select this reference plane again, select this line and lock it in place. So now this is done. I could just impute this end, extrusion end as 500 millimeters. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so now we're going to go to this exterior elevation and we're just going to click on this reference plane. We're going to click on AL, align this, click on this and align it to the bottom and lock it in place. So now we've done this, I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 500 millimeter to match this. Then I'm just going to click on AL align, select this and select the top and lock it in place. So now this is done. I'm just going to click on Control Save and I'm going to save it and override this corrugated graphics panel I created previously. But if you have not created anyone, you can give it any name you want and give it the name you want to name it. So I'm just going to click on Load into Project. And I'm just going to override the existing version. If you have not created before, it's not going to give you the option to override. So I'm just going to go to 3D. Now I'm going to select this glazing roof and I'm going to select it. I'm going to click on edit in place. Then I'm just going to change this from solid. I'm going to click on this drop down icon. I'm going to change this to corrugated panels and click apply and click OK. So it's going to take some time. So we need to exercise some patience. So of course, sometimes it's going to show us can't make corrugated panels. We are going to click on delete type. We're going to just chill and okay, replace panels and we're going to click OK. Okay, so as you can see, the thing created very well. It's just that some of these panels is lacking some of these panels which we can manually on our own complete. So we're going to do the same for this gable here. We're just going to rotate it to this view. We're going to click on copy. We're going to copy this and we're going to place it on top of itself and copy it to this point. So once we've done this, we're just going to click on this and we're going to click on this drop down icon and we're going to change it to corrugated roofing sheet. Then we're going to make sure the base offset is at 225 millimeters. So let's wait for it to load first. Delete panels, replace panels. We're going to click on this and make the offset 225. So let's look at what we've done. So as you can see, it's still giving us this same joinery issue over here. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to select this roof now, this corrugated roofing sheet. Once I select it, I'm going to click on edit profile. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this line separating it. Then I'm just going to try and trim it and see if it will align. Then click finish. Okay, so now this is done. I think we can now manually start tagging this and replacing it again. I could click on it, then I will just select it. I'll change it to back to this generic white roof now first. Then after I've changed it, I'll click on drop down icon and change it back to this corrugated roofing sheet. So all the panels will refix again automatically. So once this is done, I'm just going to click on delete type. I'm going to click on replace panels wherever it's asking me to replace. Then I'm going to go back and you're going to see that everything has resolved. The same thing, I'm going to do something similar for this other one. So I'm just going to select it. I'm going to try and select this other one. Select it here. Okay, click on escape. Just going to select this. Then I'm going to go over to this top view. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then instead of this slanted profile, I'm just going to click on this and straighten up this line at this point. Then once I do that, I'm just going to delete these two slanted lines and I'm going to drag this line here. So I'm just going to drag this line. I'm going to make sure I uncheck the slope. I'm going to click finish. So now it's going to ask me delete type, replace panels. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to click on this. I'm going to change it back to generic roof. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and change it back to corrugated roof. So everything will fix. Then delete type, replace panels. Okay, so far so good. We have seen how to create this corrugated roofing sheet. You can see how good it's looking. It's looking refined and all, although we still have some issues, so we're going to try and use void to cut those other parts later. So now we are done with this roofing and we now want to enter the massing of this facade, so it will give us the accurate facade character we want for this design. All right, so now we are done with the corrugated roofing sheet. I just want to add one more thing. I want to add some ridge caps. So to do that with this sloped glaze, we are just going to go to architecture. We are going to go to mullion. Okay, so now we are just going to be picking a special mullion. We are going to be changing this from this conventional mullion. We're going to looking for this L corner mullion. So we're just going to select it. We're going to click on edit type. Then we're going to change the thickness to about let's use 50 millimeters. Okay, then we're going to set the material. We could just click on this material editor to select any material we want to select. So we're just going to click on it and select the material we want. Okay, so let me just leave it at aluminum. Okay, let me just right click, duplicate and call it ridge cap.
Okay, so now, okay, I didn't spell it well, but whatever. So I'm just going to delete this place and let me just make sure it's called rich cap. Then I'm just going to click OK. I'm going to click OK, click apply and click OK. Then now I'm just going to click on this munion. Under this munion, I'm going to click on grid line, just this single grid line. Then I'm just going to hover around and just pick this edge. So as usual, it's taking some time to load, but as you can see the rich cap and it's placed very well. So I'm also going to do it for this point here, and I'm going to place a rich cap here. Okay. So far you can see we have done good stuff on the roof. So now I want to be going back to the facade. So I'll now be working with the image I have on my ground floor, and I'll be trying to replicate the facade in that image. So I'm going to go to DPC first, and I'm going to look at this image. So now I'm looking at the image, I could see the elements. So I'm just going to try and connect these elements to the roof to form a single unit element. So I'm just going to go back to this 3D view. I'm going to select this wall. I'm going to rotate this to the approach view. Then I'm just going to click edit profile. So now I've clicked on edit profile. I'm going to try and make sure I set this wall very well. So first I'm going to select this line and extend it to this point. It's going to ask me to remove constraint, and I'm going to click yes, remove the constraint. Then I'm just going to use this pick line tool, and I'm going to pick here and here. Then I'm just going to use the trim tool and trim it up. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I don't want, in the end of this editing, this roof fascia to be visible. I want everything to be covered and plain white. So I'm going to consider the thickness of this roof while offsetting down. So currently, if you look at the thickness of this line to this wall, it's currently at 750 if I'm not mistaken. Let me just select it and make sure. It's currently at 750. So I'm just going to minus the thickness of this roof. So I'm going to, after I do that, I will now know the remaining thickness I'm going to offset. So let's say I make something of 175 here. Okay, something of 175, about an extra wall of 175. So I'm just going to click on this offset. 175 minus 750, I think that should be about 575 millimeters. So I'm just going to put 575 millimeters, and I'm going to click on offset, select use offset. Then I'm just going to use this trim tool, and I'm going to use it and trim this to this point. Then after I do that, I'm also going to select this and trim here. Okay, so now I've done that, I'm just going to select these two lines and delete it. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, they are saying line must be closed, so I'm going to look for the line that is not closed and what is causing this issue. Okay, see the line that is not closed. So I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so as you can see, you could see that the thing is actually setting in place, but here we are still having some joinery issue here. So I'm going to go to this first floor plan, and I'm just going to try and click on this dwarf wall, and I'm just going to try and adjust it so it will not have that joinery issue again. Let me just try and make sure it's placed well. Okay, so now I've rotated it to this 3D. I could still see this issue, and sometimes this issue just come when you're editing walls, especially to shapes like this. So I'm going to do some changes, and I'm still going to rectify it. So now, before we go further in the elevation manipulation, I'm just going to click on this wall here, this wall behind this entrance, and I'm going to click attach to top base. Once I click on attach to top base, I'm just going to select the white soffit under the corrugated roof. So I'm just going to select it, so it's going to attach. So the same thing, I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to select this wall as well. Then I'm just going to click on attach to top base, and I'm going to select the roof. Okay, Ctrl Z. I mistakenly selected the slope glaze. Attach to top base, select this white part. Okay, so now we are going to work on this now. So I'm going to go back to the DPC, and I'm going to look at this image. So what I want to do is kind of interesting. I'm just going to try and angle this line and make it join with this one, which is fine. So I'm going to go back to this 3D view. I'm going to rotate this. Then I'm just going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to click on edit profile. So now I'm just going to click on select tool. I'm going to select here, pick here. I'm going to pick this line. Then I'm also going to pick this line here. What I'm just going to do is I'm just going to trim this here. I'm going to trim this here. I'm going to delete this, delete this, delete this, and I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here. Okay, so now what we're going to do, now we have attached this to this place. We're just going to click on this cutting wall here. Then we're going to rotate it here. So now we're going to go back and just look at that image, and we're going to see what we did here. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to this 3D view. So now I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit profile of this curtain wall. Then I'm just going to as well click on this, select this line here, select this line. Then I'm just going to click on this offset tool and I'm going to offset 575. So I'm going to offset this here. So now I'm just going to click on trim here and I'm going to try and join this to this point. I'm going to delete this line here and I'm going to try and extend it up to this point here. So I'm going to pick this line tool. I'm going to draw a line point from here and join it here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to try and create another slope angle here. I hope the two angles are the same. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to angular to just confirm. Then I'm going to select this to measure it. Okay, this is at 40 degrees and this 45. So it's not the same. So I'm just going to click on this and change it to 40 degrees. So now this is done. I could just select this dimension and delete it. Okay, then I'm just going to delete this line here so it will form a triangle. Then I'm just going to click here, trim this place up. Then I'm going to click escape and I'm going to select these two lines and delete this. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so now this is done. I can see some walls behind, and these walls behind are causing some kind of visual obstructions or visual distractions. Let me put it in that word. So I'm just going to rotate this and I'm going to rotate it to a 3D view. Then I'm just going to click on this wall and I'm going to click attach to top base and I'm just going to select here and attach. Okay, the same thing. I'm going to go over to this view. I'm going to look at this staircase part and I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on attach to top base and I'm going to attach. Okay, Ctrl Z. I'm going to select this wall. I'm going to click attach to top base. Then I'm going to select this white roof beneath and attach. The same thing I'm going to do for here. Click on this, attach to top base, select this white roof. So it will just create this perfect flush. So I'm also going to do this here. I'm going to select this wall. I'm going to click on attach to top base and click on this roof. So you can see how the character is coming out slowly but surely. Okay, so now we are just going to go to this rear view now and we're going to do the same thing. Now when you're attaching walls to roofs, you could select multiple walls. So I'm just going to hold Control to select these multiple walls. Select this one as well too. Okay. Then I'm just going to click on attach top base and select this white roof soffit. It's going to give some error on join elements. Sometimes I want to be ignoring Revit, but don't ignore Revit, is always important. So now we have created this curtain wall. Now we can now go to architecture. We can go to curtain grids and we can place some curtain grids in this curtain wall. So I'm still going to be maintaining the 3 curtain grid system that I use for this. Then I'm just going to be drawing one here and maybe one here. Okay, then I'm going to go to Munion. Remember, our Munion was set at L corner Munion, so we're going to change it back to regular main Munion, and we're going to click at create all grids. Then we're just going to select this Munion and create it, which is looking nice. So now we are going to go back to this DPC, and we're going to look at this image. All right, so now let's go back to this 3D view, and we're going to. Okay, let me just look at this one more time. Okay, so I can see what I was trying to do here. Okay, I think I have an idea. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this 3D view. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this wall here. And I'm actually going to delete this wall. So I'm just going to click on delete. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this wall here. And I'm going to go to this top constraint and change it from first floor to roof level. Then once I've done that, I'm just going to click on attach top base and I'm going to attach it to this roof. Okay, which is good and fine. So I'm going to rotate this here and I'm going to start editing this single wall. So now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to DPC. After I've gone to DPC, I'm going to draw a big curtain wall panel. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to use detail line to kind of mark out where I want this element I want to put here to stop. So I'm just going to drag it about 2.1 meter. Click on this point, bring it about 2.1 meter and just flush it here. So now I'm also going to draw another line flushing it here. Okay, so now I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. I'm going to select this drop down icon and I'm going to pick the normal not defined curtain wall. So once I pick it, I'm going to set the top constraint at I'm going to set it at ceiling level. So because it's going from ground all the way up. So I'm just going to pick this point here. And I'm going to pick this point here. Okay, so let me just adjust it. I don't know, there is an issue here. So I'm going to go to this 3D view and I'm going to see what is causing it for it not to be continuous like this. So I'm going to go to first floor. I'm going to just go there and confirm. So as you can see, I forgot that there was a wall here. So apparently I'm going to stop at this point, which is good. That's why it's always good to check the issues in Revit. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit profile. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try and look at what I wanted to do on that. Okay, let's go back to DPC again. I'm going to look, okay, the curtain glazing should go up to this point and kind of, it should just flush with this whole place. Okay, I think I know what I'll do. So now I'm just going to click on this detail line. I'm going to draw a line from this point. It's always good to unify your elements as much as possible. So let me just draw from this point here. Once I draw it from this point, I think it's even the same point here. So I'm just going to draw it up to this point. So what I'm going to do, since this element is at this point, I'm just going to click on this point instead and draw a line to this point. Then I'm just going to try and angle the line at 40 degrees. So I'm going to go to annotate again. I'm going to go to angular and I'm going to select it and make sure it's at 40 degrees. Click on it and change it to 40 degrees just to match the slope of the roof. So all the angles will be unified and the elements will be looking very organized. So now once I've done that, I'm now going to click on delete. I'm going to delete all these lines here. So I'm just going to delete this line. So now I'm just going to use this pick line tool. I'm going to pick this edge here. I'm going to pick this edge here. Then I'm going to just use this and just trim this here. Trim this here. Trim this here. And I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on delete. So I'm just going to click finish. Okay, so now you can see it's looking like there's nothing there, but there's actually a glass curtain glaze panel there. So you don't need to look at it like there's nothing actually there. So we're just going to go to architecture. We're going to go to curtain grids now, and we're going to be drawing some curtain grids as usual. You know, this glazing I used here is actually in the entrance. So I want to make the curtain grids in a way that it will be able to accommodate a big door for this entrance. So you should keep that in mind while creating your curtain. But I'll show you in a short while how to create or how to place doors and curtain walls. So we're just going to be placing it. Let's place one here first. Let's place another one. I think 3 is enough. So once you've placed this vertical grid, you could always click on them and adjust their dimensions in between. So for instance, I clicked on it now and I'm going to change this dimension to 1.5 at this point. Then I'm just going to select this second grid and I'm going to change it to about let me just use let's say 900 at this point. I think it's okay, 1 meter at this point. I think to just balance it out visually. Okay, I put 100. Let me just add one more 0 and put 1 meter. Okay, so now that is done, I'm just going to go back to architecture. I'm going to go to curtain grid. So I'm going to be placing the vertical grid, the horizontal grid, sorry. Placing one here and placing one last one here. Okay, I think it's enough. I think just this one is enough. So now I'm just going to go to munions. I'm going to go to all grids and I'm just going to select everything and place it. So now as you can see the curtain wall glazing, you can see the grids and the munions. So this is looking good. So now we're going to be placing more curtain walls, and I think one more place, that is the staircase. So we're just going to do that. So we're going to go to first floor for this staircase. So now as usual, I usually like using lines to get the exact position where I want to place the curtain walls. So I'm going to go into annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here and I'm going to draw it up to, let's use 750. I'd use 75 by mistake. Let me try again. Click on this point, click on 750. Then I'm just going to draw a line here and place it here. So the same thing, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do the same. I'm going to click on it, 750, and draw it here and just place it here. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. Under this wall, I'm going to set the curtain wall up until ceiling level. Then I'm just going to draw the curtain wall from this point to this point. So now I'm going to go back to 3D view. So now once I've gone back to the 3D view, I'm just going to try and make sure, okay, I'm going to select this curtain wall. I'm going to change the constraint from the top constraint from ceiling level. I'm going to change it to roof level, or rather I'm just going to even change it to upper roof level. Let's see what it does. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to click on edit profile. I think upper roof is too much, so I'm going to reduce it back to ceiling. Just let me be conservative. Now I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to draw a line at 40 degrees from here. I'm also going to draw one too at 40 degrees here. I'm just going to click on this line and I'm going to use this pick draw axis mirror tool, and I'm just going to select it and draw an axis from the middle of here to mirror it. Then I'm just going to use this trim tool to complete the trim, and I'm going to click on delete to delete this line obstructing us. So I'm just going to click finish. So now I'm going to be going over to this cutting wall here I just created in this stairway. So I'm going to be going to cutting grids and I'm going to be placing some cutting grids here. I just need to place 3 here. So now I'm just going to try and make sure they are equal. I'm going to maybe put it at 800. I'm going to put this region at 800 as well. Okay, so it's still not equal. I'm going to put this at 850. And I'm going to put this at 850 too. Okay, so now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to click on this cutting wall and I'm going to change the base constraint. I'm going to just put an offset, a base offset at -900. Okay, so I think this just nails it. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to cutting grid and I'm going to place some horizontal cutting grids. I'm going to place one here. Okay, delete boundaries. I'm going to place one here. I'm going to place another one here and I'm going to place one more here. Then I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to click on munions. I'm going to click on all grids and select these munions. Okay, so now this is done. We could see all the cutting walls we've created, which is looking nice and all. So now what we're going to do now is we're going to be placing windows and doors in these cutting walls. So to place windows and doors in cutting walls is very simple. So what you are first going to do is you are going to click on this insert, because conventional doors don't work in cutting walls. So you need to load in cutting wall embedded windows and doors. So we are just going to click on load family, and if you don't have a Revit library, like I said, I'm going to be leaving the cutting wall this project for you for free. So you could come here and just transfer the template of this project to any project you want to use. With that, you'll be able to copy the cutting walls with the doors and windows. Okay, so I'm going to go to my computer. Okay, then I'm just going to go to the file explorer location where I kept all the files. All right, so now I'm in my Revit library. I'm just going to go to cutting wall panels. So under these cutting wall panels, we have a lot of cutting wall panels or cutting wall components. So I'm just going to try and select a double door. So I'm just going to look for anyone that looks good. I think I like this one. I'm going to select it. Or this is a minimalist. Let me just leave it as a very subtle one. I'm going to select this one. Then I'm just going to scroll down and select this cutting wall windows, embedded window, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now we've brought the cutting wall into the project, the cutting wall embedded doors. As you can see, it didn't just automatically appear in the cutting wall, so you have to manually place it by yourself. So to do that, we're going to zoom in. The same method I showed you in selecting the panels, you're just going to click on tab on your keyboard and hover around any of this panel. Once you've hovered around it and click tab multiple times, once you've selected it and it's highlighted, you just click on it and select it. So now usually sometimes it's going to show you an option to uncheck it if the thing is pinned, but currently this panel is not pinned. So we're just going to go over here and freely click this drop down icon and we're just going to change it. You can see that, you can see it here, double glass. So we're just going to select this double glass door and place it here. So as you can see, the double glass door have appeared in this cutting wall. So you could go further by clicking on tab and deleting this munion under. Just select it and just click on delete. So now you've done this, you are just going to go back to this ground floor. If you go back to this ground floor, we are going to look at it and we're going to see the double swing door here. You could select it and change the swing this way and change the swing that way, and it just appears as a door on the plan, which is very nice and all. So we're going to go back to this 3D view and we're going to start replacing some panels here with cutting wall embedded windows. So as usual, I'm going to rotate this here. So looking at this, for instance, okay, I'm just looking at this. Okay, I even noticed that this cutting wall doesn't have a door. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this cutting wall. I'm going to remove this base offset of 300 because I want the thing to have a door. Then I'm just going to rotate it back here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to highlight this. I'm going to click on tab on my keyboard. And I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 2.1. So it's going to match the lintel level. So once it's matching it, I'm just going to click on this other cutting grid. I'm going to hover around here, click on tab till I select the grid. Then I'm just going to impute a value of 1.2 meter.
If you are not able to select it well, you could go to any of the elevations where you could see it. Let's say we rotate this to the south elevation where we could see this, and we're just going to use dimensions. Okay, you could see that this level is helping us align this curtain wall grid, which is all nice and all. So you could see the curtain wall door even appearing in the elevation, which is very wonderful. So let's go back to this 3D, and we're going to be placing some curtain wall embedded windows. So in the same fashion we place the doors, we are going to be placing some windows. How is that? We're just going to hover around here. We're going to click on tab on our keyboard. We're just going to select this panel. You could select multiple panels as well by just clicking tab again. Note that before you click on tab again, don't deselect the panel you've selected. So just click on tab carefully. Once you've highlighted the panel you want to select, you're just going to hold Control and click on it. Then you've selected the two panels. Then you're just going to click on this drop down icon, and we're just going to place this metal aluminum window and place it here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this curtain as a whole. I'm going to click on edit in place. Then I'm just going to go over here, and I'm going to go under this curtain wall panel. Okay, I'm going to look for system panel glazed. Then I'm just going to click apply, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now I've done this. I'm now going to go escape. So now I'm just going to click on tab. I'm going to select this curtain panel glazed. I'm just going to uncheck the unpin it here. Then I'm just going to click on edit type, and I'm just going to click on glass, this tinted glass. I'm just going to try and edit it. I'm just going to uncheck this use render appearance, and I'm going to reduce the transparency. I'm going to click apply. I'm going to click OK, apply, and OK. So you can see the changes have been applied. So now because of this, we reverted a lot of things. So we removed the door we placed in this. So we are just going to place everything again. So we're going to start off with this curtain wall embedded door. We're going to hold our tab key. We're just going to tab it, highlight it, click on it, unpin this glazed panel, then click on this drop down icon and replace it with this double swing door. So now we've done that, we're going to place some curtain wall embedded windows. So we're just going to click on this panel here. Okay, let's place another door here. So now for this panel, I want to place a curtain wall embedded door, but I want to place a single swing door since this is just a normal space. So I'm just going to go to insert, and I'm going to reload in a single, or rather you could just go to your file explorer and just drag it in from your file explorer. So I'm just going to try and access where I kept the family. So I'm going to open file location. Then I'm just going to look for a single swing curtain wall door, and I'm just going to drag in one. So let me use this one and just drag this one in. Okay, so now I've dragged it in. I'm just going to hit tab on my keyboard, select this panel. Then I'm just going to click on this unpin. Then I'm going to click on this drop down icon, and I'm going to change it to single glass. Okay, now I'm just going to click on the tab, and I'm going to select this money on here and delete it. So now I'm going to be doing the same thing to put some curtain wall embedded windows. So I'm going to be hitting tab, select this panel, hit tab again, select this panel. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down icon. I'm just going to click on this. Okay, firstly I'm going to make sure I unpin it. Then I'm going to click down this drop icon, and I'm going to put metal aluminum windows, curtain wall embedded windows. So now I'm going to click on this curtain wall embedded windows. They are not transparent, so I want to edit the curtain wall embedded windows family. So I'm just going to select it now. I'm going to click on tab, select it, and I'm going to click edit family. So now I'm just going to select the glass, and I'm going to click on this material to change the material. So I'm going to remove this solid pattern fill because it's what is obstructing the transparency. I'm going to click on it and click on none. Click on this, click OK. I could even change the material of the glass. I could click on this material library editor, go to appearance, go under glass. Then I'm just going to select this blue glass single panel, click apply, click OK. Then I'm just going to load it into project, and I'm going to click on save, and I'm going to load it into the project. All right, so now I've loaded it in. Revit is going to ask me whether I want to override the existing version and its parameters, which I'm going to click on it. Then it didn't update, which is really annoying to be honest, but we're going to continue working from there. So we are just going to select this, and we're going to also replace these panels here. We're going to add some more curtain wall grids. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to add curtain grids, and I'm just going to place another curtain grid in between these windows here, or in between this curtain wall. Okay, so we are just going to try and place a curtain grid in between here. Let me just place one here. So now I'm just going to click escape. I'm going to click munion, apply all grids, and I'm going to add some munions here. So now I'm going to be clicking on tab, and I'm going to select this panel. I'm also going to click on tab again,
this. Once the panel is highlighted, tap. Once the panel is highlighted, I'm going to hold Control and select the second one. Then I'm just going to click on this unpin. Once I unpin it, I'm going to click this drop down icon and I'm going to change this to class. Okay, so to curtain wall embedded windows. So now you could see the curtain wall embedded windows. You could see everything now and it's looking good. So now we've done this, we're now going to be putting in some more facade characters, because we have placed all the curtain walls. We now want to be adding some characters to help emphasize what we want to do. So to add these characters, I'm going to be using extrusion, because if I continue using walls, it's just going to cause some more of these joinery complications, which I don't want to be dealing with. So I'm just going to go to create some model in place. I'm going to go to components. I'm going to click on this drop down icon. So I'm going to click on model in place. Okay, so this model in place gives us freedom to just create things that regular Revit methods will not be able to create. So it's just a tool you could use time to time. So I'm just going to scroll down, because the thing I want to create is related to the walls. So I'm just going to click on walls. So now I've clicked on walls, it's going to give me option to change the name. I'm going to leave it as wall 1. It doesn't really matter, it's not that important. So I'm just going to click on extrusion. What is extrusion? Extrusion simply means drawing a profile on a plane and extruding it. Okay, so we're just going to set that plane. To set it, we're going to go over here, we're going to click set work plane. We could set the work plane as, if you click on this set work plane, we could change it, the level to ground floor, DPC, anyone we want, or we could just click on pick work plane, which will give us provisions to manually pick any plane we want. So I'm going to click pick work plane, and I'm just going to hover around this wall here, and I'm just going to pick this wall. So now we've picked it, I'm just going to rotate this, then I'm just going to use the line profile and draw the profile I want. So I'm just going to be using this pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, I'm going to pick here. I'm also going to click on tab, so I'm going to pick here too. I'm going to also pick this line here. I'm going to pick this line here. So I'm just going to pick this diagonal line. I'm going to pick this one here as well. Then I'm going to pick this one here. I'm going to pick this one here. Okay, then I'm going to also pick this bottom one. So now I'm just going to do some trimming. So I'm just going to be trimming here. I'm going to be trimming here. I'm also going to be trimming here, and I'm going to be trimming here. Okay, so now this is done. Remember what I did in the wall work? I made provisions for the offset, so everything will be balanced. So I'm just going to click on offset here, and I'm going to try and use offset it at 750. So it's going to just align perfectly and cover this roof here. So I'm going to offset this. So after I've offset it, I'm just going to use this trim tool and trim the rest. So now I've done all this trimming. Now I want to set the parameter of this extrusion, and so I'm going to set it at 100 millimeter. Then I'm just going to select the material of this. Then once I've selected the material, I'm just going to change it to white wall paint. So I'm just going to click on this default wall or white wall paint, whatever one I want to click. I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to click finish. So instead of 100, I'm just going to change this to 75. I think 75 millimeter is ideal for whatever extrusion. Or let me just change it to 150, so you can use an extra layer of block wall. Okay, so as you can see, it's giving us a smooth plane with no obstructions there. So we're going to do another extrusion, and this time is going to be on this second surface. So if I rotate this in 3D, you could see the extrusion, you could see the protrusions here, and it's kind of looking nice and looking good. So now we're also going to create another extrusion. So it's always good to know that, see, for instance, if we have created this extrusion now, if I click on finish model, this is going to be one model in place component, and I cannot edit anything here. The only thing, if I click on edit type, I'm not going to see anything to edit. Basically, I'm just going to click OK. The only way I can edit it is to go back to this edit in place. Okay, so if for instance, I could go to create again and create another extrusion within this edit in place I just did. So you could have two model in place. Let's say I click on extrusion again, and I set a work plane, and I set pick plane. So I'm just going to pick this plane, and I'm just going to draw. Let me just draw any random shape. Let me just click on this hexagon and draw a random shape. So if I click on finish now, and I click on finish, so you see that once I select or hover around any of this model in place, you are going to see both of them are going to highlight. Why they're highlighting is that is because of I created both of them within the same model in place interface. So it's always good to put that in mind, especially when you're doing mass projects, so you know how you're going to apportion distance. So we're just going to click on edit in place, then we're going to click on this, and we're going to click edit extrusion. So we're going to draw the profile proper. So I'm just going to rotate this to this point. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select all of this and delete it. So now I'm just going to go and here I'm going to pick a line here. I'm going to pick a line here. I'm also going to pick a wall line here. Then I'm just going to pick one here, pick one here. Then I'm just going to click on offset. I'm going to change this to 175 first. Then I'm going to uncheck this copy. I'm just going to offset this here, offset this here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be offsetting 750 millimeter round. So I'm going to impute the value 750. I'm going to check copy. So I'm going to offset this, offset this, offset this, and offset this. Okay. So I'm also going to offset this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on trim. I'm just going to trim this and trim this. So now I could just create a bit of design flair for this element. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use this line here and I'm going to stop this element around here and just stop it to here. Then I'm also going to do the same and just stop it this somewhere here. But remember, this is minimalist, so I don't want to make it too complicated. So I'm just going to cut this, split this. I'm going to use the trim tool and trim this together, trim this together, trim this together, and also trim this together. So now that is done, I'm going to make sure the extrusion end is 150 millimeter. So we are going to click finish. Okay, this place didn't, you are going to continue sketching. We had an error here. This place wasn't done, so I'm just going to trim it together and I'm going to click finish. Okay, so as you can see now, you could see this element and it's looking good. So one final thing we're going to create, okay, it's not a final thing, but we're just going to rotate this here and we're going to create another extrusion. This time we're going to create an extrusion. If we go back to the DPC, we are going to see this image we had here and we're going to try and mimic these elements, just cutting all the way to this point. So now to do that, we're just going to go to this 3D view. We're going to go to create. We're going to go to extrusion. Then we're just going to click on set. We're going to click on pick work plane and we're just going to pick this wall here. Okay, so now we've done it. We're just going to click on these pick lines. We're going to pick here. We're going to pick here. We're going to pick here. We're also going to pick this line here. We're going to pick here. We're going to pick here. We're going to pick okay, let's pick somewhere here and let's pick okay, let's pick somewhere here. Okay, as usual, let's offset, pick here too and pick here. So now we're just going to offset 175 millimeter. We're going to offset 175. Then we're going to uncheck this copy, offset 175, offset 175. So now we're just going to click on this and we're going to be offsetting 750 millimeters. So I'm going to click on 750. I'm going to put this copy, make sure it's checked on. I'm going to offset 750 here. I'm going to offset another 750. I'm going to offset 750 here. So now I'm going to be doing some trimming to make sure everything is trimmed well. So now I'm just going to delete this line here and I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so I forgot to make it to close this loop again, so I'm just going to use the trim line and trim it here. So I'm going to make sure the values are 150 millimeters and I'm going to click finish. Again, trim this, make sure everything is trimmed. Let me just make sure this time around, and I think we're good to go. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so now we've done this. Let's just click finish model first. So now I noticed some issue. This cutting wall is not actually how we want it. So I'm going to select this cutting wall. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to select it and I'm going to try and move it up. So I'm just going to be moving it up to about here. Then I'm just going to try and trim this. So I'm going to close this loops by trimming it together. So I'm going to click finish. I'm going to click delete elements. Okay, once I've clicked on delete elements, I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to mullion again. I'm going to go to all grids and select this. So as you can see, you can see this whole thing we've done, looking very nice, and it's giving us the character we want. So now we want to add a bit of touch of color on the facade and a bit of other elements color, but note that it will not be too much. It will just be very mild and it won't be too shouty. So what I'm going to do is I want to create some marble tiles here, some marble finish here. Then I may possibly put some trellis panels here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and click on this. I'm just going to click on edit in place. So now because I want to create another wall extrusion here, so to do that, as usual, I'm just going to go and click on extrusion, click on create. I'm going to click on extrude. Then I'm just going to click on set work plane. I'm going to click on pick work plane. Then I'm going to select this inner wall and pick this work plane. Okay, so now I've done this, I'm just going to rotate this to this front. Then I'm just going to select this line here and just draw the line to this point. I could just click on pick line. I'm picking here, pick here. I'm also going to pick here. I'm going to pick this edge too, and I'm going to pick this base. So I'm just going to use the trim tool to trim everything together. Then Once I'm done trimming this, I'm just going to change this. Instead of white wall paint, I'm going to right click and duplicate to create a new material. Duplicate material and assets. Then I'm just going to name this 01 dark marble tiles. Then I'm just going to click on this box icon to change the material. Then I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to look if they have stone. I'm going to click on stone. I'm going to click on this granite back and just click on this two-way icon to update the material. I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, and click on finish. So you can see this dark material is coming out here, and we've done a very nice work here. So I think I don't want it to be too shouty since the theme of the project is minimalism. So I'm just going to click on finish. So now we still want to do some trellis panels here just to give this some vertical vibes here. So to do these trellis panels, we're going to do something a bit interesting. Okay, so we're going to be using some sweeps to create the panels first because we want to bevel it and make it look very nice. Then I'm going to introduce you to void extrusion. So for this, we're going to go to architecture, we're going to go to components, we're going to go to model in place. Then we're just going to select casework and we're going to click OK. So after selecting this casework, it's going to give us option like the way we created the wall extrusions. It's going to give us option casework. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on extrusion. So instead of picking a wall now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set work plane. I'm going to set work plane, and the work plane I'm going to be setting is at the ceiling level. So I'm going to click on this drop down icon and select ceiling level, and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm going to go to that ceiling level and I'm going to be doing some drawing work. So now what I want to do is that let me go back to 3D. I want to draw some trellis on this plane here. So let me just go back to this ceiling level and I'm going to start drawing this trellis. So I'm just going to be clicking on this tool here and I'm going to draw 1 unit of the trellis just for it to have one very nice effect. So let's say I start from anywhere here, it doesn't matter. So I just draw the trellis up to 35 millimeters and let me just use 75 millimeter here. Then draw this here and leave this at the spacing at 50 millimeters. So now I've done this, I'm just going to click on offset, click on copy. Now this offset, I'm just going to change it to 5 millimeter and I'm going to offset 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. Then I'm going to highlight everything and just move it by 5 millimeter, which is all good. So now I'm just going to drag down this line here. I'm going to click on trim tool. I'm going to trim here and trim here. Then I'm going to use this arc tool to create some radius arc. I'm going to select this. I'm just going to select this one in particular, fillet arc. Then I'm just going to pick here. Okay, let me do it again. Pick here, zoom close, pick here, and put it at about 5 millimeter. Pick here, put it at about 5 millimeter. Let's reduce it to 5. Okay, so now we've done this. I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this down to 45. So what I've basically created here is like a unit profile I can copy before closing the loop. So I'm just going to highlight everything, click on copy, and I'm just going to make sure this multiple is checked on. Then I'm just going to be copying these trellis panels. Copy this, copy this, copy this. So now I've just copied about 4 of them. I could select multiple of them, click on this, copy, select this point here and place it here, and place it here too. Also place it here. Copy one here. Okay, I think this last one, this should be long enough. So now we've created this. You are just wondering, this one I just created this thing randomly. Don't worry, I'm going to use void extrusion to close it. So I'm just going to click on this line here and I'm going to zoom in and I'm just going to close this loop here. Just going to make sure it's vertical and I'm going to close it. Then after closing it, I'm just going to trim this. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to go to this end and I'm just going to use line here and I'm just going to close this as well. And I'm going to trim this. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to edit this material. And I'm going to change it from dark marble. I'm going to right click and call it wooden trellis. So I'm just going to, okay, not wooden trellis. I'm just going to call this 01 wooden panels. Then I'm just going to assign a brown wood look-alike material. Go to appearance and I'm going to go under wood and I'm just going to select this wood material and click apply, click OK. Okay, so now we are just going to make the extrusion parameter, the extrusion end about 3 meters. That is 3000 millimeter. Click finish, go to 3D and see what we've done. So now it's not yet tall enough, so I'm just going to rotate this here and I'm just going to manually just click on it and drag it to about to about here. Yeah. Okay, so now we've done this. We are now going to show you, I'm not going to show you how to do the void extrusion. So to create void extrusion is simple. You are just going to go to create. You are going to go to void forms. You are going to click on, once you click on void forms, you are going to see options, void extrusion, void blend, void revolve, whatever. So let's just start with void extrusion, which is the one we are doing. So as usual, we are going to, like every extrusion, you are going to set work plane. So we're going to click on set. We're going to click on pick a plane. So we're just going to try and select the top of this, or the surface of these panels we've created, just a vertical surface or a plane surface. So we're going to zoom in, we're going to click on set, we're going to click on pick plane, then we're just going to select this surface. So once we've done this, we're going to rotate it back to this front view, and we're just going to draw a profile of the place we want to cut off. So let's draw here, let's draw here, draw here, and let's just, we can just go over here, this visual display option, click on this and change it to wireframe. So we're going to be able to see what is behind. So we're just going to click on this, and we're going to use this line selector tool and just carefully select the part we want to cut out. Okay, so I'm just going to use the trim tool and trim everything here, trim everything here, trim everything. So this section is the part we want to leave. So I'm just going to draw another box enveloping it. So what it means is that if I could change this back to shaded, it means that every part that is in this profile I created is going to cut off. So I'm just going to set the extrusion end at 100 millimeter. Then I'm going to click finish. Okay, so now I've clicked finish. I'm just going to click finish model. So you can see, if you look at this, you can see how the void extrusion cut perfectly clean, and it's just looking like everything was similar. So I hope this helps you understand this void extrusion tool very well. So now I think we are basically done with the facade. We have done the basics. We have done everything in this facade. So now we want to now work on the ceiling. So typically, for instance, if let's just hide this roof temporarily. To hide in Revit, you could just click on this roof to just temporarily hide you, and just click HH on your keyboard, and the element you selected is going to temporarily hide. So we are going to do this for this roof and click HH. So ceilings are easy to create. Let's just rotate this to the top view, and I'm going to be showing you some samples. Okay, so we're just going to go to architecture. Under architecture, we're going to see ceilings. Okay, not ceiling grid, architecture. Let's look for ceilings. So look at ceilings here, and I'm just going to select it. So of course, it's going to give you option to select the ceiling we want. I think this Revit ceiling is okay. You can still edit it. For instance, click on edit type, click on edit, then maybe change the thickness of this structure to 1510. I think that is the normal size. Click OK. Click OK. So now Revit gives you option to sketch your ceiling. By sketching your ceiling, you need to select a level. Then let's say we select ceiling level. Now, yeah, we are going to make sure this height offset is 0, so we will not make any mistakes. So you're just going to click on automatic ceiling, and we could select. You can see that a red highlight is highlighting over here. So I could just select all these places and just put ceiling over them. I set this ceiling level at ceiling, like I just made sure this level is at ceiling. So after I placed it, it reverted back to natural ground level. That is because of we are not in the ceiling plan now. If we're in the ceiling plan now and we click on this ceiling, once we place it on any space, let's say we place it here now, you are going to see it's not going to revert back to natural ground level. So it's always important and easier if you just go here, you are just going to click, go to ceiling level, and you're just going to automatically place your ceiling spaces. So I'm just going to place this one here, and okay, I don't want to place this other one here. I don't want to place this one too. There's a reason why. Okay, so I'm going to click escape. So now I've showed you how to place the basic ceiling. If you rotate it, you could see the ceilings here in 3D. You could see all the ceilings we've created. You could see the ceiling. You could select it, and you could still edit the boundary, which is fine, and click finish. So now we are going to hide everything we created. So to do that, we're just going to click on HR on our keyboard, and it's going to unhide everything we temporarily hid. Okay, so now what we want to do is that this ceiling we are going to use on this entrance is not a typical flat ceiling. We want to create a ceiling that is actually following this shape to give this facade more character. So as usual, we are going to go to model in place. We are going to go to components. We are going to go to model in place. Then this time, instead of casework, we are just going to click on ceilings, and we're going to click OK. And we're going to click OK. So now I want to show you how to use sweep in Revit. So sweep is basically you pick a part, or you draw a part, then you draw a profile to sweep through that part, and you can use this creatively. You're only limited by your creativity. So let's click on sweep now, and we're just going to click on you could click on pick part. Let's say we click on pick part now. This pick part gives you opportunity to pick this part now, and you now draw your profile. But I don't want to pick part because, so I want to sketch part. So sketching part now means you are going to click on sketch part. You are not going to set a plane where you want to sketch. So let's just go and pick a plane, and I just pick this surface now. So now I'm not going to sketch the part of the sweep on this surface. So I'm just going to zoom in here. I'm going to sketch the part from here. Let's say I pick, okay, I could use pick point itself. I'm just going to pick here. I'm just going to pick this line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this here first of all. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then after I click finish, I'm just going to click on edit profile. Okay, so under this edit profile, what I'm just going to do is I'm now going to draw the profile. I'm going to start from this point where this wall stopped. Okay, I could change this to wireframe now. Once I change this to wireframe, okay, it's looking too complicated. Let me change it back to shaded. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're just going to rotate this here, and we're going to try just manually look at this and see if we could pick this point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this pick line tool, and I'm going to try and grab the edge of this wall. So I'm going to pick here first. So after picking here, I'm just going to go back to this top view, and I'm going to see. So currently I know this where this wall stopped, so I'm going to start sketching from here. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm just going to draw a profile, a line up to, I'm going to click wireframe now, and I'm going to carefully select where the wall stopped. So I'm just going to pick this line and draw it up until, let me rotate this to right. So I'm just going to draw it up until this point here. So I'm going to kick this line. I'm going to pick this line. So I'm just going to, from this point here, I'm going to draw this line here, and I'm going to go join it with this line. So this is just a reference line wireframe. So if I go back here and click this back to shaded and change it back to shaded, you're going to see that it's just here we drew the line. So this is kind of tricky because it's diagonal, so it might confuse some people. So just try and follow carefully. So now I'm just going to click on this offset tool, and I'm going to make this 25 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on offset. So now I'm going to delete this reference line here. I'm going to also delete this one. Then I'm just going to use this line tool, and I'm going to fill up here. And I'm also going to close the loop here. So now I'm now going to assign material to this profile before clicking on finish. So I'm going to just go to this material tab here. I'm going to click on these three dots. So material library will appear. So I'm just going to look for acoustic ceiling. Okay, let me just use a white ceiling. I'm just going to create a new ceiling. I'm going to right click, duplicate. Then I'm going to name this one default ceiling. So let me name this 01 default ceiling. Then after naming it, I'm going to click on this icon, and I'm going to look for a pure white material. Go to appearance, go to wall paint. Then I'm just going to select a pure white material, and I'm going to click apply. Then I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to click finish. And I'm going to click finish. So if we rotate this now, before we click the final finish, you're going to see that the sweep have created. You could see where the sweep ended, but we could still extend the ending of this sweep. So you could see the thing swept from here and swept to here. So if I click on edit sweep and I click on sketch part, so now this sketch part, I'm going to see the part where the sweep went to. So let's say I rotate it to this point here, and I just drag this part up to this. Let's say I drag it to around here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. I'm going to click on finish. So if I rotate this, you're going to see that the ceiling has joined with this place, making this place kind of very smooth and good. So I'm just going to click on finish model, and I'm going to, okay, another issue, if I click on this now and I click on edit model, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to edit this material of this ceiling. So I'm going to go under graphics. Under this graphics, I'm going to make sure that this foreground pattern, I'm going to click on it and change it to none. So I'm going to go up, click none, click OK, click apply, change this cut pattern because he inherited it from this default one I duplicated. Change it to none, click OK. Okay, click on this default one self, click on this and change it to none. Click OK, click on this default ceiling back, click OK, and click finish. So you can see everything is perfectly white now. So this is how I've showed you all how to create ceilings in Autodesk Revit, and this is looking good. So now we are going to go to the plans, and we're going to start creating presentation plans and placing furnitures to make the plans readable to the audience or any proposed audience or client of your choice. All right, so we're now going to go to the plans. We're going to go to the DPC. We're just going to click on save project. It's always good to save your project. So now we are going to delete this image because I think we're done with the facade design creation, so we don't even need the image again. I'm going to delete these 2 dimensions because we don't really need it much again. Okay, so I think we're almost done. So I'm just going to add some railings here and here just to complete the model. I'm going to click on architecture, I'm going to click on railings, and I'm just going to draw a railing from here to this point here, and I'm going to click finish. So I'm going to click on this base offset to 0. I don't want it to have an offsetted base offset. So I'm going to go to railing again. I'm going to click on railing. Then I'm just going to draw a railing from here to this point here. Then I'm going to click finish. All right, so now I think we're done with the stuff. So we're going to start placing some room annotations first. So you could just click on annotations by going to annotate, and you could just use the simple text annotation and write whatever room name you want. But this is Autodesk Revit. This is a BIM software. We could do far more than that. This is just a text, so this is just too simple, and so we're just going to delete it. So we want to be able to get the information of the room and annotate the room as a room, and Revit is going to identify this as a room. So to do that, we're going to go under architecture tab here, and we're going to go to rooms. So we're just going to click on rooms, for instance. So currently you could see that you are going to see one kind of triangular thing appearing here. So this thing gives you the opportunity to create a room. So you could go over to this properties panel and set the parameters. For instance, we're in DPC currently, so I'm going to click on this drop down icon and set the upper limit of the room to first floor. So if your room is going from ground floor to first floor, you could just use it and set it here. If your room is going from ground floor to roof level, you could just click and set it before placing. So we are going to remove this limit offset and make sure it's at 0. If not, it's going to add the limit offset on top of the limit you placed. So let's just look at this. So you could see if I go to hover any space that is enclosed with walls, you are going to see the thing will form. If I go to this space now, that is this terrace that is not enclosed, you are going to see it's going to be giving one kind of incomplete appearance here, meaning that it cannot create a room here. But I'm going to show you the ways around that. So before we create a room, currently we have a big space here I consider as a living area, but I want this to be still demarcated with furnitures. But furnitures alone will not cause this thing to demarcate or see it as separate entities. How are we going to solve this? We're going to click on escape first. We're going to click on room separators. What this room separator does is that where there are no walls, it serves as a boundary to enclose those places. So we're just going to be drawing one from here. I'm drawing it here. We're also going to be drawing it. It's always good to know that you don't need them to interfere on that walls, but I want to draw it from those walls so I'll be able to pick the reference point accurately. So I'm just going to draw one here. So now you can see room separators, they are appearing as orange dashed lines. So depending on the Revit you are using, they may appear differently, but it's always good if you click on escape and select anyone, you are going to see the name room separator given. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on room separator. I'm going to click and draw another one from here and place it here. I'm going to also pick one from here and draw it here. Okay, I'm also going to pick one from here. Let me just pick one from here. Or I could go to annotate first. I could go to detail line and I could just pick a detail line from here just to serve as a reference or guide. I could also pick another detail line from here just to serve as a reference or guide. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to room separator and I'm going to draw the room separator from here. So this will be like the kitchen. Draw the room separator, click on this again and draw the room separator. So now I'm also going to go to these terraces that weren't enclosed. I'm going to click on room separator from here to where this wall is and draw it. So it's going to enclose this space. I'm also going to do that for here. I'm going to click on room separator and enclose it somewhere here. All right, so now we're done with that. We're just going to select this room separator lines. Now we're just going to right click and click on hide in view by category. So it's going to hide all the room separator lines, but their effect will still be there despite the fact you've hidden them. So we're just going to go and click on this room again. So before clicking on this room, we're going to click on this drop down icon and we're going to make sure we selected room tag with area, because we also want to see the area of the room we're creating. So once we select it, so now if I hover around, you can see that this is now a separate space. This is a separate space despite the fact that walls are not there. That room separator we created is serving as a divide for this. So we are just going to create one here. We're going to create one here. We're going to click one here. We're going to click one here, place 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 one, place one, place one, place one and place one. Okay, so far so good. So now we've created this plan. Now we have created the rooms now, but if you click on escape, we're not seeing anything. But if you hover around, you'll be seeing the X sign. So what we're going to do is we're just going to click on tag rooms. So once you click on this tag rooms, the tag will start appearing. You're going to see this as room name. You're going to see the room area, place it. We're going to do the same here, place it. We're going to use the same here, place it. We're going to use the same here, place it, place it, place it, place this. There's this. Okay, we mistakenly placed 2, so let me just hit Ctrl Z and go to architecture, room tags, and place this here 21 meters square, and we're just going to place the final one here. Okay, so as you can see, this is looking nice. We have placed the room tags, but is this graphically very good? No, because of these room tags are just all over the place. They are too bulky and everything. Oh, so the next question is, how are we going to edit this? If we select this, we cannot edit this from this edit type. We can't edit much there. So we're just going to click on this edit family, and we're going to edit the family as a whole. Okay, so the first thing to do is we are going to go under this view, and we're going to go to visibility graphics, and we're going to make sure we click on annotation categories, and we're going to click on show annotation categories, click apply and click OK. Then once you show annotation categories, this box line here covering this room tag here, this 101, that is currently the room tag, will appear. So I'm just going to click on it, and I'm just going to delete it. I'm also going to be deleting this room tag. I don't need it. I'm then going to be clicking on this volume, deleting it. I don't need it. I could get it back later. Then I'm just going to move this here. I'm going to move this here. So you could also create any kind of text with any kind of new parameter you want, but let's just edit these basic ones for now. So I'm going to click on this room name. I'm going to click on edit type. So I'm going to edit the properties of this text. I'm going to change the font style to Pebbles Newer. Then I'm going to change the text size to 2 mm, and I'm going to click OK. So now I want this this area of room to be a separate kind of text from this. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, click OK. So I'm just going to change this to, instead of the text size to be 2 mm, I'm going to make it 1.4. Then I'm going to change the color to red. Click on red, click OK, click apply, click OK. So now this red is much different, and you could see it clearly from this one. So I'm going to drag them closer. Then I'm going to click load into project, no, and I'm going to click override graphics, override existing version. So you could see everything is smaller and it's looking much more organized. So now I'm just going to start putting the names. To put in the actual room names, you are going to have to do that manually. You're just going to double click once you hover around the name, and we're just going to put the names. Let me put this living area. Okay, then I'm just going to go over here and call it entrance. Then here I'm going to call this anteroom or foyer. Let me just call it anteroom. Okay, then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to tag rooms. I'm going to make sure these 2 spaces are tagged. Then I'm just going to go here, double click, and call it trap lobby. This will now become guest WC. Okay, this will now become lobby. This will become the dining area. This will become the stairway. And this will become the convenience or bathroom slash WC. BATH/WC. That's why I preferably use as text. BA, let me spell it correctly, backspace, spell it. Okay, then I'm going to call this the laundry. Laundry, or let me just call it store. Okay, let me just call it laundry. Okay, now I'm going to call this bedroom 1. All right, so I'm going to call this kitchen, and I'm going to call this terrace. Okay, all fine and good. So now we've successfully named all the spaces. One thing to know is we're going to try and set up this DPC view before moving forward. We're going to right click, highlight this elevation point, right click, hide in view by category, and make sure it's hidden. We're going to select this code box, right click, hide in view by category. We don't need to be seeing it. Cancel. Select it again, right click, hide in view by category. Okay, so we're going to select this reference planes here. We're going to right click, hide in view by category. Okay, so now that is out of the way, we're going to start placing in some furnitures. So typically, if you go to architecture and you go to components, you are going to click on this drop down. You're going to see some basic components Revit left with you, which I think is clearly not enough. So what we are going to do we are going to be loading in from our own personal library. Remember, I said I'm going to leave the project for you, so just in case you want to get some of the families here, it will be available for you for free. So I'm just going to click on this load project. Then I'm just going to try and locate my own personal Revit library. So now I've located it. I'm just going to go under furnitures. So I'm going to scroll down. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on furniture. So now I'm going to be starting from chairs and tables. Then I'm going to be bringing in other stuff. I could also open previous projects and just copy components from there. But let me just bring in, for instance, I'm going to bring in one of these dining. I'm just going to select this dining table and I'm just going to click on open. And I'm just going to bring it in. So now they have brought in this component. You are going to see it now. So now this component is placeable from this view. I could just click on this drop down to see other options of this component. Now we have 4 seats dining, we have 6 seats dining. So I'm just going to place this here. So to make things faster, I'm going to open one of my projects where I have furniture sets. So I'm just going to copy everything from there instead of manually copying it one by one. So let me just do that quickly. Okay, so this the previous project I did a full course on this classical duplex. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to try and select all these site components and just click HH first. I'm going to click HH here. I'm going to click HH here. So now I've done that, I'm just going to highlight this whole project and I'm just going to go under here. I'm going to go to filter. Under this filter, I'm just going to click on check none. Then I'm just carefully going to pick this furniture. I'm going to also pick caseworks. I'm going to click on casework, and I'm also going to click on furnitures, plumbing fixtures. Okay, then I'm just going to click OK. So now this casework came with its own baggage, but we are going to find a way to deal with it later. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to go back to the DPC of this our main our building where we're currently working on. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl V to paste it. So once I paste it, I'm just going to paste it outside the scope of the building, so there will not be any conflict. So it's going to take some time. It's a lot of components. So we're going to place it and alright, so now we've placed it. What we are simply going to do is we're just going to highlight everything and we're going to click on delete. Okay, you're wondering like, why did you now waste our time? Once you bring in a component, you copy a component from another folder in Revit to the current folder, it's going to be loaded into the library of that project. For instance, if I click on component and I click this drop down, I'm going to see all these components are imported from that project. So they're already in this project now, unless I purge the project. So I'm going to click on escape and I just want to hit Ctrl Z because I needed something. So I'm just going to click on this kitchen coursework and I'm going to click edit extrusion, click OK, click on this, click on edit extrusion, so it will be quick and faster for me. I'm going to delete this profile here and I'm just going to simply draw a new profile here. So I'm just going to be drawing a U-shaped kitchen. I'm going to be drawing it from this point 1.2, I think 1.2 here. I'm going to draw it to this point and I'm also going to draw it and stop it around here. Then I'm going to draw this and try and match this here, 3.6. Okay, let me make it 3.3. Then I'm just going to click on offset and offset 600mm around the kitchen cabinet. So I'm just going to offset here, offset here, offset here, and draw this line here. So now this is done. I'm just going to click here and I'm going to trim this and I'm going to click finish. Okay, click finish. So now I'm just going to go back here, select all of this and delete as I planned. So I'm going to delete this dining. This dining is not looking too good. I want a better dining. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to components and I'm going to start placing these components are important. I'm going to be using this better dining. I'm going to place it here. I'm going to go over and try and pick some of this lounge. I'm going to pick this rug. So I'm going to be trying and be fast in everything, so we won't waste too much time here. Okay, so I think we have a sink, so I'm just going to place this kitchen sink. I'm going to put this elevation at 750, so it's not going to be hidden. So I'm just going to place this sink somewhere here, and maybe let's place another one here. Then if you have a gas cooker, okay, let's just load a gas cooker. Then I'm going to click on delete. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to components. I'm going to go to load family, and I'm going to try to go and look for a folder where gas cookers are in this my Revit library. So let's see. All right, so now we have our gas cooker here. We could just simply drag it into the project and we could just place it. So let's say we place one maybe here and just place it in the middle here. All right, so as you can see, we've placed a lot of furnitures and this is looking good. We could even decide to add one more chair here. We could click on architecture, we could click on components, and we could just click on, okay, let me search for one more sink before adding a chair here. I'm looking for a convenience sink. Well, anyways, we could get that later. So let me just do some final thoughts. Let me just add an armchair here. Select this arm viper chair and we could just go to this corner and just rotate it, and it's going to place at an angular degree. So this is looking good, but we are not yet done yet. So as you can see, we've placed the furniture. So what is remaining in this plan? This plan is still not looking good graphically, so we're going to start working on the graphics. So to start, we're just going to try and adjust this grid here and try and make sure all the elements on each side are close to equal, even though it may not be perfectly equal, but at least it has a kind of visual balance. So we're going to click on one of these grids. We're going to right click, we're going to click on override graphics in view by category, and we're just going to check this halftone key and we're going to click it. So this kind of helps tones down the grid, so the grid will not be the focus of attention. We could now do some line work when necessary, like for instance, we want to go to annotate. We're just going to indicate that this is a void. Click on detail line, and I'm going to draw a cross hatch line here, indicating that this is a void here, indicating that this is a void. Okay, so now we are also going to do the same here. We're just going to be drawing some, okay, maybe we could draw it later, but usually we are just going to draw maybe we're going to draw a 600mm cabinet here, or wardrobe, 600 by let's say 1.8, and draw it here. Then we're just going to draw one single cross line. So what we're going to do is we're just going to select this window, select this door, select this bed, select this center rug, and we're just going to move it. So we're going to be moving it from the point of this window to this edge here. Okay, so now this is done. I think this is looking good. We're all fine here. So now we are done with the halftone and we have done some annotation work. We're just going to click on VV to access the visibility graphics. So here you can edit the hatch of the walls and the other graphical aspect, or majority of the graphical aspect. So we're going to scroll down and look for walls. So under these walls, we're going to go under this cut column here. We're just going to make sure it's under walls. Don't mistakenly select another one. We're going to go to this row of walls, click on this override under these patterns, click on override, then change this pattern override to solid fill. Then you are now going to give it your desired color. Usually I like black, but I don't like pitch black. I like just close to black. Click OK, apply, and click OK. So you can see that the graphical pattern has applied to these walls. So now we are just going to click on GD, that is graphics display option. So this is where you're now going to touch the shadows, how the shadows look, how the elements look. So we're just going to first of all turn on these smooth lines with anti-aliasing. So we're just going to check this on. We're going to click on shadows. We're going to check this cast shadows, check this show ambient shadows. We're going to click on lighting. Under this lighting, we're going to maximize the sun. We're going to increase the ambient light to about 20. We're going to reduce the shadows to about 5. The shadows shouldn't be shouting in a plan. We're going to go to in light settings, and we're just going to go here and click on this sunlight from top to right, and we're going to change this azimuth from 135 degrees to 185. And we're just going to click OK. So now we're just going to click apply, and we're going to click OK. So as you can see how the plan is coming out well and is looking much better. So now, are we done with this? We're almost done, but not quite yet. So what we're going to do finally is we're going to go over to this properties panel here, and we're going to go to this color scheme that is currently a none and click on it. So now we're just going to click on spaces. Under these spaces, we're just going to click on rooms. Under these rooms, we are going to click on names here, and we're just going to click on this check by value, just recheck it. Then we're just going to click apply, and we're going to click OK. So as you can see different colors are allocated to all the spaces, so it's easy for someone to visually differentiate them. So another thing is you could just go to annotate here and you could click on this color field legend to help support your viewer or the person you're presenting to, which gives it a better taste. So you could see the color, you could see the anteroom, you could just trace it to this point, you could see the bedroom, and it's arranged in alphabetical order with a title. Okay, so this is looking good. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be picking some nice perspective views. Okay, to pick perspective views in Revit, you are going to go under this view tab here. Under this view tab, you are going to go under this 3D view, click this drop down icon and click on camera. So before picking this camera, you are just going to make sure you set this base offset to about, like I usually prefer 600 because I like my perspective close to the ground. Then you're just going to go from a wide angle, make sure it's at a wide angle to maximize the best of these views. Then you're just going to zoom out and you're just going to pick your shot from here and just pick it to get that nice perspective. So once you pick it and you click it 2 times, you are going to see it's going to give you the perspective on its own. So you could go back to, let's say, DPC now, and you could just change the position of the perspective and change this position to about here. So this is going to give you a more aligned one. So if you want to see exactly where your 3Ds are, you go over to this project browser and you click on 3D views. So once you see the click on 3D views, the 3D view 1 will apply and you're just going to click on it. So now you're going to see the thing we created. So now we have picked this 3D. It's still looking off where. So we're just going to select this scope box, select both of them, right click, hide in view by element. Okay, so now we're just going to click on this crop region and we're just going to try and crop this to a very good appropriate position. We're going to crop this here, we're going to crop this here, and we're going to crop this here. Okay, then after we've cropped it, we're going to go over here and click on hide crop region. So now this is looking black and white. You could see all the elements. We've done a nice work in this minimalist design or this minimalist building. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we're going to go under GD to add some graphics display options. So we're going to turn on this smooth line to anti-aliasing. We're going to click on these shadows. We're going to turn on car shadows, scans, ABS shadows. We're going to go to lighting. The lighting will be a bit different from the plan, but similar. We're going to increase it to about 90. We're going to increase this ambient light by 20. We're going to reduce the shadow to about 10. We're going to go to this in-light setting. Under this in-light setting, we're going to click on still. Under this still, we're now going to set the time. Let's say we set it at 11 a.m. which is an ideal time. Click apply and click OK. So we're now going to go under this background and we're going to click from none. We're going to click on this drop down and click on gradient. So we're just going to edit some colors in this gradient. We're going to click on this gradient floor. I usually prefer the gradient floor somewhere in the brownish spectrum. We're just going to drag this color to this point. Click OK. Then we're going to click on this color sky. We're going to drag it towards the blue aspect and make it as light as possible. Click OK. Click apply. We're going to click OK. So now the final thing to do is we're going to click on this and we're going to change this to fine. We're also going to click on this option, display option, and we're going to change this to shaded. So let's see how it looks. So as you can see, this is looking good. You could see the elements looking very nice. We could even go a step further and click on this graphics display option and change this to realistic. So we are going to see the materials in their most realistic format. So now you can see the realistic approach is looking also very nice. All right, so now we are done with majority of the presentation aspect of this work. We are going to start creating some dimension plans. Okay, so this is more of the working drawing aspect, which I just want to show you 1 or 2 about. So we're going to go back to this DPC. And now in this DPC, we have our presentation plan. So we are going to also create a duplicate and create our working drawing plan. So to do that, I'm just going to right click. I'm going to click on this duplicate view. I'm going to click on duplicate view with detailing, and I'm just going to click on it. Then I'm just going to right click and I'm going to rename this view and name it as 02. All right, so we're just going to click off our, okay, I made a mistake in the spelling, so I'm just going to click on rename, and I'm just going to click on one point and just move it to where I made the mistake and just backspace. Okay, so I think our spelling is correct. So now we've duplicated this. We could also go back to this normal DPC and give it a proper name. Let's just name this ground floor 02, ground floor dimensioned, ground floor presentation. All right. Okay, they'll ask me whether would you like to rename corresponding level and views. I'm going to click no because I don't want to change the view, the level name from DPC to this name. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this ground floor dimension. It's always good to make sure you're in that view so you're not going to override a view you didn't intend to override. So firstly, I'm just going to delete this. Okay, so now the first thing to do when working with dimension plan, if you are working with working drawing, the main aim is to show information of the plan. So we don't care about all these furnitures. So what I usually do in typical projects, I'm going to select this furniture, I'm going to right click, I'm going to click on hide in view by category because we don't need font. The plumbings are okay, you could leave the plumbings and you could leave some of this. Okay, we can hide this gas cooker, hide in view by element. All right, so now we've hidden all the furnitures. We're just going to go and turn off this color scheme. So to do that, we're going to go to this properties panel over here, then we're going to go over to this color scheme, click on this name icon and change it to none. Click on none and click OK. Okay, so now it has reverted back. We are going to click on VV, that is visibility graphics, because we want to change the footprint of this wall from thick black to brick wall to a hatched brick wall. So I'm going to click on VV. I'm going to go scroll down. I'm going to go to where I overrode the wall cut pattern from this solid black. I'm going to click on it and I'm just going to change it to brick wall. And I'm going to click OK and I'm going to click apply. I'm also going to edit the thickness of the line. So I'm going to click on this override. I'm going to change the line weight to 0.5. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. So as you can see now, our plan is looking more drafty, but we don't need these shadows in working drawing. So we're just going to go over to GD, that is graphics display option. We're going to go and we're going to turn off these smooth lines. We're going to go over here, turn off these scar shadows, turn off this show ambient shadows, click apply and click OK. So everything is looking good. We are making progress. Okay, so now we are going to start doing some dimensions. Okay, so to start with the dimensions, we're going to go to annotate. Under annotate, we're going to go to align. So as you can see, we have already created dimension 1 previously and we're going to be using it as the basic dimension. So in dimension of working drawings, you're going to start from the interior space. So you're going to be dimension the interior space first. So let's say we start from here, we dimension in between this curtain wall. Then okay, let me just dimension this, we place this, then we're going to dimension the overall space size. The same thing for this range here, for this portion here, we're going to dimension here, dimension all the doors and openings. Okay, so we're just going to quickly draw the curtain wall here. Let's say we draw it from here. Okay, we're going to go to wall. We're going to make sure we set the constraint right from DPC offset at 300 millimeter. Then we're just going to draw it from here to around 3 meters. I think that should be sufficient. So now we've done this, we're going to go back to the 3D view. We're going to rotate it to this view and we're going to start putting some cutting grids. So I'm just going to rotate it and I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grids and I'm just going to place the cutting grids at interval of 1 meter. Then I'm also going to place some horizontal cutting grids just to balance it out. Then I'm just going to go to Munion. I'm going to click on all grid and I'm going to put. Then I'm just going to be replacing some of these panels with windows, cutting wall embedded windows. By as usual, I'm going to just tab and select the panels. I'm also going to select this panel. I'm also going to tab again, select this panel. Then I'm going to go over here and unpin it, click on this drop down icon and replace it with cutting wall embedded windows. Okay, so we are going to go back to this ground floor dimension plan and we're just going to dimension, click on this dimension. We are going to click on edit witness lines to add more points or reference points in the dimension. So we're just going to click this edge and click this edge. Okay, so now once we click on this cutting wall, we can actually balance it by, let's say, making this 1150 or something. Okay, or anyway, okay, I think this is still fine. Okay, let me just click on this and make this 1100. Okay, good and fine. So now we're just going to click on this cutting wall. We're going to click on copy. We'll copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and we're going to align it to the first floor. Okay, so it will balance the facade out. Then we're just going to go to annotate. Okay, I think we can hide this casework. So we're going to hide this worktop, hide view by element. So I'm just going to go to annotate and I'm just going to dimension from this whole length. Okay, since I've already dimensioned it at this point, I think it will be redundant, so there's no need for that. So I'm just going to be doing the same for these other spaces. I'm going to be dimensioning from here. I'm going to dimension to this point, dimension to this edge, dimension to this point here, and just close it. I'm also going to do the same from this overall dimension, and I'm going to close it. I'm going to do the same here, and I'm going to close it. I'm also going to do the same here. I'm going to close it off. Okay, so we're also going to do the same for this point. We're going to be doing for this stairway. We're going to be doing for dimension this opening here. We're going to give this an overall dimension. We're also going to dimension the winders of this stairway, and we're going to do some horizontal dimensions here. We're going to reference the stairway and dimension it to this wall. We're also going to do the same for this point here, and dimension this point. And finally, we're going to do the overall dimension. Okay, this is looking good, but we still have some spaces remaining. So let's just dimension this entrance. We're also going to dimension here and give the overall dimension. Okay, so we could click on this dimension to this point, dimension this stairway. We could also dimension here too, and just drop it somewhere here. We could now click on this entrance and just adjust this tag. So we are going to dimension these bedroom spaces, annotate again, dimension the end to end. So let's dimension this laundry, give it the overall dimension, do the same here, and do the same here. So the same for this. It's always good to try and place all your dimensions in one line so it will be looking more organized. We are going to do the overall dimension. Dimension these windows. We're going to dimension the overall, and we're going to dimension this as well. Then we're going to dimension this. Alright, so we're going to also try and centralize this tag. Okay, so far we are still making progress. Okay, let's just dimension this terrace. I think that is one of the final spaces we will need to dimension. Okay, all good and fine. So now we are done with the dimension of the interior spaces. We are now going to be dimensioning the exterior. So in dimensioning the exterior, we are going to start from dimensioning all the openings. So we are going to click on align once more. We are just going to start from here. We are going to go on all the planes, and we are just going to be dimensioning all the openings from exterior. So it's always better you have redundant dimensions than you lack a dimension, because it's going to cost you while during the construction. So it's better you have excess than you're lacking. Okay, so we are going to tap this one here. We're also going to do the same for this region of the building. So now, after dimensioning all the openings on the exterior, we are now going to be dimensioning the wall thickness. So we are going to be dimensioning all the wall to wall. So we are just going to do that. I think we have this here, and I think we'll stop here. So we're also going to do the same for here, dimensioning wall to wall. Wall to wall. I think this wall formed under the same grid, so I think this is fine. So we're just going to dimension wall to wall of all the walls. All right, So now we are done with this. We are now going to start dimensioning the grids. Okay, but before we dimension the grids, I always do one extra dimension. I usually dimension the overall planes. It's not really like overall dimension, but it's just selecting the major massing of the building. So I'm just going to pick these major points and just dimension the overall major points. So let's say like this. I'm going to place this one here. I'm going to dimension this to dimension this, and just dimension this. So just picking the major planes. I feel the interval or gap between these two dimensions, so I could just adjust it manually. I could also adjust this manually. So I'm going to do the same for this, and I'm going to dimension here, pick these major planes and just dimension it. So I'm going to dimension here too, dimension here, and just dimension here. All right, so now this is done. We're now going to start dimensioning the grids. So we're just going to pick our grids and dimension the grids. So that one is, I think, one of the easiest. Place the grids, try and balance the gap between all of them. Dimension here too. Place these grids somewhere here. We're also going to dimension here too. Okay, then we're going to dimension here. All right, so now we are done with this. We're just going to click on align again, and we're going to give the overall dimension. So now, instead of using this normal dimension, we're going to use this dimension so that it's much bigger. Okay, so we're just going to pick the overall. We are going to pick from the exterior wall, from the last wall to this last wall, and give an overall dimension. Okay, sometimes this overall dimension may be clashing with your grid, so you could click on the grids and maybe extend them just a bit, so you make provisions for the overall dimension. You're just going to drag this grid dimension down a bit. We're also going to do the same for this point. We're going to click on this, and we're just going to drag this dimension overall. So we're just going to drag this here. Okay, we're also going to do the same. Click on this, and we're going to move it and drag it here. Okay, then drag this back too. All right, so now we are just going to go to align. We're going to give the overall dimension, pick the last wall, and dimension this. We're also going to do this, pick the last one and pick the last one and dimension this. Okay, we're going to pick this last wall, and give it the overall dimension, which I think is 12 meters, which is rather on the larger end. So we're just going to adjust this dimension so we make provision. Dimension this, adjust this. So honestly, I feel this dimension is too big, so I'm just going to click on edit type, and I'm going to reduce the size of the text. I'm going to reduce it to 4 millimeters. I'm going to click apply, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now I think it's much more balanced. So now you can see we have dimensioned the plan. So now what we're going to be adding is we're going to be adding some spot elevation tags, so we're going to know the height of the levels. So we're just going to go to annotate. All right, so now we're just going to click on this spot elevation. So under this spot elevation, we're going to click on this drop down icon and make sure, okay, we're going to make sure it's target spot elevation. Click on edit type, so we're going to see the parameters of it, and we could change some of these parameters. We could change this text to 1.5. We could change the text font to let's use Bebas Newer. We could also change the arrow, the color of the arrow to red, so it will just come out a bit. Then we're going to click OK. So now we are just going to be placing this here. I'm placing this here. I'm placing this. Okay, currently the text is not looking like Bebas Newer, so I'm just going to click on it and edit the type again. So I'm going to change this font. I'm going to click on Bebas Newer and make sure it's Bebas Newer. So I'm just going to click on this offset from symbol. I'm going to change it from 6 to 3 millimeters. Then I'm going to click apply, and I'm going to click OK. So now I think this is much more appropriate where we're just going to position it. So we are going to see that it's going to pick the height of this floor, which is 450 millimeters. So we're just going to do the same, and we're going to go to spot elevation and replicate it for other spaces. So we're just going to pick a point, pick another point, arrange it. So we are later going to be arranging all of them manually, so it's not going to be interfering. So let's just pick this point here, pick this point, pick point here, pick this point. Okay, so we could do that for some of these spaces here. Okay, so despite the fact that this
elevation tag is small like this, I still want to make it smaller because it's dragging more attention than this text itself or this tag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go under family and I'm going to edit it. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on annotation symbol. I'm first going to click on this, so I'm going to make sure I know the annotation symbol in particular. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to call this one is arrow field symbol M spot elevation target field. Okay, so we're just going to look for it here under annotation symbols M spot elevation. Okay, so this is it. So I'm just going to right click and edit it. Okay, as usual, before editing it, we're going to click on view. We're going to click on visibility, graphics, annotation. Then I'm going to show annotation categories and click OK. So we're going to see it very well. So now what we're just going to do is we're going to click on this line here. We're going to change this to 1.1.2. So it will be as small as possible. We're going to click on this edit sketch. We're just going to click on this pick line tool and pick this line. So we're just going to use this trim tool and we're just going to trim it here and trim it here. Then we're going to click on this line and delete it. Then we're going to click finish. The same thing for this. We're just going to click on it, edit sketch. We're going to click on pick line. We're going to pick this line, delete this one here. We're going to use the trim tool, trim here and trim here and click finish. So now this is done. We could now reduce the height of this, reduce this line here, click on this line here, could reduce the size a bit and reduce the size a bit here. Okay, so now this is done. We're just going to click on load into place. We're going to click on no. We're now going to click on override existing parameters, and as you can see, you could see how more compact and good this is looking. So we could now manually adjust the position of this. We could adjust this one here. Let's move this here and let's move this here. Let's also move this here and let's move this here. Okay, let's move this here. Okay, so now we are done with this. At least if we place this here, we have placed this around the spaces. There are some spaces we didn't place it, so we could do that when we do call out, which I'm still going to show you shortly. But for now, before moving any further, we need to create some sheets and we need to start placing our drawings in sheets, because even I'm not supposed to do this dimension plan without placing this in sheets because it's risky, because you could do everything and finish it and you will now place it in sheet and you find out that it's too big for the sheet or it's too small in comparison to the sheet. So what we are going to do is we are going to create our sheet in Autodesk Revit. So to do that, we are just going to go to under sheets here. So if you go under sheet and you right click and you click on new sheet, it's going to give you options to select from the sheet Revit gave you. So Revit has given A1 sheet and A0 sheet, but we're going to make our own sheet. All right, so now we are just going to click on this file here. Under this file, we are just going to click on new. Under new, we are going to click on family. So we are going to, instead of English Imperial, we are going to go to English Metric, and we're just going to go under this title blocks here. Then we're going to select A3 Metric and click OK. So now we're in the interface. We're going to start creating the title block. We're going to start from lines here. And once we click on this line tool, okay, go to create, go to click on line. We're going to see an options of tools to use to create our lines. So we're just going to start by going to this offset tab and imputing -10 because we want to create a panel. So we're just going to pick, a border line. So we're just going to click on this rectangle line. Since this offset is -10, we could just pick this point here and pick this point, and we're going to get this border line very well. So now we're going to go to create. Okay, before going to create, we're just going to click on tab to select all these lines, and we're going to make sure instead of title block they are in wide lines because we need thick lines for the border line. So we're just going to go to create. We're going to go to line again. Under this, we are going to select the type of line, which specifically will be wide line. Then we're just going to draw our title block 40 millimeter or 4 cm from this edge here. So now we've done this, we're also going to draw some sections up for 2.5 cm from this edge. Then we're just going to offset it by 2.5 cm. Okay, sorry, it's 20, that is 25 millimeters. So we're just going to offset this and just offset this, just to create segments for information on our title block. Okay, so basically we could fill all these notes later, like this space will be for notes. So we're just going to go and create some text. Okay, so we're going to go under this create. We're going to click on text here. So under this text, we are going to select a small text. Since they don't have option for a small text, we are going to create one. Edit type, duplicate, and we're going to name this small text 01 small. Then I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm going to change the text font to Pepper's Newer.
Then I'm going to change the text size to 2 millimeters. Then I'm just going to click on this and write notes. Then I'm going to click Ctrl A to highlight it, and I'm going to make sure it's bold. Okay, then I'm going to create another text and just write, let me just write ... so I can edit it later. Okay, so now we've created notes. We are going to put the sheet name, the scale, the title. So I'm just going to start from here, and I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to click on copy. So now let's say, okay, I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this big 02 big. Then I'm going to make sure it's automatically bold, and I'm going to make the text size 4 millimeters. So it's going to be big. So I'm just going to try and place it here. Okay, so now I'm going to put the project name, project. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to call this second section the client name. I'm going to copy this third section and call this consultant. I'm going to go to this fourth section and call it sheet name, or should I call it sheet number, or let me just call this location. Then this location, I'm just going to move it up here before client. I'm just going to carry this client down, and I'm going to move this location somewhere here. I'm also going to move this client somewhere here at this point. Then I'm going to move this consultant here. Okay, then I'm going to also copy this, click on this, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to be creating the sheet number. Then I'm going to also copy this, and this will now be the sheet name. Then I'm just going to copy this, and this is going to be the scale. Then after scale, I'm going to copy this, and this will be the date. Then I'm also going to copy this, and this is last segment is going to be the sale. Okay, so now we've copied all these titles. We're now going to start putting in the text notes inside them. Okay, to create some of these text notes, we are going to make sure of something. Okay, some of them are going to be labels. So we are going to go to create. Instead of this normal text, we are going to click on label. Okay, then before clicking on label, of course, we are going to click on edit type to create our label text. So I'm going to click on duplicate. I'm going to call this 01 small again. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to change this text font from Arial to Bebas Newer. Then I'm going to change the text size to 2 millimeters, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on it, or click anywhere on my screen. So it's going to bring up some parameters I'm going to select from. So I'm just going to click on all, make sure this is on all. So I'm just going to look for the parameter. So I'm going to look for project, I think project title, project name. I'm going to click on it, and I'm just going to add this. So I'm going to click OK. So now I'm going to create another one. That one will be for the sheet number. Let's create one for sheet number. So under this, I'm going to look for sheet number, or okay, sheet number. I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on this green tab, and you are going to say the sample value. I'm just going to click on it. Okay, for this sheet number, I'm actually going to make it bigger though, but I'll still go back to it later. Then I'm just going to click on anywhere again, and I'm going to look for sheet name. Then I'm going to add it. Then I'm just going to click OK. So now the scale, I'm going to click on anywhere around here again. I'm going to look for scale, and I'm just going to click on it. I'm going to add it and add this parameter. Then I'm going to look for click on anywhere again. I'm going to look for date. Under the date and timestamp, I'm going to add it, and I'm going to click OK. Then the cell, I don't need to add anything. Then I could also add location. I could just click on anywhere. I could look for location. Okay, project address. Then I'm just going to click on it and add it, and I'm going to click OK. Then I could also add here another parameter, the client name, and I'm just going to add it. The consultant, I could just click on this and add design by. Okay, let me just click design by and click on this and add this. So you can see all these parameters, you can see all these names and parameters here. So what you are going to do is you are going to edit it later once you load it into the project. Okay, so now this is out of the way. I just said earlier that I'm going to increase this sheet number because I want it to be bigger. So I'm just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and name it 02 big. 02 big. Then I'm just going to go and increase the size of it. Then I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to change the size to 6, and I'm going to click OK. So now you could see the sheet number, everything is coming out well. So I'm just going to click on load into project. Yes, do I want to save this family? I'm going to click yes, and I'm going to save it as, go to the location I want to save it. So I'm just going to save it as A3. Then I'm going to click on save. Okay, so now we have loaded it into our project. If we go on that sheet here and we right click and we click on new sheet, you are going to see A3 tutorial sheet that we just created, and I'm just going to click OK. So now if you click on this plus icon, you are going to see the sheet, and you could see the sheet number already appearing here. So if I right click like this and I rename this as, let me rename this, I'm going to change the sheet number to A001. Okay, let me turn on my caps lock, A001. And I change the sheet name to site plan. And I click OK. You can see that both the sheet name have changed to site plan and the sheet number have changed to 1. So all these designers, I could just manipulate it. Let me just call this Architect Piper. Okay, and another thing, you could always add logos and images in your title blocks in Autodesk Revit. You get? So let me just change this client name. Let's call this YouTube. Client is YouTube. Then we could address the edit the address. Let's call this Nigeria. And I'm just going to click OK. So you could see all these properties have changed. We could just go and later we could click on this and edit family to edit this note. So now what we are going to do, I'm just going to show you how to drag images, which is very simple. You are just going to open the folder location where your images are. Then let's just say I want to drag this my Architect Piper logo. So I'm just going to drag this one in and I'm going to place it. So now I'm just going to reduce the size by clicking on this 4-point spawner, any of them. And I'm just going to reduce the size. Then I'm going to move it under this consultants and I'm going to drag it here and just move it somewhere here. So now we have brought in the logo. We are just going to load it back into project. Yes, we want to save it. Yes, and we are going to load it back. So as you can see, override existing version and parameters. So as you can see, you could see the consultant, Architect Piper, and the logo. So you could do a lot with this kind of sheets and it's very easy to do. So now we are done with the sheets. We are going to go back to this dimension floor plan and I'm going to show you how to create sections and callouts in Autodesk Revit. So to create sections is pretty simple. You're going to go under this view tab here. You are going to just see this section tab and you're going to click on section. So now you are going to be required to draw a section line. So let's just say we want to draw a section line horizontally through this staircase. So I'm just going to click on this point here and I'm going to click on this point and I'm going to click escape. Now the section I've drawn, you remember I clicked on the 2 points before clicking on escape, before you just click on 1 point and click escape and you start complaining in the comments that you tried it and it didn't work. So take note of that. So now the section is created. To access the section view, I'm just going to double click on the section. Then it's going to automatically carry us to the section view. So now we could see a lot of elements. We could see all the things we've created prior. So sometimes, especially when I just cut the raw section, I always click on TL to turn off my tick line. So I'll be able to see every intricate details. You could see the whole staircase details. You could even see some inaccuracies here. Like for instance, this staircase is too much. So from that information, we could go back to the ground floor dimension plan. We could click on the staircase, click on edit staircase and we could reduce the staircase. So let's click on it, edit sketch, and we're just going to remove one riser and we're just going to use the trim tool to trim the remaining. Then we're going to click on finish and we're going to click finish. So we're going to go back to this section view by right clicking. You could also access the section from this your project browser here. If you click on under architectural, you are going to see a subsection called sections. If you click on this plus, you are going to see this section 1 that is highlighted currently because we're in it. So now let's start working on this section and make it more presentable and more detailed. Okay, so firstly we're going to click on this, go over here and click this hide crop region, so we'll not be seeing the crop region. Then we're going to click on this reference plane. We're going to click on it, hide in view by elements, and we're going to hide this reference plane. So as you can see, another inaccuracy here is that this slab now, since we reduced it, the slab is not now joining well with this end of this stairway. So we're going to go to the first floor and correct that. All right, so we're just going to select the floor here. We're going to click on edit modify elements. So we're just going to click on it and drag it here. We're going to click finish. We're also going to click don't attach, because sometimes if you attach some things you don't want to attach. So we're going to click on move. We're just going to select this railing and bring it to this point, so everything will be good. So now I think everything is set. If you go back to this section, you could see a lot. So now we want to work on some things in this section, because in sections we need to show the foundation footing, the roof footing. So currently we didn't create any actual roof members, so there is a way to work with this, even if you, despite the fact you didn't create roof members. To do that, you are just going to go to annotate. Under annotate, we are going to go to field region. Under this region here, we could choose field region, we could choose max region. So I usually start with max region, so I'm going to cut out where the roof is. Okay, so now I'm first going to start from, change this from thin lines to wide lines, because I want to draw mark some part of this roof. So I'm just going to draw to this point. Okay, so now I've used wide lines to draw profiles, lines on where the walls are. I'm now going to change this back to 10 lines, because I want to be drawing from this roof. So I'm just going to draw to this point here, then I'm just going to draw all the way up to this point. I'm going to draw all the way up to this point too, somewhere here, and I'm going to stop here, and I'm just going to cut it here. Then I'm going to just cover up this place. Okay, select here, and I'm going to cover up here and cover up here. I'm also going to do the same for this. Okay, so we're just going to click finish. So now we've created max region, and now we can now start creating our roof elements, or annotating, using annotation to create our roof element. Okay, so we're then going to click on this drop down. We're going to go to field region. So now this field region is like a graphic work. You can use it to do some cover up. For example, we have some slabs here we're cutting through, and we want to show that this slabs is concrete. Of course, you could click on material editor to work on all those things, but this is just another method. Okay, so let me close this first. For instance, if I go to these walls and I click on VV now, that is visibility graphics, and I now scroll down and start with the walls first. So once I go to walls, I'm going to go under this cut section, under the pattern, click on this drop down icon and change it to brick wall, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now I'm still going to look for floors. So I'm just going to scroll up, because it's arranged in an alphabetical order. I'm going to go under floors. I'm going to look for this called override. I'm going to change this field region, this pattern from this, and I'm going to change it to concrete. So I could even still click on this and edit this concrete by clicking on, let me just show you again, by clicking on these three dots, clicking on this edit. Then I'm going to change the scale to, let's say, 0.5, because I want the concrete more coarse. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click OK. It's taking some time to load. Let's wait a bit. Then I'm going to click OK, apply, OK. So as you can see, both the walls and the floors have changed, but you could still see some interjects like this. That's why you always ask you whether you want to attach the wall to bottom. But if you don't want to do all those things, you could also use some field region work. And if you don't want to manually create your foundation footing, you could do some field region work. Okay, but let's go to the field region work. So we're just going to go under regions. We're going to go to field region. So under this field region, you could create the kind of region you want to fill. For example, we have this diagonal cross hatch, but we don't want to do that. So we're just going to click on drop down and see the options we have. Since we don't have a lot of options, we're going to create our own. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to name this 01 concrete. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to go and just click on this foreground field pattern. I'm going to change it to this concrete. Click OK, and I'm just going to click OK. Okay, so now we could just go over here. We could change this from thin lines to wide lines. Let's use wide lines. Then we could just click on this and draw our foundation footing 900 or 800 millimeter from the natural ground level, and we're just going to draw some foundation footing 150 depth, 675 in overall width. Then just join this here. So now we're just going to delete this line. So now what we're going to do, we're going to select this profile, click on copy, select this center point of these walls and or these grid lines, and just copy them where the walls are. So we could also do this and draw a proper profile for this slab. So we're just going to draw a line to here, to this point. We're going to stop this here, and we're going to draw this here as well. Okay, so now we are just going to select this and draw this here, and we're going to reach this point and draw our slab beam. That is, let's just drop it by 225. Then we're also going to draw it here, join it here, drag it to this point, and do the same thing, 225. Okay, so now this is done. We're just going to go, and also we're going to draw some roof beams. So let's just go over here and draw one here. Drop it down by 225. Draw one here. We could also select this profile and we could click on copy this here, and I think we are good to go. So let's just fill this place up and just draw this here. So we're also going to do something here. We're going to stop this here and we're going to bring like a bulge out here. Then we're just going to bring this up here. We're going to close this loop here. So now we're just going to click on finish. Okay, so now we've done this basic field region. Now we could also do some things like the laterite to draw laterite. So we're just going to go to field region again to create laterite. So we're just going to go under this, we're going to click on edit type, and we're going to click on duplicate, and we're going to call this 01 laterite. Okay, so I'm just going to click OK. Okay, so I'm just going to click, instead of this concrete drafting, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to just scroll down and look for a good earth fill. Okay, so currently we have earth already, so I'm just going to select it and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. So now we have our earth fill. So I'm just going to use wide lines here, or rather I'm going to use thin lines. And I'm just going to draw the earth fill from here. Then I could just go over and use this tool here to create kind of a wavy pattern because of imperfection of the earth. And I could just join this here. So now I've joined this, I could select this line. Instead of putting it as thin lines, I'll click on this drop down and change it to invisible lines. So the lines will be literally invisible. Then I'm going to click on finish. So what I'm going to do now is covering our foundation footing. I'm going to select it and I'm going to click on this send to back, and I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to say send to the back. So now I've sent this to the back, and what we have here is behind our concrete foundation concrete footing, which makes things faster. So now this foundation concrete footing are not joining in with our walls. So firstly, let's edit this slab and click on edit type. So we're just going to click on this rectangle icon, select these wide lines because concrete are usually represented with vertical lines or slabs, concrete elements. So I'm just going to drop this here and stop this. So I'm just going to make sure everything is set, and I'm going to click finish. So now we could also use the same method for hardcore. We could also use the same method for this one. So now we have some gap between here. We have some inconsistencies here. How we are going to do that? Let's use field region again. We're going to use field region. We're going to click on edit type. We're going to click on duplicate, and we're going to call this 01 wall. So we're just going to click OK. We're going to change this foreground fill pattern and change it to normal brick wall, just like we have in our walls. Then we're just going to use these wide lines and we're just going to draw and fill up here to just indicate the foundation fitting graphically accurate. Then I'm going to click finish. All right, so now we are basically done with the foundation. Okay, let's just do the hardcore. We're going to go to field region and we're just going to click on edit type. We're going to click on duplicate and we're going to call this hardcore. Then we're just going to click on OK. Then we're going to change the foreground field pattern. Then we're going to change it and look for a good field, a good indicator for hardcore. Let's just use these triangles here. We could click on this and we could just, okay, let's click on this and we could click OK. Click OK. Then we're just going to use this and just fill up this place as the compacted hardcore. So we're just going to drag this back. Okay, so now I think we're done. You could see the hardcore, you could see the slab. So now we will now going to create some roof members. So we're going to start with a wall plate now. Okay, so this wall plate usually on this level on the top of the wall. So like for instance, I made a mistake here, so I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit boundary. I'm going to drag this line down and drag this line down because I want the floor plate to rest on this. So I'm just going to click on finish. So now to indicate floor plate, I'm just going to use detail line and I'm just going to draw. You could manually draw the floor plate as beams, but let's just use annotations for now. So we are just going to use 75. We're just going to draw the profile here. We're going to click on 75 again. Then we're just going to draw this 75 cross here and cross here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click on tab, try to select all these lines, select here, select these lines here. We're going to right click, okay, not right click, we're just going to go over this tab and group it. Then I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to select the center point and copy it to this point here. Okay, then I could just go to annotate. I could go to under region. I could go to max region. Then I could just use 10 lines. I'm going to make sure this is under 10 lines, and I'm just going to draw our profile here, and I'm going to create the tie beam first. So I'm going to do it by 150 millimeter thick. Then I'm just going to fill it here. Okay, so now we want to create our rafters. So I'm going to create to max region again. So I'm just going to draw this. Going to draw this here and draw this to somewhere here. So I'm just going to click on an offset. I'm going to offset this as 50 millimeters. Offset here, offset here. Then I'm going to offset it again at 150. Then I'm going to check this copy, copy, copy. Then I'm just going to use this line and fill in this loop. Okay, so once I fill it here, then I'm just going to click on trim. So now I've drawn the rafter, I'm going to start drawing the strut. So I'm going to click on, okay, not detail line. I'm going to click on region again, max region. So I'm just going to draw one line here, and I'm going to offset it. So I'm going to offset it by 1.2 meter, which is typical spaces between truss. Offset this, offset this, offset this, offset, 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 and offset. Then I'm just going to use this pick line. So I'm going to pick a line here. I'm also going to pick another line here. Then I'm going to be offsetting at 75 millimeters from each of these lines. Offset here, offset here, offset, 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 offset. So now this is done. I'm just going to click on this line, and I'm going to fill in this loop. So I'm going to select this line, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to be copying it and filling up here quickly. Then, okay, I think there's one last one here. Then I'm just going to delete this line in between. Then I'm just going to click on split. Note that I did a video on how to create trusses, so you could use that and create your trusses like an architect, like use actual members to create your trusses. But for this video, I'm just going to be using this field region, or maybe later on I'm going to create these trusses. So now we've done this, we could click on finish. Then with the same thing, we could now click on field region again, and we could just draw the diagonal struts to create our Pratt trusses. So as you can see, we did this section without creating much members like the beams, the trusses. So this is just another way of creating annotations for, although if you advance in Revit, you can now start creating the actual members like the trusses itself. I did a video on that, so you could check that out later. So let me just edit this and delete this. So now I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to architecture, and we're going to tag the spaces we created. So I'm just going to go to room tags, and we're going to say tag room. We're going to tag this dining, tag this lobby, tag this stairway. Okay, then now we could do some graphics work on this section as well. We could click on this. We're going to right click, override graphics in view by category, and we're just going to change this and half tone it. You could also select these other features like this, select override graphics in view by category. Okay, cancel, click on it, override graphics in view by element, and we're just going to half tone it and click OK. So now you could see the section we've done. So we could also click on this grid, and we could just drag it up. We could right click, override graphics in view by category, half tone this. We could also select this level, right click, override graphics in view by category. Then we are just going to half tone it. Okay, so now we're done creating this section. We could also do the GD to add some shadows if you want to. We could turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing, click on shadows, just turn these cast shadows on, then go to lighting, make the shadow as subtle as possible, 5, then increase the ambient light, increase the sun, go to this inlight settings, go to some from top to right and click apply, click OK, apply, okay. So now you could see the shadows. We could even go and still off these shadows because it's not necessary in sections. So we could go to these shadows and turn these scar shadows off. So now you could see our section is not complete, but it's still just a way of showing you how to create section. We could also dimension this section if we want. We could go to annotate, click on align, dimension the levels. Okay, let's select the smaller dimension. Let's click on this drop down, annotate, click on this drop down icon, select this dimension 1. So we could just dimension this. Then we could dimension this overall. We could also dimension from headroom to soffit 3.3, from headroom to ceiling 3.3. Could do the same for here. All right, so now we are done with this section and we are done with this. We could now go to the elevations and see what we can do on the elevations. So for these elevations, we have some things to do. We could just click on these levels and drag them up. As usual, what we are going to do, we are just going to do some graphics work. Personally, I don't like sections showing in the elevation, so I'm going to right click, hide in view by element, and I'm going to hide it in view. So we are just going to do something, and I'm going to show you how this thing is going to be very helpful to you. So let's click on this railing, change the offset to 0. So we're just seeing some of this. So I'm just going to delete this 2 dimension. So firstly, I'm going to click on this level here, or this grid here. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by category, and I'm just going to change it to halftone. So now it's always important to improve the graphics of elevations. The foremost elements is good to make them, highlight them with a thicker line. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on VV. Under this VV, I'm going to click on object styles. So under this object styles, I'm going to go under wall here. So under this wall, I'm going to change the cut. The cut is currently at 5, which is good. And I'm going to change the projection line to be 3. The same thing, I'm going to go to roof. Under this roof, I'm going to change the cut to 1. And the projection to be at 2. So I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to click OK, and everything is going to change. So if I click on TL to turn on my thin lines, so let me click on TL now, you are going to see that the walls are actually coming out thick, but I still want the walls to be thicker than this. So I'm going to go to visibility graphics again, object styles, then I'm going to go under wall here, and I'm going to edit the wall again. This time I'm going to make, okay, it didn't even save, so I'm going to make this 4 at, let me make it 3. So I'm going to click on apply, I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on OK. So now the wall thickness is at 3. So we could also go further by clicking on detail line. Under this detail line, we could just click on this drop down icon and change this to wide lines. So we could either click on this by just click on this pick line tool and just use it to pick some of these lines just to highlight this facade we want to highlight. Or if you don't want to do that method, we could go to escape, we could go to modify. Under this modify, we're just going to click on this line work. Under this line work, we're going to change this to wide lines, and we could just select the element we want to highlight with wide lines in our elevations. Okay, so now once we've done that, you're going to see this prominent element will be coming out better. So now we are now going to edit the other visibility graphics. Okay, so we're just going to select these levels. We're going to right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm just going to halftone it. Okay, so now I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to region. I'm going to go to field region. I'm going to change it to solid black. Then I'm just going to draw an elevation base here and draw it to about 300. Okay, then I'm going to click on finish. Then what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click on this. Okay, let me not do that for now. Let's finish other things. So now I'm just going to click on GD to access the graphic display option. I'm going to turn on this smooth line, going to go to shadow, turn off the 2 shadows, going to go to lighting, increase the ambient light, change the shadows to about let's use 7, increase this to about 90. Go to this inlight setting from top to right, click on OK, click on apply, then click on OK. So now we're just going to click on this and change it to fine. After changing it to fine, we're going to also click on this and change it to shaded. So we're going to see the colors. So now as you can see, you could see the whole colors of the elevation and it's coming out really nice. So what we are going to say, instead of suffering the whole stress and doing it for all these other elevation views, we are simply going to go to views here. Under this view, we are going to go to view template. We are going to go to create view template, and I'm going to call this elevation. Okay, so I'm just going to click on OK. So after I've done this, I've saved this view template. It's going to show me the view template I've saved. I'm now going to click on this elevation baseline, click on it, and I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. So I'm going to go to this other elevation and I'm just going to be pasting it or this. Okay, before I go to other elevation, I'm just going to click on this elevation. I'm going to click on this level lines and I'm just going to drag it manually just to reduce the distance from the main building. So I'm also going to do the same for these levels at this region. I'm just going to drag it to this point here so it won't be too off. Sometimes when the elevation is already heavy, it might, and especially when you're dragging these levels in 3D. So let's just drag this one too and drag it here. Okay, so now we're done with this. We're just going to click on this and make sure we have copied it to clipboard. Then we're going to go to this next elevation. That is the north elevation. Then firstly, we're just going to click on view. Under this view, we're going to click on view templates. We're going to click on apply template. Then we're just going to click on this elevation template we created and we're going to click OK. Then we're going to do this for the rest of the elevations. And we're just going to hit Ctrl V to paste the elevation line we did. So once I paste it here, I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to adjust this. Okay, then now I could just click on this crop region and I'm going to change it from view overall to none. Then after doing that, it's going to be editable manually, so I'm just going to crop it to this point here, and we're also going to crop it to this point here. Then I'm going to crop this here. All right, so now we've created all the elevations. Finally, we're going to do some topo solids to create some site features. So we're going to go to the natural ground level. Okay, so now as you can see, okay, let's just delete these two images because I think we're pretty much done with it. So as you can see, we have a building here, but we don't have some site features. So we're going to be using topo solid to create some site features. To do that, we're going to go to massing and site, and we're just going to click on topo solid. So we're going to click create form by sketch. All right, so now we're just going to first draw some boundaries. We're going to draw a boundary over the building first. Then we're just going to do an overall boundary here. Okay, so I'm just going to click finish. So if I click on this 3D view to view this, you are going to see this topo solid surface is just defaultly green and empty. Okay, so now we want to start placing roads and we want to start placing other site features like proper green areas and curbs and interlocks. So firstly, we're just going to rotate this in this 3D view. We're going to click on this topo solid and we're going to click on subdivide. So under this subdivide, we're now going to create our road. So firstly, we're going to be drawing some profile lines from the side. So let's go back to natural ground level, and we're just going to click on this and just offset 6 meters from here. And we're also going to offset 6 meters from here as well. Okay, then we're going to do the same for this region here. All right, so now we're just going to try and draw a line overlapping or enveloping this building. So let's just draw this line to this point and we're going to join this here. All right, so now we've done this. We're just going to click on an extension to 21 meters and we're going to click on this. Okay, so now I think we're in a good spot now. Okay, so once we do this, we're going to click on this subdivide height. We're just going to make this 25 since this is the general interlock. So we're now going to edit the material by category and we're going to assign a material to it. Okay, so I'm just going to right click and I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to name this interlock 01 interlock stones. Then I'm just going to click on this box icon to assign a new material. Then I'm going to go under appearance. Under appearance, I'm going to go to site work. Under site work, I'm just going to look for this cobblestone and I'm just going to click on this icon here and I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to click on finish. So if I go back to 3D, I'm going to see that the interlocking stone has applied. Okay, even though it didn't have the color, I think it's just in the material issue. So let's just edit this material once more and we could just click on graphics, and we could just use render appearance, click appearance, and click OK. Okay, so now we have created the highlight or the region of the main site itself. Let's go back to NGL and let's just click on this icon, so we are going to see the full scope. Then you can click on this hide crop regions, because we don't need the crop region to be showing, so we just have outside. We can also click on this icon and change it to shaded and hit GD, then increase the lighting. Let's increase the lighting and increase the ambient light, so we'll be able to see what we are creating visibly. So I'm going to click appearance and I'm going to click OK. All right, so now I want to create some roads, as I said earlier. So using the same method, I'm just going to click on this topo solid. I'm going to click on subdivide element. Then I'm just going to start drawing a road profile from here. So I'm going to start from this point to about 4 meters, just to make provision for a gatehouse. I'm just going to draw this to about 3 meters. I'm going to draw this here. I'm going to offset 8 meters here. Draw this here, 8 meter here. Then just draw a line from here to about 5 meters. Draw this here and place this here. Okay, so now we've done this. I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to delete this, and now I'm just going to use the line and close this loop here. Then I'm going to use this arc line to create some nice bends here, Okay, so let's just make this about normally the turning radius of a car minimum is 3 meters, but let's just go with 2.1. So now we've done this. As usual, we're going to go under this parameter, the subdivide height. We're going to change it to 10. Then we're going to edit the material and assign an asphalt material. So I think I've created an asphalt material in this project before, so let me just search for it under the search materials. Okay, so I don't think I've created, so let me just duplicate this and I'm going to name this 01 asphalt road. All right, then I'm just going to click on this icon to assign a new material. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to go to site work and I'm going to go to asphalt dark gray. I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, and I'm going to click on finish. All right, so as you can see, we have created the asphalt road. So the next thing to create is the green areas within the site. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on subdivide region. So now I'm just going to try, and on top of this I'm going to create another region here. So I'm going to be drawing this at 5 meters from here. And I'm going to trim this. Then I'm just going to simply use this trim line tool to just, I'm going to use this arc tool. I'm going to delete this line and use this arc tool here once again. Okay, so now I'm going to set this at 150 and I'm going to change this to green area or grass. So I'm just going to right click and I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm just going to name this grass. Then I'm going to click on this box icon to assign a new material. So I'm going to go under appearance. I'm going to go to site work. Then under site work, I'm just going to look for this grass dark ray, which I think is Revit best. So I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to click finish. Okay, lines can't intersect, so I forgot to clear off this line, so I'm just going to delete this and click finish. Okay, so if you go back to this 3D now, let's see what we've done. So if you look at this, you are going to see the green area as it's coming out despite everything. So now we can do some more work. We can do some more detailed curves. So let's just work on something now. So I'm just going to go and turn this over here and I'm going to go back to this NGL. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to go to sub region divide element. So now I'm just going to be doing some sub divide element on this region here, and I'm just going to be creating this gatehouse. So I'm just going to draw a profile, and this one I'm going to call it stamped concrete. So I'm going to set the height at 25 millimeter and I'm just going to call this stamped concrete. I'm going to right click, I'm going to duplicate this, so I'm going to call this 00 footing. Let's just call this footing, meaning building footing. Then I'm going to click on this box icon to assign a new material. I'm going to go under appearance, I'm going to go to concrete, and I'm just going to click on this and assign the concrete material. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on finish. So now this toposol surface is actually overlapping, so I'm just going to hit tab to try and select this one. Then I'm going to try and edit it, so I can edit the sketch by, so it will not be intersecting. Let me just try and trim this here, and just split this here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create some extra touches, but just to look better. So I'm just going to click on this, select these lines here. Still intersecting. Okay, I think I've seen the issue. Forgot to delete this line, so I'm just going to click on tab, select all of them, delete this. So I'm going to click on finish. So as you can see now what we're going to do now is we're going to click on this and create another subdivide element, just to create a new kind of interlock. So I'm going to click on subdivide, and I'm just going to click on select line tools, and I'm going to be selecting these perforations I just created here. All right, so we're going to try and mimic the previous setting for the interlock. So let's just mimic it at 25. Then we're going to assign a new material. So instead, the former one we created was interlock, so let's just create another one and call it interlock 2. Right click, duplicate, and call it interlock 2. Then now we're just going to assign a new material to it. We're going to go under appearance, and we're just going to go to site work. Then we're just going to look for some darker cobblestones, or let's just use concrete walkway. Click on this, and we're going to click OK, apply, OK, and we're going to click on finish. Okay, so this is looking fine and good. You can see how our site plan is coming now. So I just want to create some extra walkways along these roads, then I think we'll be done with the site after that. So now I'm just going to click on this again, and I'm going to go to subdivide element. So I'm just going to be selecting pick line 2. I'm just going to be picking the rims of this road. Ctrl Z, I extended it too much. Pick here. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here. Then I'm just going to offset at 1.2 meters. I'm going to offset this here, offset this, offset this. Then I'm going to use this line to close in the loop. I'm also going to use this line here, closing the loop. I'm going to close in the loop here, closing the loop here as well. And I'm going to close in here, closing here. Okay, then I'm going to put the subdivide height at 75 millimeter. Then I'm going to assign a new material, and I'm going to be using this same interlock 2, and I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now this is looking good. So let's just place some parking. So to place parking, you can just go under this massing and site as well, and just click on parking component. Then we're just going to try, and you can paste key on your keyboard, and you can just place it. So let's place one here. We could click on escape, click on this one we've placed, and we could just click on copy. We could just copy this and just pick it. Let's try it again. Copy, pick here. Okay, there's an issue. Okay, so apparently most of those parking components we created, they were actually placed, but they were placed at a wrong level. So what we're going to do, we're just going to select one of them, right click, select all instances in existing project. Then we're just going to change this, and we're going to click on pick host, and we're just going to pick this toposolid here. Then you are going to see all the ones we are trying to place that time. So now that's out of the way, let's just delete these redundant ones, and now we are going to start learning how to create curb. So normally, if I was using slab to create this site, like floor slabs, I would have used slab edge to create the curbs. But since we are using toposolids, I'm going to show you how to use railings to create some curbs for this that will be compatible with this toposolid, and it's very, very simple. So let's just go back to NGL, click on this toposolid, edit sketch, and make sure that we're just going to click on this overall toposolid, click on edit sketch, and make sure that there is no redundant or open area here. So I'm just going to click finish. Okay, so now we are done with this. We are going to go further to create our caps. So to do that, we are simply going to go to family. We are going to go to new. Under new, we are going to click on family. We are going to be using English metric, so we are going to go back, go under English. Then now we are just going to be creating some metric railing family, metric profile rail. So now we've done this, we are just going to click OK. Okay, so now we're now going to go to these lines here. We are going to draw our railing profile. So we're going to be drawing this to, let's use 225, and we're going to be drawing the thickness of the rail at 125. Then we're going to be drawing this protrusion here to 150. Then we're going to be drawing another line here to 50. Let's just draw the line again, 50. Then we're just going to try and trim it here, and I think we've done it. So I'm just going to click. So remember, see where I did it. So it's always good to consider that, okay, if you are creating this rail, this is the top of the rail head. So it's always just draw the profile like this, so you will not have placement issues of the railing. Okay, so I'm just going to click Ctrl S, and I'm just going to name this anyway. I'm going to name this rail cabs. Then I'm going to click save. Then I'm just going to load into components, load into family, and close. Alright, so now we've created our railing caps. We're just going to click on railing, and we're going to be placing these caps like a railing, but it's a railing, but it's actually serving as caps in this context. So first of all, we're going to make sure that we set the constraints to fit where we want to create the caps. For instance, we set this walkway at 75 mm high, so we're going to be setting the caps at that height. Then we're just going to click on use this pick line tool. We're going to try and select this, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then we're just going to click on finish. Okay, so if you go to 3D, you can see how the caps created very well. So let me just rotate this here, and you're going to see the caps, and it's serving as caps perfectly, very fine. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to NGL, and I'm going to start creating caps for this green area. So to do that, we are just going to follow the prior method. We are going to go into this railing caps we created. Then we're going to change this base offset to 150 to match the height of the green area we created. Okay, so we're just going to click this pick line tool. We're going to pick here. Okay, I think we overdid it, so I'm going to click escape, select these two lines, delete it. I'm now going to click on pick line, and I'm just going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. So I'm just going to click on finish and see how the thing came out. So as you can see, let me just click on this and edit this part. I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to try and trim this so it will not overlap too much. So I'm going to click on finish. So as you can see how the railing created. If you go to 3D view, we are going to see, okay, currently the railing is intersecting, so let's just click on this two-way icon. Okay, if it's not working, we can go back to NGL, click on it, then click on edit part. Then we're just going to unloop this at some point. Then we're going to click on finish, and I'm just going to click on this two-way icon to see if I can offset it out. Okay, so if I go back to 3D view now, I think it's still having this issue. So I'm just going to go back to this NGL. I'm going to click on edit, and I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to click on cancel, yes, and I'm going to delete this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to railing again. I'm going to make our parameter set, so I'm just going to click on this, pick here, click on tab, pick here as well, pick here as well, pick here. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to 3D view. So as you can see, it's made sense. So we're just going to go back to this NGL, and we're going to click on this. So you see the issue with railing. Sometimes when it's looped, it can actually have an issue flipping on the other side. So we can just find a way by managing around it by creating duplicates, just if it's not working well. For instance, we are creating two railings for this point, and I'm just going to click finish. So as you can see, what we're going to do now is we're going to click on this edit part, and we can just try and join this to this point and click finish. Yes, it won't join perfectly, but that is just some quirks that comes with using. Okay, so this is looking awesome so far. So now we could just save the project, so we'll make sure all the progress we have made won't get lost. So now we are going to go to this site plan. Now we are going to go under floor plan site, and we're going to go to this site plan. So now this is the site plan, and we're going to be working on it graphically and setting it for printing. So of course, we're going to select this, right click, hide in view by category. The same for this, right click, hide in view by category. We're going to select all this elevation spot, right click, hide in view by category. Then we're going to go over here, turn on this crop region. Okay, let's turn it on. Then we're going to click on this and we're going to try and reduce this crop region. So now we've selected this crop region, we're going to go over this tab here, this properties panel. Okay, so I think the scope box is selected under none, so we're just going to try and crop this here. We're going to crop this too. We're going to crop this too. Okay, so now we are just going to click on this and we're just going to hide crop region. So now currently what we are seeing in this side plan, okay, let's just select this grid, right click, hide in view by category. So currently what we are seeing in this site plan now is we are seeing the roof, and I don't want to see the roof, I want to get the walls of the building. So what we are simply going to do is we are going to go to view range and we're going to change this offset to 1.2, so it will cut out 1.2 above the ground level. So now we can see this rough walls. We are now going to go to annotate. Okay, we are going to go to region, and then we are going to go to field region. So now we're just going to click on this drop down and we're just going to put this diagonal down to create the footprint of our building. So we're just going to be using some thick lines and we're going to select this wide line and we're just going to use it to draw this. We're going to be drawing from walls to walls, okay, or integral structural members of the building. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so if I click on TL to turn on my thin line, so I can see that this line I used to highlight this building footprint is not thick enough. So I'm going to be creating some lines for this site plan. So I'm just going to right click, hide this staircase by category. I don't need it in this site plan. The same for this, hide in view by category. Okay, let's create the lines first. So we are going to be creating some custom lines, some thick lines for this site plan. So we're going to be going to manage. Under manage, we are going to go to additional settings. Under additional settings, we are going to go to line styles. Under this line styles, we are going to go to new. So this new line, well, let's just name this 0. Let's say this 0.8 or 0. Okay, 0.8 is thick enough. I'm going to click OK. So now we are going to edit the parameters of this new line. We are going to change the thickness to 8. Okay, and we're going to leave it as solid. So I also want to create another new type of line. I want to create a line for the site. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new and I'm going to call this one 01 site line. So this line is for the boundaries of the site, so it will help convey the idea of the work graphically. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to change this thickness to 8 and I'm going to change the color of this site line to red by clicking on this icon, as you can see. Then I'm going to change this line pattern from solid to dash and dot, just like a typical site plan should be, and I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click OK. So now if I go to annotate and I go to detail line, I'm going to see the two new lines we created by clicking on this drop down icon. So I can see the 0.8 line. So we're just going to start with this site line. So I'm just going to draw this here, draw this to this point, draw this to this point, and draw this to this point, and draw this here, which is looking pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to go to this footprint. I'm going to go to edit boundary. I'm going to highlight all these lines I previously created. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change it to 0.8. You can see how thick it is. Then I'm going to click on this box. I'm going to click on this drop down and use this 0.8 line and I'm going to draw this footprint. All right, so now it's done. I'm just going to click on escape and click on finish. So you can see this is graphically looking much better. Okay, so if you had a size plan and you had coordinates of the site, this project I just designed it from scratch, so it doesn't really have coordinates. But if you have a coordinates, I made a video on how to put coordinates of site from a survey plan and plot out your site accurately in Autodesk Revit. So now this is done. What we are going to do now is, okay, I think let's go back to 3D. I hope some things didn't delete. Okay, it didn't delete. So let's go back to this site plan. So now this is done. This is looking very good. We are going to do some graphics work. First of all, we are going to go over here, click on this. We are going to change this to shaded so the colors will come out well. Then we're going to go to GD to access graphics display option. We're going to turn on these smooth lines with anti-aliasing. We're going to click on this drop down. We're going to click on cast shadow, show ambient light. We're going to go to lighting, increase the lighting, increase the ambient light. Then we're going to go to sun setting, sunrise from top to right, and click apply. Then we're going to click OK. So you can see how good this is looking. Let's hit GD again. So we are going to see the shadows. The shadows are looking too thick. Let's go to lighten, reduce the shadow intensity to 5 since it's a plan, and click apply and click OK. So this is looking very beautiful. All right, so now we've created the site plan. We're just going to try and start placing all the things we've worked on sheets. Okay, so we're just going to right click and we're going to click on create new sheet, and we're going to be using this A3 tutorial we created. So we're just going to be clicking on new to create multiple sheets. Okay, I think about 5 sheets will be good for what we intend to do. So we're just going to go to this A002 after we've placed the site plan. Okay, this is the site plan sheet. So we're just going to go over here to this site plan and we're just going to drag this. And we're going to place it here. So this is looking kind of too big. So what we're going to do is we're just going to click on it. We're going to go over here and click on show crop region. Then we're going to crop it so it's going to enter. So we can leave some of this access road. Then we're going to click off. So I'm just going to click on this and make sure I turn off this visible crop region. Then I'm going to click off and I'm just going to try and place this. Okay, still it's too much, so I'm just going to click on it and I'm just going to click on this show crop region. So I'm going to click on this and try and crop it. I'm also going to try and crop this. Then I'm going to turn off this and turn off this. Okay, all right, so now we've done this. So I'm just going to drag this title here and I'm going to click on this and drag this here. All right, so after doing this, we're going to place other sheets. Like we're going to go to this sheet 2 and we're going to go to this ground floor dimension and we're just going to place this. I think the presentation ground floor should come first, so I'm just going to click on escape and I'm going to drag in this presentation ground floor and I'm just going to place this. Okay, as you can see, there's an issue here, so I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to go to this 2 ground floor. I'm going to click on the first one. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on this and highlight this whole topo solid, hide in view by category. I'm also going to select this section. I'm going to click on these 2 zigzag icon and I'm going to make sure it's not interfering with the floor plan. Then I'm just going to move this a bit out of the way. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on this grid and I'm just going to try and move it upwards. And I'm going to click on this and try and move it downwards. All right, so I think this is good to go. So we're just going to click on this show crop region. So we're going to make sure our crop region is not getting too big, and we're going to click on this. Okay, no, not this. We're going to click this back on and we're going to click on hide crop region. So we're going to go to this other ground floor plan and we're going to try and do the same thing for this dimension plan. So as well, we're just going to select all this, right click, hide in view by category and hide everything. Then we're just going to click on this section and we're going to make sure the section is not interfering with the floor plans, which I think is good here. Okay, so if you just make sure we click on this show crop region and we're going to make sure our crop region is not too big or too encompassing, then we're just going to go back to this sheet and we're going to try and place our presentation sheet first. Now we're just going to try and place it here. Okay, so we're just going to drag this. So as you can see, if I click on this and I just adjust this, you can see we have an issue. This sheet title is actually, or this view title is actually off. So we're going to edit that now. Okay, so we're just going to we're going to minimize all this so our properties project browser won't be looking too cumbersome. So I'm just going to go to this plus from family icon. We're going to go to annotation. We're going to go to view title and look for annotation symbols. Okay, so we're going to go to this view title, right click, and we're going to edit it. Okay, so now we're going to click on this view name. We're going to click on edit type. We're going to change the text size to, let's use 3.5, and we're going to change the text font to Bebas Neue. Now we're going to click OK. So we're going to click on this view scale. We're going to click on edit. We're going to change it to 2. And we're going to change the text size to Bebas Neue, the text font to Bebas Neue. Click and apply. Then we're just going to drag them closer to each other so it won't be looking too jam-packed. Then we could click on this and we could just try and adjust this here. Click on this and adjust this somewhere here. Just manually move. So I'm going to click on this and change it to 3. Or let me just make it 4. Alright, so now we're done with this. I'm just going to click on load into projects, no, and I'm going to override graphics in view. Okay, so as you can see it's looking much better and more compact, so it's not looking weird as it was or too big as it was looking before. Okay, so we're going to go back to our sheets and we're going to continue placing our views. So now we've placed this ground floor. We could go over here and rename it well and call this, go under the name and call this ground floor presentation. All right, then we're just going to click OK. We're also going to go to this next one and we're going to, let's click on for now. We're going to go under this floor plans, click on this plus icon, then we're going to drag in our dimension plan. Okay, then we're going to drag this in and see if it enters. So it's always important that you place your, especially if you are doing dimension plans, you place it first on sheets before dimensioning. What I did in this video, I made a mistake, so you should always try and place your views in your dimension plan before dimensioning it. So we're just going to click, and as you saw when I adjusted the dimensions, everything adjusted with it, so you should take the cognizance of that sometimes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm just going to click on this grid and I'm just going to drag it up like this a bit. And I'm going to do the same for this part as well. Okay, so I think everything has rectified. So now I'm just going to drag on this title, select this, drag this line so it won't be too much. Okay, so I'm just going to right click and I'm going to click rename and I'm going to name this ground floor dimension. Okay, so I'm just going to click OK. So now I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to go to this next sheet and I'm going to go and place the section we created. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to drag in this section and place this here. So now I'm just going to place this and I'm going to drag this section here. I'm going to drag this title down to this corner to maintain consistency. Then I'm just going to click on this next one and I'm going to drag in the 2 elevations we worked on. The east elevation, I'm going to drag it in. Okay, I think it's only one elevation that will be able to enter. So now we've dragged this elevation in. What I'm just going to do is I'm just going to drag this down a bit. I'm going to double click it. Then I'm going to go over to this crop region, show crop region. Then I'm just going to crop it, click on it instead of leaving it as under view overall. So I'm going to click on this and change it to none. Then it will now be, the crop region will now be editable. Then I'm just going to drag it to the borders of this sheet. Then I'm going to drag this as well to the borders. I'm also going to drag this here and drag this here. Okay, so I'm just going to drag this to this point. Okay, so now I think I've dragged this. Let me just make sure of some things. I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to drag it here to this point. So I'm going to go over here and turn on this hide crop region or hide the crop region. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to drag this title here. Okay, so now I think we will need one more sheet. I'm going to create a new sheet. I'm going to go A3 tutorial. Then I'm going to place this and use this to place the second elevation we worked on. That is the north elevation. So I'm just going to drag it and place it here. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. I'm just going to select this reference plane, hide in view by category. I'm also going to extend this crop region to the end of the sheet just to make it consistent with the prior elevation. Okay, let's just stop it here. And then I'm just going to turn off this. Okay, so now I'm going to click outside here and I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this line here to make the graphic consistent with the other one. So finally at this sheet 7, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to drag this 3D view 1. As you can see, this 3D view 1 is very small in this sheet and it's not looking too nice as it's small like that. So it's even taking time to load because of how heavy it is, but let's be patient. All right, so what we're going to do now, it has loaded. I'm going to go and change this from realistic. Let me just change it to shaded for now, so it won't be too heavy as it is. Okay, so now I'm just going to click off. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go to size crop. I'm going to make sure I select this scale and locked proportion. Then I'm going to change this width to about 360. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to drag this 3D. Okay, it's a bit too big. Let me see if it will. Okay, I can just go on this and change it from 360 to 350. No, let me change it back to 360. Go back to this scale, change it to 350, then click apply and click OK. So I think this is appropriate. So now I'm just going to drag this title here so it will not be overshadowed by the 3D. Then I'm going to drag this. So now it's set and done. I'm just going to select it and I'm going to change it back to realistic. So it might be heavy, so I'm just going to click off. So as you can see how it's coming out, and you can see we have placed this on sheet. So now I think the final thing to do is we're going to go to this site plan and we're going to try and place some knot arrows. So to do that, we can simply go to annotate. Under this annotate, we could click on this symbol and we could just try and click on drop down to look for knot arrow. So this is the typical knot arrow, but this is looking ugly enough. So we are going to create our own knot arrow. All right, so now we are going to create our own knot arrows. So to do that, it's going to be pretty simple. We are going to go to under file. Under this file, we are just going to click on new. We are going to click on family. Then we are going to be going back to the English metric. So we're under this English metric, we're going to see this annotations folder. So now we're just going to select this metric generic annotation template and we're going to click OK. All right, so now we're just going to click on this note and delete it. We don't need it. We're going to go under this create. We're going to go to this reference line and we're going to draw a reference line from this point where all the reference planes converge, and we're going to draw this reference line at 45 degrees to about, let's just use 75, which is fine. It's a bit long, so but whatever. Okay, so I'm just going to hit TL on my keyboard so it will turn off the tick line, so everything will be 10 lines. Later we are going to turn it on. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click on AL on our keyboard. That is the shortcut for align. We're going to select this reference plane and we're going to pick this point here and we're going to lock it. We're also going to go click on escape AL again, select this reference plane, click this point and lock it in place. So all fine and good. We're going to go to create. We're going to go to angular dimension. We're going to select this angle here and we're going to click on it, and we're just going to click on the angle, click on this tab over here to turn it into a parameter, and we're going to name this parameter angle. So I'm just going to click OK. After I've clicked OK, this angle is now a parameter. If I go over to this tab and change the angle of this, I'm just going to, I can change it to, let's say 30 degrees. Click OK. You'll see it to change. So if I go over here and click on it and change it to 0 or 90 degrees and click OK, you are going to see how it's going to change. So far so good. We are going to go to create. We are going to go to lines. So now we are going to be creating the main annotation. So we are going to be drawing a line to about, let's use 20 degrees. And we are going to draw another line here about 10 from here. So I'm just going to join this here. So now I'm going to click on tab and select all these lines. So I'm just going to click on this mirror tool and I'm going to mirror this now. So now I've mirrored it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create. I'm going to go to field region. Under this field region, I'm going to make sure that this is under invisible lines, and I'm going to use this pick line tools to just pick this. I'm going to go to edit in place and make sure this is solid fill, so it will give this solid fill effect, and I'm going to click on finish. So now after we've done this, I'm just going to highlight everything here. I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to leave the field generic annotations and the field region on, and I'm just going to click on it, and I'm just going to go over edit work plane. I'm going to click on pick, and I'm just going to pick this reference line. So now if I go over here and I change this to, let's just change this to 45 degrees. I'm going to go here. Okay, so this is all good and fine. So now I'm just going to click on Ctrl S and save it as not arrow main. Then I'm just going to click on save. Then after I've clicked on save, I'm just going to load it into the project, and I'm going to close it. Okay, So now I'm going to click on escape. So now if I go back to this site plan sheet, I could just go to architecture. I could go to not architecture. I could go to annotate. Then I'm just going to go into this symbol. So now I've gone to this symbol. I'm just going to click on this and place it. So you can see this not arrow. So now if I want to click on it and I click on edit type and I'm going to see the angle, I could change this angle to 90 degrees, click apply and click OK, and it's going to change. So now we've created the not arrow. So now I think we're reaching the conclusion of this video, but the final thing we're going to do is we're going to print out this work, and you are going to see how it's going to come out in PDF format. So I'm going to hit Ctrl P. Okay, so now we've hit Ctrl P. We are going to select the sheet we want to print, and we're going to print it. I'm going to check this select sheet icon here. I'm going to go back and make sure this combine multiple selected sheets is checked on. Then I'm going to go to select now. So now I'm going to click on this drop down icon. I'm going to uncheck these 2D views and 3D views, and I'm going to leave only sheet. Then I'm just going to click on check all to check all the sheets. Okay, before we even check all the sheets, let's cancel this and let's just make sure we name all our sheets well. So we're going to go to this view and we're just going to relate this as, we're going to go under this name and name this as section AA. All right, so now I'm just going to click on OK and everything is good. So now I'm going to hit Ctrl P again, and I'm just going to click on this, make sure this combine multiple sheet is selected, click on select, click on this multiple and check this 2D and 2 and 3D views, and I'm going to click on check all for this sheet. So all these sheets will be checked on. You can see all their names appearing here. I'm going to click on select. You're going to ask me if I want to save these settings. I'm going to click on no. Then I'm going to go under this setup and I'm going to click on this and change it to A3. Then I'm going to make sure it's set in landscape, and I'm going to click on zoom to make sure the zoom is 100%. Click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on OK, and I'm going to select where I want to keep the file. So now we are just going to locate where we want to keep the file. Okay, so I'm just going to name this final print. Printing may take some time, so I'm just going to click save and it's going to start printing. All right, so now the final print is ready. We're just going to click on it and open and see what we've done. So we're just going to maximize this page, and it's taking some time. Okay, fine. You can see the site plan we created. You can see all the site features looking very good. You can see the floor plans, the presentation plans showing all the spaces appropriately. You can see the dimension plans with all the information pertaining both the floor height and the dimension of the windows, doors and walls and everything. We can see the section with the field region, even though it's not completely refined, but it's looking good. We can also see the elevations, which we took some time and did some good work on, and we can see the rear elevation, which is looking nice. And finally, we could see the 3D. We could see how good this 3D is looking. Okay, so I think we did justice to this building, and if you have followed this video up to this point, I think by now you must have become a pro in Revit, because I literally covered a lot in the architectural spectrum. Okay, so if this video was helpful, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to this channel, because this is not the last time, or this is just one of the first times we'll be releasing this kind of video. This won't be the last time we'll be dropping this kind of videos. More videos like this will be coming, and also hit the notification bell to get notified once these more videos drop, because we're going to be doing this and releasing contents that could help you as a professional, or if you're interested in architecture and other sort of related fields. Okay, so make sure you hit the subscribe button, don't forget it, hit the like button, share with your friends, because this video will be helpful to them, and anybody who wants to help or